Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 551, The Strongest in the World. The shout of the Supreme Demon Emperor made all beings realize the strength of Shengtian. Those ancient legends resurfaced in everyone's minds. Before the changing of the eras, Shengtian was the most powerful existence between heaven and earth and was the supreme ruler, the true sovereign of heaven and earth. Later on, she vanished, and many influential figures emerged in the world, causing her name to be seldom mentioned. What was Shengtian doing? Just how strong was she? Countless creatures gazed at the heaven and earth Dao fruit suspended above the ground, speculating in their hearts. Shengtian had a very positive image, and in front of such terrifying celestial phenomena, the beings who knew of her began to hope that she could save everything. Inside the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan stayed in his own room, watching the battle. Zhu Xi was absorbing the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit while resisting the offensive from the supreme demon realm, facing thousands alone, displaying immense strength. That supreme demon emperor was also a profound yuan-free immortal, and even at the same realm, with a group of powerful subordinates assisting him, he was still unable to gain the upper hand over Zhu Xi. At this rate, Zhu Xi would certainly merge with the heaven and earth Dao fruit. Judging by Zhu Xi's performance, Guan felt she was now invincible in the profound yuan-free immortal realm, which was quite exaggerated since she had not only just entered the profound yuan-free immortal realm but had also just broken through from the Daoist Zhang Zizai immortal realm. Even with the borrowed power of the immortal seeker aiding Zhu Xi, her own battle talent was also very strong. Looking across all beings in the celestial spirit great world, judging solely by battle talent, Guan felt that only An Hao could barely compare to Zhu Xi. Li Ye, Lv Xian, Yang Jian, Chen Chuan, and others were far behind. With Guan's current cultivation level, he had the confidence to make such a judgment, for all beings in the world were within his sight. Disciple, what would you do? Guan muttered to himself, referring to An Hao. Under the guidance of the celestial Dao golden core, An Hao also wanted to contend for the heaven and earth Dao fruit. But even with the power of the celestial Dao golden core, he couldn't possibly be Zhu Xi's opponent. The celestial Dao golden core and the heaven and earth Dao fruit both belonged to the same person, but the Dao fruit itself was transformed from the golden core. How this being could retain both Dao fruit and golden core, or what Daoist technique they cultivated, was unknown. Could he possibly nurture two golden cores? Guan began to look forward to this being's appearance. All the current struggles were a game between the celestial spirit god and the founder of the celestial spirit great world. All beings were mere pawns. Apart from Guan, the immortal seeker was the only variable. Long Jun from the past did not count, he was no threat to the celestial spirit god. As Guan continued to deduce, the battle between the supreme demon realm and Shengtian intensified, and the world began to feel the effects, with the range getting wider and wider. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. Even a hint of their unleashed pressure was enough to plunge a region into crisis. Time flew by rapidly. An Xian, celestial demon child, Lv Xian, and others couldn't calm down to cultivate. They gathered together, discussing the earth-shaking battle. The screen Guan left behind was reflecting the heaven and earth Dao fruit, which was precisely the battlefield itself. Looking at the unstoppable Zhu Xi, those who had seen her before were all marveling. They had never imagined that the once timid female disciple would have such a domineering side. It looks like the supreme demon realm can't stop her. She seems to be absorbing the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit. Goodness! If she successfully absorbs it, will she continue to break through? This Dao fruit is heaven and earth itself. Controlling it would mean controlling the entire world. It's unimaginable. Yes, but don't forget what Master said, all of this is due to the machinations of immortal gods, who have yet to show themselves. Disciples excitedly discussed among themselves. They were amazed by Zhu Xi and the strength of the supreme demon realm, but they weren't panicked. Although they didn't say it outright, everyone felt in their hearts that Guan was the strongest. Even the blood prison great saint, who had seen the end of great heaven and earth, was calm. In his view, even if his master couldn't defeat that being capable of destroying the universe, he had the power to protect himself. As long as his master dared to continue watching the chaos, he wouldn't panic. He even suspected that his master wanted to snatch the heaven and earth Dao fruit. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The battle for the Dao fruit continued. The supreme demon realm had already lost half of its forces, and much of the land had cracked, killing countless beings. Sea waves rolled endlessly into the distance, with many magical treasures and flying creatures following them. Various sects were migrating, and there were imperial dynasties taking their citizens to flee, but during the escape, there was both unity and shady deeds happening. Taixuan continent was far from the heaven and earth Dao fruit. Countless cultivators at the continent's edge were blocking tsunamis. There was no immediate catastrophe, but the hearts of everyone grew increasingly heavy. The longer time dragged on, the more disaster it brought to all beings. That day at noon, another boundless and mighty pressure descended. This pressure didn't make the creatures of heaven and earth feel uncomfortable but instead brought a revitalizing sensation. That golden core has actually found an inheritor. Wait, could it be? The immortal seeker, standing on the heaven and earth Dao fruit, frowned and muttered to himself. Not far away, Zhu Xi continued to absorb the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit. Looking upward, Zhu Xi was condensing a Dharma aspect even larger than the heaven and earth Dao fruit, with 1,000 arms, each holding different magical treasures. The Dharma aspect was ever-changing and dazzling to behold. Zhu Xi turned her head to look at him and asked, could it be what? The immortal seeker had a complex look in his eyes but simply shook his head slightly, saying nothing. Seeing that he was hiding something from her, a chill flashed in Zhu Xi's eyes, but she said no more. At this point, she had no retreat. In fact, not seeing the celestial spirit god up to this point, Zhu Xi felt something was off. The absence of the celestial spirit god meant that even if her actions were successful, they wouldn't threaten him, which was a frightening prospect. Zhu Xi looked down at the heaven and earth Dao fruit beneath her feet, her gaze attempting to pierce through the golden Dao patterns, to see through the heaven and earth Dao fruit. A dazzling bright light struck from the side, hitting Zhu Xi's face. She glanced over to see a huge sun appearing in the sky, illuminating the entire celestial spirit great world. In an instant, the whole world was enveloped in strong light. The nearby continents and oceans were stripped of color. Boom! 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 Out of the massive sun surged waves of fire, forming huge golden dragons larger than mountains, breathing scorching heat. The heaven and earth Dao fruit, and how also desire it. A loud voice like thunder rang through heaven and earth, audible to all creatures. The name and how instantly embedded itself in the memory of all beings. Those who knew him were incredulous, and those who didn't felt tense. Just hearing the voice made one want to submit. Such a powerful being entering the battlefield would surely bring even greater catastrophe to heaven and earth. And how? At Supreme Sect, within the Third Medicine Valley, the aged LV Badian sat by his garden, looking up at the bright sun in the sky, mumbling to himself. His turbid eyes gradually brightened. In a trance, it seemed he saw the spirited youth from 9,000 years ago standing in front of him again. I really am old, LV Badian mumbled to himself. But you certainly aren't old yet. Where are you, watching all this? Chapter 552, Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, Supreme Demon Emperor. Guan appeared with the Celestial Dao Golden Core, and that magnificent celestial might made the situation in the great heaven and earth even tenser. Zhu Xi did not respond to Guan's forceful shouting. She directly controlled the Dharma aspect to strike at Guan, releasing the profound primordial aura that made the rules of heaven and earth tremble, causing the celestial vault's thunderclouds to churn and change color, with various anomalies emerging one after another. The clash between the celestial Dao Golden Core and the heaven and earth Dao fruit affected the entire great heaven and earth. This time, there was no retreat for all beings, as the disaster was no longer centered around the heaven and earth Dao fruit spreading outwards, but instead causing the great heaven and earth to crack everywhere, with no pattern to speak of. In front of these two powerful forces, any being wishing to participate in the struggle did not even have the qualification to approach. The 7 subordinates of the silent destruction god emperor were not attracted to the heaven and earth Deo fruit, instead, they flew towards the outer heaven. After a long time, they flew to the world gate, and in front of the seated celestial spirit god, they bowed respectfully, with a reverent attitude. One of them took out a long command token, and said carefully, "Celestial God, we wish to return to our great thousand world." The celestial spirit god did not open his eyes, but the world gate behind him began to tremble, and a strong light burst forth from within, which relieved the 7 individuals, who immediately flew into the world gate. After their figures disappeared, the world gate quickly returned to calm, and the strong light inside faded away. A mass of black chi condensed out of thin air next to the celestial spirit god, gradually forming a sinister, cold face. "Celestial God, in this battle, my supreme demon realm has suffered heavy losses, why have you not taken action yet?" The mysterious face asked, its tone perplexed. The celestial spirit god slowly opened his eyes, which were brighter than the sun and the moon and also demonstrated celestial might. Seeing him open his eyes, the aura of the mysterious face visibly weakened. "I have my own certainty, what you seek is for the supreme demon realm to become an independent great heaven and earth. Even if these demons die out, it doesn't matter." The celestial spirit god's tone was categorically strong-willed, causing the mysterious face to frown. The celestial spirit god's gaze looked towards the celestial spirit great world, his eyes indifferent, yet seeming to be anticipating something. "May I ask, celestial god, now that the celestial Deo destiny has dissipated, why don't you simply destroy the celestial spirit great world? Your goal couldn't possibly be that heaven and earth Deo fruit." The mysterious face continued to ask, growing uneasy as the situation progressed. He couldn't quite pinpoint the source of his unease. He understood the celestial spirit god. This celestial god disdained deception and would fulfill promises he made. But he didn't understand what the celestial spirit god was thinking. "Do you know who created the celestial spirit great world?" The celestial spirit god asked, his voice devoid of any emotion. The mysterious face answered, "I only know of such a creator, unaware of their identity and name. He is the celestial spirit immortal venerable, surpassing the free immortal, condensing the golden immortal Deo fruit." The celestial court's immortal official recruited him, offering him the celestial Deo immortal position, life as long as heavenly Deo. The celestial spirit god explained. He refused. Thus he met such a fate, and his great thousand world is also not blessed by the heavenly Deo. The mysterious face went silent, pondering the celestial spirit god's intent. Was it a warning? Or was it touting the dominance of the celestial court? The celestial spirit god turned his head towards the mysterious face, his gaze making the mysterious face's color unnaturally change. "Supreme Demon Emperor, you have undergone reincarnation tens of thousands of times, always one step shy of the golden immortal Deo fruit. The shortfall lies in your understanding of the world. Once you create a great world, you will naturally break through. But you must always remember who created everything and who set the order. When the heavenly Deo wishes you to do something, going against the heavenly Deo will mark the beginning of your endless calamity." The tone of the celestial spirit god made the one called Supreme Demon Emperor's expression fluctuate. Meanwhile, the great battle in the human world was still ongoing. Guan, who was manipulating the celestial Deo golden core, had white hair and skin that even started to show bloodstains. Even so, he was still resolutely staring at Zhu Xi. Zhu Xi glanced at him, her eyes revealing a disdainful sneer. She didn't understand what and how was fighting for, but the heaven and earth Deo fruit was a trap in itself. Countless beings went mad for it, reckless with their own lives. The immortal seeker looked at Anhao with a peculiar gaze, occasionally glancing back at Zhu Xi. Suddenly, Zhu Xi spoke up, "It seems we both consider ourselves the savior, but I am stronger. If I'm not mistaken, what we're facing is not just the celestial spirit god but also the existence who created the celestial spirit great world, your disciple as well. As her words ended, Zhu Xi's eyes turned cold as she looked toward the immortal seeker. The immortal seeker had sought her out under the pretext of helping his disciple seek revenge. Now that his disciple was not entirely dead, their trust was naturally crumbling. The immortal seeker sighed, I failed to see through him, I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. However, what comes next is a good thing for you, you won't have to face the celestial spirit god alone. Zhu Xi lifted her right hand, and the thousand-handed Dharma aspect above her changed gestures, the various magical treasures blazing with dazzling light. And how, suspended in front of the celestial Dao golden core, suddenly had his pupils constrict. The world in front of him changed abruptly, and he found himself in a barren land with no bounds. There was no sky above, only a brilliant starscape, and Zhu Xi's Dharma aspect loomed even larger above him, looking down. And how frowned, behind him, more waves of fire surged from the celestial Dao golden core, quickly pulling him into it. One of us will be possessed by him, and even though you are also a disciple of Master, his favorite disciple, I won't give up on myself. Zhu Xi's voice echoed beneath the starry void, filled with an oppressive force. Within the celestial Dao golden core, an eye appeared, occupying the entirety of it, bearing a resemblance to an Hao's eyes, yet different. Meanwhile, in reality, the celestial Dao golden core collided with Zhu Xi's Dharma aspect, scattering it before landing on the heaven and earth Dao fruit, while Zhu Xi and the immortal seeker had vanished without a trace. From a cosmic perspective, the celestial spirit great world burst into a wave of shock force, spreading extravagantly through the universe. The layers of celestial Dao light completely dissipated, and the beings fleeing to outer heaven were eradicated by the shock, utterly annihilated. The evil demons assaulting the heaven and earth Dao fruit from the supreme demon realm were wiped out. In contrast, the cultivators from the human world remained unharmed. Elsewhere, in front of the world gate, the celestial spirit god slowly rose to his feet. Just as the supreme demon emperor was about to speak, he sharply turned his head, showing a look of shock. This aura! How is it possible? Is he really still alive? Exclaimed the supreme demon emperor. The celestial spirit god raised his right hand, and a giant axe appeared in his grip, spiraling with celestial Dao flame. It was the white flame that symbolized absolute order. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time, forgetting how many years it has been. The voice of the celestial spirit god resounded, his tone becoming excited for the first time, tinged with a trace of fervor. Far away in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan suddenly sat up, his expression peculiar, and his eyes filled with surprise. How are he actually? Guan noticed that Hao's physical body had merged with the heaven and earth Dao fruit, even evolving into a different aura. It felt like the awakening of a past life, yet different. Hao was undoubtedly connected to the founder of the celestial spirit great world, but likely not a reincarnation. While surprised by Hao's transformation, the strength of the celestial spirit god was something neither Hao nor the heaven and earth Dao fruit could contend with. It would ultimately be up to him to make a move. Good. Guan stood up and began to limber up inside the room, forming a stark contrast with the celestial spirit god before the world gate. He was eager to try. The other, invincible to the world. 553 The treasures of the immortal palace. The collision of the forces between the heaven and earth Dao fruit and the celestial Dao golden core not only made the world tremble but also affected the other great heaven and earths within the universe, turning the disaster into a cosmic calamity. The Dao mist in the silent extinction domain surged violently, with pieces of nebulae dispersing and new ones being born. The cosmic beasts hidden in darkness began to flee in all directions, presenting a chaotic scene in the vast, boundless universe. At Supreme Sect, on the mountains at the edge of the Third Medicine Valley, Long Qing, Long Jun, and Candle Star stood side by side, looking towards the bright light on the horizon, their faces barely concealing their shock. Candle Star couldn't help but look at Long Jun and asked, "Senior, can you see through all this?" He could feel a powerful presence awakening in the distance, its momentum increasing at an unimaginable pace. "I cannot see through it either, what is happening now is completely different from the future I foresaw," Long Jun replied, his eyes complex. Long Qing caught a glimpse of Long Jun's expression with his peripheral vision and sensed the unrest and confusion of this elder. This was the first time he had seen such an expression on his ancestor's face. He looked back towards the horizon, his emotions mixed. "Brother and how?" "Zhu Xi." Long Qing murmured these two names in his heart, both were fellow disciples, and although Zhu Xi was Saint Heaven reincarnated, they had this connection. How could he not be affected? He realized he truly wasn't the master's most favored disciple. And Hao and Zhu Xi had already been able to dominate the trends of heaven and earth, while he could only hide within Medicine Valley to cultivate his divine skills, which were profound and unfathomable, and how much longer it would take to master them was unknown. All living beings were enveloped by the bright light, and everything lost its color. Even mortal spirits could feel the oppressive force swiftly strengthening, but, miraculously, this didn't extinguish the mortal spirits. From the view of the universe, at the center of the celestial spirit great world, there was a mass of strong light, and this light was rising. Within the strong light, two figures were battling, Zhu Xi and Hao. Zhu Xi's Dharma aspect shrank to 10,000 zhang tall, completely suppressing Hao, who had turned into a bloodied figure, his physical body occasionally exploding but quickly coalescing again. Both were utilizing the power of heaven and earth, but Zhu Xi's cultivation level was far superior to Hao's, the gap in strength vast. "You're no match for me, give up." Zhu Xi looked down upon Hao, her cold voice echoing, her Dharma aspect not ceasing its spell casting. Hao didn't utter a word, clenching his teeth and persevering, his blood-streaked white hair whipping about as if he were a mad demon. Patterns of gold slowly appeared on his chest, and soon an eye emerged. It was the mysterious giant eye from within the celestial Dao golden core. Seeing this eye, Zhu Xi frowned. At that moment, countless light stars burst forth from behind Zhu Xi, hurtling towards Hao at high speed, and her expression drastically changed. She felt her own power being siphoned away, headed towards Hao. The divine skills taught by the immortal seeker could prevent her from being devoured by the heaven and earth Dao fruit, but they could not stop the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit from leaving. "What's going on?" Zhu Xi furrowed her brows tightly, staring intently at Hao. As the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit surged into Hao's body, he rapidly transformed into a blood silkworm, his curled-up body faintly visible. It wasn't just the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit but also the power of the celestial Dao golden core no longer lent to Hao, but merging inside him in an inexplicable manner. Hao was transforming into someone else. Meanwhile, Guan exercising his muscles in secret was startled by Hao's fate turning murky, making him hesitant about whether to make a move prematurely. But if he struck prematurely, the master of the great world would still leave behind a hidden danger. If the will of the master of the celestial spirit great world remained and could observe all creatures, that posed a risk for Guan as well. He couldn't let anyone know of his ability to steal lifespans. So, he would wait. It was only fair that Hao should pay a price for his choices, since no one had forced him on this path. Guan saw the celestial spirit god move, holding that familiar massive axe and walking towards the celestial spirit great world. Behind him followed a mass of demonic qi, whose essence was the same as the evil demons of the supreme demon realm, especially similar to that of the supreme demon emperor. With just one glance, Guan saw through its cause and effect. The supreme demon emperor, the ancient being who established the supreme demon realm. The supreme demon emperor was merely his disciple, managing the supreme demon realm on his behalf while he had always hidden in the shadows, unknown to anyone in the supreme demon realm except for the supreme demon emperor. Feeling something, the supreme demon emperor suddenly stopped. The celestial spirit god paid no mind and continued forward, his eyes only on the celestial spirit immortal venerable. He didn't walk fast, still waiting for the celestial spirit immortal venerable to revive. Before long, having lost the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit, Zhu Xi's cultivation level fell sharply, suddenly dropping to the deist Zhang Zizai immortal realm. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly turning pallid. She looked ahead, and the blood silkworm transformed by Anhao had grown over 100,000 zhang tall. His figure had also become enormous, still curling up. A deep breathing sound came from inside the blood silkworm, as if the oldest demon god was about to awaken. The voice of the immortal seeker entered Zhu Xi's ears. She turned her head to see the immortal seeker appearing beside her. His body emitted a faint silver light, his robe fluttering slightly, full of immortal energy. 832. Zhu Xi retorted, "Leave? Where do I go? To the world gate. Are you still not leaving?" The voice of the immortal seeker entered Zhu Xi's ears. She turned her head to see the immortal seeker appearing beside her. His body emitted a faint silver light, his robe fluttering slightly, full of immortal energy. Zhu Xi retorted, "Leave? Where do I go? To the world gate." The immortal seeker sighed, "I underestimated him, perhaps I was also calculated by him. I will help you leave, your talent should not be buried here." Just as Zhu Xi was about to continue mocking, the immortal seeker's soul emerged from his body and he turned, swinging his hand towards her. His palm was incredibly fast, so fast that even Zhu Xi in the deist Zhang Zizai immortal realm couldn't react in time. Struck by the palm wind from afar, Zhu Xi's eyes widened as she fell backward, a silver-white light gate appearing behind her. She fell straight into it, and the light gate abruptly vanished. The flesh of the immortal seeker perished, leaving only his soul floating in the void, his face showing a weary expression. He turned to look at the massive blood silkworm, his gaze complex. "My disciple, why must you also hide from your master? Could it really have been your fault back then?" The immortal seeker muttered to himself. "Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, you established the Celestial Spirit Great World, and were conferred the Celestial Dao Immortal position by the Celestial Court, yet you refused and even harmed immortal officials, sacrificing all living beings. Now, do you still want to commit crimes?" The voice of the Celestial Spirit God came from the depths of the universe and reached the ears of all beings in the universe. The name Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable made all beings remember. Then another voice arose, "What about you, Celestial Spirit God? Without my establishment of the Great Thousand World, where would your godly position come from? You forced me to sacrifice all living beings, you keep the Great Thousand World in its shattered state, unable to be repaired by the heavenly Dao, your actions have already violated the celestial rules, what are you pursuing? Do you think I don't know?" Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable. His voice was similar to Anhao's, but more imposing. Listening to their dialogue, the immortal seeker furrowed his brow tightly, seeming to think of something incredible. He looked up at the giant blood silkworm and couldn't help but say, "Back when you followed me to the immortal palace, could you really have stolen that ultimate treasure?" The giant blood silkworm did not make another sound, and the celestial spirit god did not continue the conversation. Though the dialogue had ended, the vast oppressive force of the celestial spirit god was drawing near. Inside the house, Guan, listening to the conversation of the two, grew curious. What was the relationship between the celestial spirit god and celestial spirit immortal venerable, and what were the treasures they mentioned? Boom! Accompanied by a heaven-shattering loud noise, the universe trembled as the giant blood silkworm exploded. Blood winds raged in various directions of the universe. A towering figure appeared. It was Anhao, but more robust than before. His upper body bare, an eye growing on his chest, a black dragon wrapped around his waist, vicious black chi surged below, encircling him, his white hair wildly flying. That face, identical to Anhao's, showed no emotion. He was Anhao, and he was also the celestial spirit immortal venerable. Reflected in his eyes was the approaching figure of the celestial spirit god. The two, separated across the universe, locked in a destined conflict with only each other in their sight. Master, you shouldn't have come, go back, pretend you know nothing of this. Whether it's him or me, whether alive or dead, do not pursue it further. The voice of the celestial spirit immortal venerable rang out again, seemingly unafraid of others hearing, his voice still resonant. Chapter 554, Guan versus the Celestial Spirit God. Hearing the words of the celestial spirit immortal venerable, the immortal seeker's expression turned ugly, anger apparent in his eyes. Why have you chosen to be born at this time? The immortal seeker looked up at the figure of the celestial spirit immortal venerable and asked, suppressing his rage, knowing now was not the time for petty calculations. The celestial spirit immortal venerable did not answer but instead turned to gaze toward the celestial spirit great world, his eyes filled with profound meaning. At the same time, a brilliant light appeared from the depths of the universe. It was the figure of the celestial spirit God holding the celestial Deo divine axe, stepping on the Deo rules. Every step he took, ripples spread throughout the cosmic space. Under his steps, the universe seemed ephemeral, ready to vanish at any moment. The celestial spirit immortal venerable turned back, refocusing his gaze on the celestial spirit God. He raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, and gold flames spontaneously appeared and rapidly coalesced into a great cauldron, growing larger continuously until it dwarfed his own form. Above the cauldron, a vortex with stars scattered within, breathtakingly beautiful, resembling the most mystical secret realm, brimming with allure. The moment the cauldron appeared, all beings felt as if their strength was being siphoned away, countless fell paralyzed to the ground, those flying cultivators and demons crashing into oceans and between mountains. All at once, the celestial spirit great world fell silent. Zhang Qiang lay weak on the staircase, looking toward the outside of the grand doors, her face revealing a look of despair. She felt her mana and chi power being drawn out in an instant, even her divine sense disappearing without a trace. Her Deo practice accumulated over nearly 10,000 years, how could this be? She couldn't fathom what she was experiencing, and what kind of being was behind this. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught another pair of feet beside her, her pupils dilated sharply as she was about to look up, a hand grasped her forearm. Endless mana poured into her, revitalizing her strength rapidly. Feeling this mana, Zhang Qiang didn't need to see the person to instantly let her guard down. She looked up with a smile on her face. It really is you, Zhang Qiang said softly, her expression somewhat infatuated. Guan pulled her to her feet and asked with a smile, do you know why your mana disappeared? Zhang Qiang leaned on him, why? Because the mana you cultivated and you yourself are creatures of great heaven and earth. For great heaven and earth to reclaim everything from you, it's as easy as turning over one's hand, Guan said with a helpless smile, feeling her body against his. At such a time, this guy was still making his moves. Hearing this, Zhang Qiang frowned, straightened up, and asked, Great heaven and earth? Is great heaven and earth punishing us now? What did we do wrong? That's right, you did nothing wrong. But great heaven and earth is not what you think it is. It's actually a person, or rather a cultivator whose emotions cannot be swayed by those he created, like you. Guan's answer shocked Zhang Qiang, her beautiful eyes widened, speechless. Because the words came from Guan, she believed them. And because she believed, her perception was overthrown, she felt the world was preposterous. While Guan was explaining the truth about great heaven and earth to Zhang Qiang, the celestial spirit God had already arrived before the celestial spirit immortal venerable, no longer smaller in stature than the celestial spirit immortal venerable. Under the presence of the two mighty beings, the celestial spirit great world seemed nothing more than a stepping stone, no longer holding the grandeur and magnificence of great heaven and earth. The celestial spirit God, still holding the celestial Deo divine axe and emitting a strong heavenly light, dazzling to the extreme, looked at the great cauldron in the hands of the celestial spirit immortal venerable and spoke, Purple Chi creation cauldron, being with you has done it a disservice. Today, I hope you will let it show its true strength. The celestial spirit immortal venerable fixated on the celestial spirit god, you have grown stronger. The celestial spirit god lifted the celestial deo divine axe, pointing at him, after I execute you and destroy your great thousand world, I will shed the identity of the celestial spirit and ascend to an even higher rank among the immortal gods. Humph, had you not ambushed me back then, the outcome would still be in question. As the celestial spirit immortal venerable's voice fell, the purple chi creation cauldron burst forth with a vast chi sea, the silvery stellar sea suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire universe. The aura of the celestial spirit immortal venerable surged relentlessly. He was absorbing the power of all things in the universe, including the powers of those great worlds. The celestial spirit god still did not make a move. The soul of the immortal seeker floated in the distance, his gaze locked on the celestial spirit god. He could tell that the celestial spirit god had utter contempt for the celestial spirit immortal venerable. Has he reached a higher realm? The immortal seeker frowned, feeling uneasy. It was not just him, even the celestial spirit immortal venerable could feel the disdain from the celestial spirit god. At that moment, within the celestial spirit immortal venerable, inside a dark space, an house stood beside the celestial spirit immortal venerable, both gazing ahead. 100 yards away, a screen of light suspended, showing the figure of the celestial spirit god. Looking at the immovable celestial spirit god, the disheveled Anhao felt uneasy. He turned to the celestial spirit immortal venerable and asked, "Are you confident?" The celestial spirit immortal venerable, dressed in a white robe, looked very similar to Anhao, though with a more weathered face. "I can only do my best, and besides, I have no other choice, do I?" The celestial spirit immortal venerable replied, his answer darkening Anhao's expression. The celestial spirit immortal venerable turned to Anhao with a smile, "Don't worry too much. With my abilities, even if I cannot defeat him, helping you to escape to safety is hardly a difficult task." Anhao was not pleased. He asked, "Why do you treat me this way?" He had a suspicion in his heart but dared not voice it. "You guessed right, but also not quite. You can indeed be considered my child, but not in the way you understand birth. You were conceived from my own Deo, and it was my choice to let you be born where you were. As long as you are within my great thousand world, I could even keep you immortal. I have always been watching over you," the celestial spirit immortal venerable continued. Chapter 555, Guan vs the celestial spirit god, _2. Anhao didn't feel shocked. In the thousands of years he had spent comprehending the celestial Deo golden core, he had long sensed that his destiny pattern was extraordinary, which is why he could feel his own mission. He stared at the celestial spirit immortal venerable and asked, "The change of era, was it your active choice, or was it the choice of the heavenly Deo?" If there were no change of era, the celestial Deo light layer weakening, how would the celestial spirit god dare to make a move? In the process of his comprehension of the heavenly Deo, he could feel the suppression of the so-called immortal gods by the heavenly Deo. "That's right, it was my active choice," replied the celestial spirit immortal venerable, his gaze fixed on the celestial spirit god in the light screen. Anhao immediately became anxious and asked, "Why?" "You know I need time to grow. Given time, I would surely be able to help you eradicate the celestial spirit god and aid in your resurrection." He had absolute confidence in his talent. The celestial spirit immortal venerable turned to look at him, his eyes complex, and said, "Child, you truly are my most perfect creation, you make me prouder than the entire great thousand world, but it's not that I don't give you time, it's because there are existences in the world that are even more terrifying than the celestial spirit god." "What existences?" Anhao frowned and asked. Today, the number of powerful beings ravaging the celestial spirit great world were countless, and many names flashed through his mind. At that moment, in reality, the celestial spirit immortal venerable's right hand raised, and the purple chi creation cauldron took flight, spinning, the mouth of the cauldron facing the celestial spirit god. Boom! A majestic force that made the entire universe tremble erupted from the cauldron mouth, and a vast silver-blue chi sea burst forth, grand and unstoppable, illuminating the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world. Countless creatures lying on the ground looked up to see the celestial vault disappear. They saw a silver-blue giant river, within which countless stars twinkled. The eyes of all beings were filled with dots of silver-blue light. They saw the figures of the celestial spirit god and the celestial spirit immortal venerable, resembling two founding gods, making all creatures feel their own insignificance. Even those in the immortal Deo realm felt nothing but infinite reverence in their hearts at this moment. The divine power of the purple chi creation cauldron fell onto the body of the celestial spirit god, blocked by a layer of white light. How domineering was this silver river, capable of destroying everything. The space it passed through was ripped apart into dark regions, yet even such a powerful force could not shake the figure of the celestial spirit god. "Is this all you can do?" The voice of the celestial spirit god sounded, with a hint of disappointment. Inside the dark space, and how witnessed this scene, his brows deeply furrowed. "As for what existence, I cannot tell you. Now, our opponent is him, the celestial spirit god, the real immortal god." The celestial spirit immortal venerable looked ahead as he spoke, his expression returning to indifference. As his voice fell, the purple chi creation cauldron trembled, and from within that silver river emerged numerous silver figures. They swiftly attacked the celestial spirit god, and in the blink of an eye, the number of silver figures reached an exaggerated amount. They quickly surrounded the celestial spirit god, the disparity in their figures immense, like dust surrounding Mount Tai, yet somehow the dust was plentiful enough to completely surround it. Boom! A terrifying axe chi erupted, dispersing millions of silver figures, chopping through the silver river, striking the purple chi creation cauldron, and the mightily purple chi creation cauldron was directly sent flying. The purple chi creation cauldron disappeared into the depths of the universe, and all was once again silent. With just one move, the celestial spirit god had defeated the divine skills of the celestial spirit immortal venerable, even sending his treasure flying. The celestial spirit god maintained the posture of swinging his axe, his right arm turning slightly, swinging his axe again. The celestial spirit immortal venerable immediately raised his palm to defend, a powerful mana bursting forth containing the strength of thousands of great power of heaven and earth, wishing to contend against the celestial spirit god. Boom! A deafening roar resounded in the ears of all beings, and they faintly heard something like the sound of shattering crystal. Facing the attack of the celestial spirit god, the great magical power of the celestial spirit immortal venerable could not hold on, and was directly dispersed. His flesh bore densely packed wounds, gruesomely ghastly. Heaven balancing golden immortal. The immortal seeker floating in the void looked extremely ugly as he struggled to utter these four words. The heavily injured celestial spirit immortal venerable furrowed his brows, his gaze towards the celestial spirit god complex. Inside the dark space, the celestial spirit immortal venerable took a deep breath. And how spirit was taught, he hadn't anticipated the disparity between the celestial spirit immortal venerable and the celestial spirit god to be so great. "You?" and how asked cautiously. He didn't know how to show his concern, because right then, there was nothing he could do. "It seems I cannot stop him. I will send you away. Once the celestial spirit great world is extinguished, you and I will have no more karma. Live well, for me, and witness an even vaster heaven and earth." The celestial spirit immortal venerable took a deep breath and spoke somberly. Upon hearing this, and how immediately became anxious. He was about to speak when the voice of the celestial spirit god resonated through the dark space. "Humph! Trying to escape? Do you really think it's like the old days?" Before the words even fell, the celestial spirit god in the light screen swung his axe again. This axe struck not only the immense body of the celestial spirit immortal venerable but also shattered the light screen and the dark space. Intense light poured in, enveloping Anhao and the celestial spirit immortal venerable. Anhao was horrified to find himself suppressed by an incredibly strong force, completely unable to move. He could only glance towards the celestial spirit immortal venerable. However, what made him even more desperate was the look of panic that appeared on the face of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. "What realm are you exactly?" the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable bit out, equally unable to move. He knew that the celestial spirit god was strong, but he hadn't expected the gap to be so huge. Faced with the celestial spirit god, he had no power to resist. In the midst of the blinding light, the celestial spirit god, just like before, stepped forward, seemingly symbolizing a divine power of destruction, unstoppable. "Heaven balancing golden immortal, mid-stage." The voice of the celestial spirit god echoed through the space that was breaking apart, causing the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable to lose his composure. Chapter 556, Guan vs the Celestial Spirit God, _3. Even after creating the celestial spirit great world, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had barely reached the innate golden immortal realm, and the heaven-balancing golden immortal seemed infinitely distant to him, almost an extravagant wish. However, the celestial spirit god had attained it, even surpassing the early stage. In a daze, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable thought back to when his master had taken him to the immortal palace and he saw the celestial spirit god. At that time, the celestial spirit god was merely his junior, who had appeared in the immortal palace because the master of the immortal palace had taken notice of his talent. Rising from the mortal world to become the heaven-encompassing free immortal, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable didn't care about this. In his eyes, even if the talent of the celestial spirit god was extraordinary, it would never surpass his own. In the end, he died at the hands of the celestial spirit god. And now, the celestial spirit god had far surpassed him. Throughout the long years of death, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable could sense the presence of the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god had never left. Which means, the celestial spirit god had achieved the heaven-balancing golden immortal by meditating and attaining enlightenment on his own. Thinking of this, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable's pride was completely shattered. He totally lost his spirit. "Senior! Senior!" Faint voices reached the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable's ears, but they could not awaken his fighting spirit. "Father!" Suddenly, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable felt a jolt like thunder awakening him. He instinctively turned his head and saw Inhao looking at him, his face fierce. "Father! Since you are my father, you cannot just surrender. Even if you die, you must die fighting." Inhao gritted his teeth and roared, struggling to speak as he was unable to move. He could accept defeat, he could accept death, but he could not accept the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable losing confidence. Ever since his parents died in his childhood, he too had fantasized about them still being alive. Facing a demon beast back then, his father was just a mortal who, in order to protect him, fearlessly drew the beast away. It was his father's example that gave him the courage to fight to the death to protect an Xian from the same village. Later, he met Guan, the most important mentor of his life, whose strength and fearlessness guided him. The fear of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable made Inhao angry. He would not allow the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable to display such loss of composure. What fear is there in death? Touched by Inhao's gaze, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable took a deep breath and looked back at the celestial spirit god with a determined expression. He struggled to raise his right hand, facing the aura of the heaven-balancing golden immortal, his hand shaking uncontrollably, not from fear, but from being unable to bear the pressure. "Even in death, I must protect him," the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable bit his teeth, thinking thus in his heart. Suddenly, the celestial spirit god appeared abruptly in front of the two, raising the celestial Dao divine axe high, ready to strike at Inhao. He intended to execute Inhao right in front of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. The pupils of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable shrank, time seemed to freeze, and he felt so slow. Although Inhao was right beside him, his hand just couldn't reach him. Inhao's face was illuminated by a bright light. He remained fierce, his eyes filled with towering rage, staring fixedly at the celestial spirit god. He was ready to face death, but he did not wish to die without dignity. Boom! Darkness fell before Anhao's eyes, and then a wild wind arose, the pressure that bound him suddenly vanished, but another indescribable force enveloped him, forcing him to close his eyes. Hey! The surprised voice of the celestial spirit god rang out, startling Anhao into hurriedly opening his eyes. When he saw the figure before him, his eyes widened, and his body trembled. Between the celestial spirit god and Anhao, a figure appeared, blocking the celestial Dao divine axe in the hands of the celestial spirit god. The divine axe was suspended above the head of this person, unable to fall, the blade about 10 centimeters from their forehead, but it was these 10 centimeters that saved Anhao's life. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable also felt the binds on himself disappear and turned to look at the figure that had appeared. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with fear. Master! Anhao exclaimed excitedly. That person was none other than Guan. Guan, dressed in black, stood in front of Anhao, his robe fluttering, the Cyan Hong sword hung at his waist, his right hand still resting on the hilt, as he calmly stared down the celestial spirit god. As their four eyes met, the celestial spirit god's gaze held a scrutinizing hint, while Guan was as peaceful as still water. Guan had imagined countless times standing in confrontation with the celestial spirit god. Now that the moment had truly arrived, his heart settled into an unprecedented calm. At that moment, facing the celestial spirit god was not just Guan. There was also the extremity, Yang Xian, and the Black Profound Emperor. Chapter 557, Celestial Dao Skill, One Sword Slays God. Celestial Spirit God, Middle Stage of Hengtian Golden Immortal Realm 0/0/0. Guan looked at the lifespan detection prompt before him, feeling puzzled. The fact that information could be detected indicated that this celestial spirit god was indeed in real flesh. A situation where all values were zero made him think of the divine exotic ghost king. Was this so-called immortality dependent on sacrificing one's own lifespan to some power? Who are you? The celestial spirit god's voice echoed in the fragmented dark space, his posture poised with the axe raised. Guan stood before him, gazing calmly and said, as an immortal god, yet you seek to annihilate all beings in the great world, I really want to know, is this your own principle of action, or the will of the celestial court? In his past life, while he was still on Earth City, he had heard of the myths of the celestial court, with both positive and negative aspects. The status of the celestial court in mythology was undeniably recognized by the Huaxia people. This life, whenever he heard of the celestial court, his feelings were complex, joyful yet anxious. He was joyful that the name of the celestial court could reach the earth where he came from. Was there hope for him to return? Anxious because, if the celestial court truly existed, would his writings of Journey to the West and the investiture of the gods alarm the celestial court? These emotions had been smoothed out as time passed. The celestial spirit god looked at Guan and asked, "Is it important?" "Very important." The answer made the celestial spirit god fall silent for a moment. The celestial spirit god solemnly said, "The heavenly Dao has its celestial rules, celestial gods have their own choices." This response slightly changed Guan's view of him. By this point, that the celestial spirit god could maintain the image of the celestial court was enough to prove his loyalty to it, and it also indicated that his attitude towards the celestial spirit great world stemmed from personal feelings. A force more powerful than the celestial spirit god erupted, repelling him, and the collapsing dark space shattered as well, transporting them back into the cosmos. Dao protecting divine essence. The powerful divine power dispersed the celestial Dao divine light surrounding the celestial spirit god, revealing his true form. He was dressed in heavy silver armor, his helmet adorned with a silver dragon, his breastplate resembled a Kylon, shoulder pads with phoenixes spreading their wings, and a red belt emanating pieces of world power. In his hand, the celestial Dao divine axe contained vast heavenly power, blazing and imposing. An astonished expression appeared on the stern face of the celestial spirit god. Just one move, and he felt that the other's cultivation level was not weaker than his own. With such Deo practice, why intervene in the calamity of the great world? The celestial spirit god stared intently at Guan and asked in a deep voice. He could feel boundless way of cause and effect enveloping the cosmos, and there was no escape for him, even the connection to the heavenly Deo was severed. The opponent was exceedingly adept in the way of cause and effect. Guan raised his right hand, the celestial star sword appeared in his grasp, and the blade wrapped itself in dazzling sword light, intensely bright. And Hao looked at Guan holding the sword, his emotions surging, feeling as if his blood was boiling, his face turning bright red. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable looked at Guan with a complex look, especially noticing in Hao's expression, and felt even more mixed emotions. At this moment, the beings within the celestial spirit great world could not see the confrontation outside, they could only see the cosmic starry sky, and the whole world silenced because of it. The beings were very nervous, unclear about what was to come. On a dilapidated island, Liya lay on the cliff, struggling to look up. The divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on his shoulder, excitedly looking towards the universe. Liya could feel its excitement and immediately guessed the reason. His expression turned complex, but it was as though a burden had been lifted from his heart. Indeed, it still depends on you. You are the true protector of this world, unparalleled. Liya gazed at the cosmic starry sky, thinking thus, his eyes gradually filled with admiration. Just as this thought occurred, a sword light burst through the cosmic starry sky, illuminating the heavens and earth, making Liya instinctively close his eyes. In the cosmic void, the celestial spirit god froze in place, the darkness behind him cleaved in two by a streak of sword light, still gripping the celestial Deo divine axe, trembling all over. He fixated on Guan ahead, while Guan maintained the sword-swinging posture. The body of the celestial spirit god developed cracks, divine blood seeping out, his condition greatly resembling in Hao's. So fast! The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable stared at Guan, his expression grave. He hadn't seen clearly how Guan had swung his sword. And Hao's sense of it wasn't as profound, but he could tell that his master had suppressed the celestial spirit god's momentum, which excited him. The celestial spirit god's gaze sharpened, suddenly leaping up, nearly instantly, he burst forth with an even stronger aura, a vast sea of light appearing above him in the universe, and the celestial spirit god plunged into it, vanishing from sight. Soon after, within the light sea, a massive eye appeared. As this colossal eye opened, eyes of all sizes appeared from every direction in the universe, densely surrounding Guan and the two others, all these eyes fixated on them. Far away, the immortal seeker witnessed this scene, his expression changing once again. Celestial Eye Deo skill, he actually mastered such a great divine power. The immortal seeker was no longer startled for the first time by the celestial spirit god. He hadn't expected that he was still underestimating the celestial spirit god. His gaze unintentionally switched to Guan. For some reason, he could not see Guan's true face, indicating that the other party was using some powerful method to isolate his senses. However, looking at Guan's figure, it felt familiar, as if he had met him before. But no matter how much he thought, he just couldn't remember. He didn't think he had a poor memory, rather, the other had employed the power of cause and effect. The celestial spirit god had astonished him, and this suddenly appearing mysterious existence also filled him with curiosity and awe. All these years, in the great thousand world, you are the first one to force me to exert my full strength. Those who defy the heavenly Deo should be reduced to ashes and smoke. The voice of the celestial spirit god echoed, authoritative and domineering. In an instant, countless celestial eyes burst open in the starry sky, their pupils emanating multicolored lights. Almost instantly, Guan's mana enveloped celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and Hao and the celestial spirit great world below. The universe began to twist violently, distant meteors ignited into towering flames, while others were frozen solid. The celestial Eye Deo skill can invoke the power of the heavenly Deo, allowing the 3000 great Deo to aid him. This skill could destroy the great thousand world, the face of the celestial spirit immortal venerable was solemn as he spoke. And how saw streams of nebulous starry seas appear in the distance, ravaging the cosmic void, everything before him seemed chaotic and even made him feel dizzy. An invisible force was invading him, an eerie sensation he had never experienced before. The celestial spirit immortal venerable looked at Guan and said, "Once the celestial Dao skill is employed, you are essentially making enemies with the 3000 great Dao. You cannot." He hadn't finished speaking when Guan suddenly swung his sword, and a silver-blue sword shadow appeared out of nowhere, sweeping across the dazzling, illusionary universe. In front of this sword shadow, meteors, heaven and earth, star clouds, and sun and moon all seemed insignificant. With one slash, thousands of celestial eyes were completely extinguished. Above, the sea of celestial light was also slashed away, revealing the figure of the celestial spirit god, his silver armor shattered, exposing his bloody and mangled body, his helmet thrown aside, his black hair splayed out. The celestial spirit god's eyes widened, incredulously looking at Guan. Guan suddenly appeared before him, his left hand quickly grasping the celestial spirit god's long hair, then raising his sword to slash. The sword light shone across the universe, illuminating thousands of great worlds and countless little worlds. Celestial spirit immortal venerable and how immortal seeker and the observing great power cultivators from afar all blinked their eyes, and when they opened them again, the omnipresent celestial Dao pressure enveloping the universe began to dissipate. They all looked in the same direction and saw a blurred figure floating in the void, one hand wielding a sword, the other holding the decapitated head of the celestial spirit god. Behind that figure still lingered the magnificent blue sword shadow, scattered deep into the universe. The divine blood of the celestial spirit god spilled down, scorching the space, causing meteors to be penetrated by the droplets, much of the divine blood falling into the celestial spirit great world, vanishing from the mortal world. The celestial spirit immortal venerable watched, dumbfounded. And how, too, was shocked. He knew his master was strong, but the celestial spirit god had already demonstrated an invincible demeanor, and such a powerful being had no chance against his master. Even more hopeless than the celestial spirit immortal venerable facing the celestial spirit god. At that moment, the decapitated head of the celestial spirit god that Guan held in his hand still had its eyes open, gazing up at Guan, filled with fear. "You, it's impossible, who are you, really?" The celestial spirit god asked in a trembling voice, unable to accept that his celestial Dao skill had been annihilated by a single sword strike. Even an image came to his mind. That person, whose sword Dao talent had left a deep impression, if allowed to grow, could he reach the level of the man before him? Guan looked down at him expressionlessly, his right hand performing the universe in hand divine power, drawing the head into his palm, disappearing from sight. After doing all this, Guan turned around, looking at the universe. His eternal infinite divine sword had broken the celestial Dao skill, yet the universe was still collapsing. This scene seemed to be moving towards the future he had predicted before. Although he was powerful, he could not manipulate the Dao rules of the Great Thousand World. Because this Great Thousand World did not belong to him. Guan could feel that the reason for the universe's collapse was not just the celestial Dao skill, but other factors as well. His gaze looked far towards the celestial spirit immortal venerable. The celestial spirit immortal venerable was also looking back at him, his face calm like a deep lake. And how also snapped out of his excitement, realizing the universe was collapsing, the atmosphere everywhere dense with danger and tension. Could it be? And how seemed to think of something, his expression turning unsightly. The celestial spirit immortal venerable turned his head towards him and calmly said, "Previously, I extracted all the heaven and earth's power, already causing this great thousand world to lose its stable Dao order, coupled with the disruption of the celestial Dao skill, this great thousand world is on the verge of annihilation, ceasing to exist." Upon hearing this, and how, surprisingly unarmed, looked at the celestial spirit immortal venerable and asked, "What should we do then? Don't you have the slightest pity for all living beings?" The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable turned his head, looking far off at the figure of Guan, and said, "Previously, indeed I had none, however, when I saw him just now protecting the creatures of various heavens and earths from the oppression of the celestial Ideo skill, I suddenly felt that I really should do something. It's also a good opportunity for me to repay him for his care and instruction towards you." As his words fell, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable burst into a bright light, his celestial Deo golden core and heaven and earth Deo fruit flew out from his chest, hovering over his shoulders. "I will let this great thousand world be reborn in a new way, wash away the past cause and effect, allowing celestial court to not pursue the death of the celestial spirit god, so he can stay here at ease." Chapter 558, Reshaping the Great Thousand World. Hearing the words of celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, Anhao's expression darkened. He realized what the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable intended to do, and he could neither agree with it nor stop it. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable wanted to sacrifice himself to save all living beings. As a son, Anhao could not agree, yet he could not disregard the life and death of all beings to stop him either. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable took a deep look at Guan. The celestial Deo golden core on his shoulder burst forth with golden light, and the heaven and earth Deo fruit rose up, quickly blossoming into expanding spiritual energy that symbolized vigorous life force. Anhao was baptized by the celestial Deo spiritual chi, and his wounds recovered rapidly. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he watched the gradually dissipating figure of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. Guan watched this scene from afar, feeling somewhat conflicted. He guessed that the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had noticed him, which made him uneasy. However, due to the relationship between the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and Anhao, he could not make a move against the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. Now that the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had chosen to sacrifice himself to protect the beings of great heaven and earth, it was also a good thing for Guan. "I was born in the celestial spirit great world and owe you a debt of gratitude. If there is a chance in the future, I will assist you in being reborn." That's what Guan thought to himself. He didn't dwell on it any longer but chose to carefully sense the creation of heaven and earth. He too could create a great thousand world, but even if he did, he could not take a lifespan from his own great thousand world, so he did not do so. Taking a lifespan from within his own great thousand world would be like devouring his own mana, which would not increase his mana. However, even without doing so, he could comprehend the creation of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, thereby enhancing his understanding of the Deo. This was a rare opportunity, an opportunity brought by the self-sacrifice of an innate golden immortal. As the spiritual energy of nature spread, the twisted space of the universe gradually calmed down. The beings of the celestial spirit great world, being the first to be swept by the nature's spiritual energy, recovered their chi power. The celestial vault also quickly took shape, replacing the view of the cosmic starry sky. Everything was returning to normal. At that moment, the immortal seeker unexpectedly flew towards Guan. If it weren't for their past acquaintance, Guan wouldn't have let him approach. With the mystery of the celestial dark purple micro-Saint Deo body, even when the immortal seeker arrived in front of Guan, he still couldn't see his true form. Looking at the blurred image of Guan, the immortal seeker took a deep breath and said, "Fellow deist, by slaying the celestial spirit god, you will bring immense troubles upon yourself. Each immortal god holds a position in the celestial Deo. Once they fall, the celestial court must be aware. Even if you use cause and effect to isolate this great thousand world, as long as the celestial court wants to investigate, finding you is only a matter of time. Among the celestial court, there are countless beings more powerful than the celestial spirit god. To the immortal gods of the celestial court, nothing is more important than its majesty." Guan looked down at the immortal seeker and asked, "So, what are you trying to say?" The immortal seeker replied, "If fellow deist can secure a celestial Deo immortal position before the celestial court becomes aware, with your Deo practice, even if you are punished, the loss won't be significant. Celestial Dao immortal positions are easy to come by. I must be honest, I have an opportunity for a Celestial Dao immortal position in my possession. That's not necessary. You may leave now. Your presence is a threat to me and to this great thousand world. Guan's response elicited a wry smile from the immortal seeker, who immediately bowed and took his leave. Before going far, his soul dispersed. The immortal seeker's method of fleeing this realm was self-demise. Guan wasn't much affected, he turned his gaze toward Anhao. Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable was remaking the Dao rules of the great world, harboring a personal interest in bestowing his Dao inheritance upon Anhao. Even though it couldn't make Anhao's cultivation level soar directly, it could help Anhao cultivate better. Guan didn't interfere, nor did he fear any tricks from the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, because he could sense that the causality of the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable was dissipating, not an act. However, Guan frowned lightly, his gaze shifting to the depths of the universe. As the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable was reconstructing the rules of the Great Thousand World, Celestial Dao Destiny appeared out of thin air along with the Dao. This made Guan very curious about the connection between the Heavenly Dao and the Great Dao. He had always thought that the Heavenly Dao was weaker than the Great Dao, or that the Heavenly Dao was born based on the Great Dao. Now it seemed that this Heavenly Dao was as dominant as the Great Dao. The figure of the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable completely faded away, and Anhao had fully recovered from his injuries. Anhao looked around, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He, too, felt the destiny of the Heavenly Dao. Could it be that all of this was not the doing of the Celestial Spirit God, and he only chose to act at this juncture? Anhao muttered to himself. His gaze then fell upon Guan. Guan felt his gaze and turned to look. Their eyes met, and Guan understood what was in Anhao's eyes. Anhao couldn't make out Guan's expression, but being watched by Guan made him feel at peace, and a smile appeared on his face. Wasn't this the moment he had been looking forward to? You'd better think it through. The beings you save will eventually die, and the Great Thousand World will return to normal in time. Guan's voice reached Anhao's ears. Anhao smiled and retorted, Master, how many of the beings you saved are still alive? They will eventually die, and you still took action, didn't you? Guan asked, Are you willing to let go of an Xin? And your wife, your children, can you truly cut all ties? Didn't you make arrangements for them? The only person I'm sorry to is you. I've lived for nearly 10,000 years and never repaid you, only caused you worries. Anhao spoke to Guan with a look of guilt. Guan really wanted to say that it was actually quite a simple task and no trouble at all, but looking at Anhao's expression, he knew that nothing he said would change Anhao's choice. Now, Guan was strong, but not strong enough, at least not enough to free the Great Thousand World from the Heavenly Dao, at least not enough to develop the world he lived in according to his wishes. However, Guan was quite relieved to see Anhao take on such responsibility. He couldn't change such an outcome, but he could leave Anhao a way out. Guan turned and disappeared into the void. More and more divine senses swept across, able to lock onto Anhao, yet not daring to come close. The previous battle made them shudder, even though they hadn't seen clearly what had happened. The shadow of the eternal infinite divine sword and the grand and spectacular celestial Dao skill still gave them chills. Even Deist Zhang Zizai Immortal and Profound Yuan Free Immortal would feel like they could be annihilated at any moment when facing the recent battle. Anhao looked toward the celestial spirit great world, his gaze filled with affection, and slowly raised his arms, murmuring, Yang Immortal Emperor, I will carry out the task you left unfinished. Inside the Deist field of the beginningless, an Xin, celestial demon child, Chen Chuan, and others had not been stripped of their mana and chi power by the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, they were always discussing the battle situation. Guan appeared out of nowhere beside an Xin. As he appeared, the crowd immediately gathered around. Master, did you make a move? Was that sword intent just now the eternal infinite divine sword? Master, what's the situation in outer heaven now? Anhao and Zhu Xi, who won and who lost? Who was the person who spoke earlier? They sounded so arrogant, I wonder how high their cultivation level is. Everyone kept asking, curious and excited. With the protection of the deist field of the beginningless, they hadn't truly felt the oppression from the outside world. Guan looked toward the celestial vault. From now on, you will never see those two again. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, their excitement immediately extinguished, and they subconsciously looked at an Xin. They weren't familiar with Zhu Xi, they only knew that an Xin and an Hao were as close as siblings. An Xin too was stunned, she didn't have a breakdown of emotions, but looked at Guan and asked, Master, have you seen him already? Yes. Then let it be. An Xin was very calm, and Guan did not say more. He turned to the others, a new era is coming, the universe will become infinitely vast, from now on, you will no longer live in the great heaven and earth, but in the great thousand world. The great thousand world. Everyone was astounded, they believed Guan's words, and so they began to fantasize about the vastness of the great thousand world. And Shengqian was also somewhat dazed, although he had cut off the cause and effect with An Hao, he had always hoped to meet An Hao. Would he really never be able to meet him from now on? Look! Celestial Scion suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming loudly. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a sun appearing in the sky that was growing rapidly larger. Celestial Demon Child was about to ask Guan when suddenly, an unimaginable shockwave descended from the sky, leaving everyone in a bewildered state. The scene seemed to freeze, everyone was fixed in place, only Guan could still move. Guan looked up and could see An Hao's figure, which was fading away. An Hao had chosen the same path as his father, the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable. The Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable had chosen to sacrifice himself to reshape the Dao rules of the Great Thousand World, and An Hao had chosen to sacrifice himself to reassemble the shattered Great Thousand World. An Hao was able to do this because he had received the Dao of the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, he had become the controller of the Great Thousand World, in order for all living beings to quickly survive the calamities set by the Heavenly Dao, he chose to sacrifice himself. In this catastrophe, Zhu Xi was sent out of the universe by Immortal Seeker, the Celestial Spirit God was captured, and both the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable and An Hao fell one after another. At first glance, it seemed there were no victors. Guan sighed at the capriciousness of fate, but he was also looking forward to the brand new Great Thousand World. Anyway, this calamity was just a node in his life, he needed to keep striving to become stronger, intuition telling him that one day he would no longer be able to conceal himself, and he would need to directly face the might of the Celestial Court. When that day comes, whether he would compromise and ascend to immortality or make other plans would depend on how high his cultivation level was. Guan retracted his gaze and walked toward his own pavilion. As for the immobilized crowd, they wouldn't have any issues. Guan deliberately allowed An Hao's power to enter the dojo, letting them rapidly get through the upcoming drastic changes of heaven and earth like all living beings. When they awoke, they would only think they had a dream. Guan suddenly looked in one direction, a trace of surprise in his voice. Everything in the universe was still under An Hao's power, yet Shen Zhen was unaffected, still fervently drawing in her house. Guan felt a special aura from Shen Zhen, one that he couldn't deduce. This made him even more curious, what kind of great Dao had Shen Zhen stepped into? As Guan was pondering, a powerful light that drained all colors from everything descended from the sky, enveloping his figure and all of existence. Chapter 559, 9 Heavens Scion Bird, Taking Golden Immortal. Sunlight was brilliant, filtering through the gaps in the leaves and leaving patches of light across the grass in the forest. An Xin sat on a rock beside a stream, delivering a sermon to a group of boys and girls. Her voice was mesmerizing, so much so that even the birds perched on the trees cocked their heads to listen attentively. She had been speaking for half a day now, her patience greater than before, as a gentle smile constantly graced her face. Seeing the Taixuan Sect disciples enraptured by her Daoist teachings, An Xin turned her head to look around but couldn't find Guan. However, she believed her master was still there. Indeed, he was. 10 yards away, on an old tree, Guan was lying on a branch, hesitating as he stared at his attribute list. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 9555,8904,572,611. Physique, primordial infinite body. Cultivation level, heaven balancing golden immortal realm perfection. 100 years had passed since the Great Thousand Worlds restructuring, a cataclysmic process, but under Anhao and the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable's protection, all beings were unaffected, feeling only as if they had sunk into a profound dream. Upon awakening from the dream, every major sect realized that the world had become boundlessly vast, so much so that even beings above the heaven and earth flying immortal realm who flew towards outer heaven were utterly astounded by the current world. The endless expanse of the world, a thicker celestial Dao light layer, and the universe had become even more dim. Anhao had gathered all the worlds within the cosmos to create the entirely new Celestial Spirit Great World. The Celestial Spirit Great World was more than 10,000 times larger than the Celestial Spirit Great World. In the previous 10 millennia, not only the Celestial Spirit Great World had faced calamities of the heavenly Dao, but other great worlds experienced the same. Without the protection of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable, many had long been eradicated of all life. Thus, after the restructuring of the Celestial Spirit Great World, the heavens and the earth became vast yet desolate. With the world so infinitely vast and the number of living beings not even close to the new world's capacity, the calamities of the heavenly Dao receded. With no impetuousness left in nature's spiritual energy, Yang Immortal Emperor's proposal had been implemented by Anhao, and everything was evolving for the better. Worth mentioning is that after Anhao's sacrifice, his wife and children received considerable cosmic destiny, and within just 100 years, Guan witnessed the birth of a genius in the Yin family with a potential lifespan of 8,000 years. Guan wasn't sure if it was the world's favor or Anhao's will that looked after his descendants, but according to his calculations, the Yin family would rise in the next 10,000 years, eventually becoming one of the strong families in the world. Right now, Guan's hesitation was not about the affairs of others, but his own concerns. He planned to first comprehensively enhance his own Daoist techniques. Then, after accumulating another 200 billion years of lifespan, he could strike for an even higher realm. A lifespan nearing 900 billion years seemed massive, but in truth, if he intended to enhance every aspect, it would probably be spent soon. No matter, he must improve. Even though the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable had already reshaped the order of the Great Dao in the Great Thousand World, and the Celestial Spirit God had not fallen, temporarily avoiding the Celestial Court's notice, he had to maintain the pace of getting stronger. After this increase in strength, he would start dealing with the Celestial Spirit God. Guan began to utilize his lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough locations have been selected for you. 1. Ascending to Yellow Heaven. 2. Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. 3. Abyss Dao Sea. 4. Path of the Great Dao. 5. Eastern Sea Celestial Palace. 6. Primordial Emperor Domain. 7. Profound Abyss Divine Pool. 8. Golden Immortal Ancestor Tree. 9. Ling Mountain. Looking at the choices that had popped up before him, many of which he was seeing for the first time, Guan couldn't help but be moved by the infinite vastness of the Great Dao. The path of the Great Dao connected the 3,000 great worlds, and beyond the Great World were many more mysterious places. Guan's previous breakthrough had taken him to the Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens, which left a deep impression on him. After some contemplation, he felt that returning to the Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens was the best option. He was uncertain of the other locations, and although the Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens had powerful beings, they were few in number. With his decision made, Guan chose the celestial extreme 9 heavens for teleportation. Teleporting to celestial extreme 9 heavens will require the consumption of 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? Continue. Guan closed his eyes after making his choice, and that long-absent sensation of dizziness appeared. After a while, Guan opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was an endless sea of clouds, majestic and vast. The sky was still so high, with no land in sight, and no matter which direction he looked, he saw nothing but the sea of clouds and the sky. He immediately activated his lifespan barrier and sat down to meditate on the spot. Without saying a word, he began to evolve and improve. Starting with his physique. Each time, Guan invested 1 billion years of lifespan, operating slowly. It took nearly 4 billion years to advance from the primordial Dao golden body to the primordial infinite body. This time would surely take even more. Billion after billion years, Guan was collected and composed, not feeling the slightest bit of heartache. In the end, it took approximately 50 billion years for the primordial infinite body to advance to the primordial reincarnation undying body. As the final prompt fell, an enormous surge of Dao spiritual chi flooded towards Guan. The boundless sea of clouds began to churn in a very short time, luckily, not as dramatically as the previous breakthrough. Guan closed his eyes and began to immerse himself. An hour later, his physique's transformation was successful. With the primordial reincarnation undying body, not only did his physique grow stronger, but the power of the great Dao could no longer control his flesh, and it was not worn down by reincarnation. Even if his lifespan reached its limit, his body could exist forever. Now, he could enter reincarnation in his physical form as smoothly as a fish takes to water. Guan opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the cultivation technique column in his attribute list. Upgrade the main technique first, Great Dao Great Freedom as You Wish Bible. He began to invest lifespan for evolution. Investing 36 billion years of lifespan at once, the Great Dao Great Freedom as You Wish Bible was elevated to the Daoist Dominator skill, reaching an in-depth level of understanding. Dao spiritual chi surged toward him once again, and an endless stream of Daoist technique memories burst forth in his mind. The Daoist Dominator skill, as the name implies, could dominate the Great Dao. Once mastered, Guan could comprehend any kind of Great Dao, and in facing any kind of Great Dao, he could discern its weaknesses in an extremely short time. Most importantly, this technique could merge the 3000 Great Dao into one force, aptly named the Dominator's power. Another half an hour passed, and Guan successfully mastered the Daoist Dominator skill. He didn't have time to experience it in depth and continued to enhance other Daoist techniques. Regardless of the tier the Daoist technique reached, lifespan evolution could always allow Guan to master it within half an hour, which was also a significant advantage. The Great Thousand Following Heart to Void skill was upgraded to the Sun and Moon Selfless Divine Dao, consuming nearly 50 billion years of lifespan. This technique helped Guan to conceal his cultivation level and aura. Even those with a realm higher than his could not see through it though, of course, if the disparity in cultivation was too vast, it might not remain hidden, which was why he continued to elevate this technique. The Sun and Moon Selfless Divine Dao was even more domineering, allowing Guan to disappear into the order of the Great Dao. Even if he was still present, no one would detect him. He could even turn his aura into the sun, moon, and stars, perfectly concealing himself. Again, the inheritance took half an hour. After the inheritance ended, Guan's eyes turned to the secret skills, preparing to upgrade his combat methods. Just then, a vast aura descended, one that far surpassed that of the heaven-balancing golden immortal, causing a slight change in Guan's expression. He looked up. He saw a gigantic cyan bird appear in the sky, its wings spread wide, eclipsing the sun. Its feathers shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, like a godly bird from creation, radiating an endless ancient and holy aura. This cyan bird was by far the most colossal creature Guan had ever seen. Even set against the celestial extreme 9 heavens, the celestial vault seemed almost incapable of containing it. Guan hurled a lifespan detection at the Cyan bird. 9 Heavens Cyan bird, early stage of Taixuan Golden Immortal Realm
218,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,
20 trillion years. Truly terrifying. Killing it would direct unlock the ability for a trillion years of lifespan. But the words taking golden immortal only allowed Guan to contemplate the idea. Of course, even if Guan had the ability to slay it, he would not take action, that was not his style. Moreover, he suspected that behind the nine heavens Cyan bird, there stood even more powerful immortals, like the nine heavens immortal emperor. As Guan marveled at the nine heavens Cyan bird's lifespan, the bird suddenly descended, landing 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles is a long distance for mortals, but to the nine heavens Cyan bird, a single movement of its claws could reach Guan's dojo. This made Guan tense, ready to teleport away at any moment. The nine heavens Cyan bird folded its wings and perched on the sea of clouds, its head reaching unscalable heights. Guan then saw a figure emerge, the white-robed woman known as the nine heavens immortal emperor, appearing atop the head of the nine heavens Cyan bird. As before, Guan was still unable to perform lifespan detection on the nine heavens immortal emperor, indicating that her true body was not present. Two powerful entities appeared beside her, causing Guan to dare not continue his evolution. He decided to wait for the nine heavens immortal emperor and the nine heavens Cyan bird to leave before resuming. If they refused to leave, he would have no choice but to teleport back to the celestial spirit great world. Chapter 560 Entering Reincarnation. Nine heavens immortal emperor stood atop the head of the nine heavens Cyan bird, his gaze sweeping across the sea of clouds, which tightened Guan's heart and made him constantly ready to teleport back. Each teleportation needed 100 billion year lifespan, making it 200 billion year lifespan for a round trip. Naturally, Guan was reluctant to return lightly. The nine heavens immortal emperor had not discovered the lifespan barrier, the nine heavens Cyan bird was also unaware. After a while, a slightly childish female voice rang out. "Your Majesty, are you truly not going to the grand assembly of 10,000 immortals?" Guan could feel that this voice originated from the nine heavens Cyan bird, even though the Cyan bird had not spoken. The nine heavens immortal emperor, looking into the distance with a cold expression, replied, "Boring. I've attended several times, there's not much difference, all superficial interactions, and I don't need the opportunities from the grand assembly of 10,000 immortals. Your Majesty, although the celestial extreme nine heavens is uniquely endowed, discussing Deo with other immortal cultivation great powers could further aid your cultivation. If you wish to go, you can go on my behalf. If you don't go, there's no point in me going. Forget it, let's not go. By the way, Your Majesty, what do you think caused this anomaly?" The nine heavens Cyan bird changed the topic and looked around the boundless sea of clouds as it spoke. The nine heavens immortal emperor, expressionless, said, "The celestial extreme nine heavens, located above the great thousand world, is a juncture of the great Deo. The anomaly here might have originated from the lower realm, even I cannot directly determine." Hearing this, the nine heavens Cyan bird fell into thought, its bird eyes flickering with strange light. Above the great thousand world? Guan captured this information, growing more curious about the celestial extreme nine heavens. Could it be that the nine heavens immortal emperor has no connection to the celestial court? Guan did not feel the celestial Deo destiny from the nine heavens Cyan bird, and as for the nine heavens immortal emperor, since she was not the true body, he could not sense anything. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even be aware of her presence. After a while, the nine heavens immortal emperor leaped into the air and flew towards the distance. The nine heavens Cyan bird followed closely behind, and they soon vanished at the end of the sea of clouds. Guan relaxed and waited patiently. 1 hour later, No longer sensing the aura of nine heavens cyan bird, he reopened the attribute panel and continued to enhance. Next up was the eternal infinite divine sword. Although he had already mastered the Sacred Heart Sword Deo, which merged with the River of Sword Deo, deemed an independent existence, he felt he couldn't solely rely on the Sacred Heart Sword Deo, he needed stronger sword techniques as his trump card. The Eternal Infinite Divine Sword evolved into the 3000 Slaying Deo Swords, achieving the Mastery Realm, consuming 80 billion year lifespan. During the half-hour inheritance, neither the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor nor the Nine Heavens Cyan Bird returned, thus, Guan continued to invest his lifespan in evolution. Profound Yellow Eternal Deo Step advanced into Deoless Celestial Net Step, consuming 42 billion year lifespan and reaching the realm of integration. Celestial Dark Purple Micro Saint Deo Body evolved into Hongmeng Void Golden Body, also at the realm of integration, consuming 76 billion year lifespan. After upgrading the most core Deist techniques, Guan turned his attention to the Great Soul Capturing Immortal technique. This technique could perform soul search, but as the enemy's realm was higher, the difficulty of soul search increased, it needed enhancement. This was still the transformation of soul capturing technique that Zhang Qiang had taught him years ago. Guan spent 130 billion year lifespan in one breath, allowing the Great Soul Capturing Immortal technique to advance several levels, finally evolving into Calamity Absolute I. Calamity Absolute I could not only perform soul search but also bring bad luck to the enemy, with the nature of the calamity shaped by the caster's imagination. A very domineering divine skill. That's it. Guan dared not continue evolving because, accounting for the lifespan barrier's consumption, he only had 230 billion year lifespan left and still needed 100 billion year lifespan to teleport back. After a series of evolutions and enhancements, Guan felt a complete transformation. Even though his cultivation level had not increased, his strength had greatly changed. Now, handling Celestial Spirit God should be effortless. Thinking this, Guan stood up, he gazed at the constantly churning sea of clouds, as if for one last look, since he definitely needed to change locations upon the next breakthrough. The recent appearance of the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor and Nine Heavens Cyan Bird was definitely not a coincidence, they must have intended to investigate his whereabouts. Even if their words didn't directly reflect it, he had to stay alert. Guan chose to teleport back, and as he thought, he vanished on the spot. Guan returned to the forests near the Taixuan Sect and could no longer see an Xin and the others. Unable to find him, an Xin returned to the dojo to cultivate. Guan did not hurry back. He jumped down from a tree, crossed a creek, and sat down on a large stone by the creek. Lifting his right hand, palm facing upwards, a skull appeared in his palm, the size of a pebble, indeed that of the Celestial Spirit God. The disheveled Celestial Spirit God opened his eyes and looked up at Guan, his expression becoming calm. After a century of suppression, he had adjusted his mindset and was prepared to face any outcome. Guan's pupils suddenly turned deep red, and the pupils of the Celestial Spirit God facing him involuntarily widened, then his expression turned dull. Calamity Absolute I. He began to scour the memories of the Celestial Spirit God. The morning sun shone down, casting a long shadow of Guan. After a long while, Guan's eyes returned to their normal color, and his brows furrowed. The memories of the Celestial Spirit God were too simple. Spending years meditating under the World Gate, much of his memory was blank, presumably related to the Celestial Court. However, Guan still obtained some useful information, such as why the Celestial Spirit God plotted against the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable. Many years ago, the Celestial Spirit God could have obliterated the Celestial Spirit Great World, but he wanted to obtain the World Punishment Deo Pearl held by the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable. The World Punishment Deo Pearl, born from the Great Deo, was a supreme treasure that could be used in battle and for comprehending the Deo, with infinite marvelous uses. The Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable dared not readily use the pearl, fearing its master would come searching. The owner of the World Punishment Deo Pearl was the Emperor Zaiwei. Through the memory of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, Guan saw the Emperor Zaiwei. This Emperor Zaiwei looked exactly like the unparalleled Emperor Zaiwei that the Black Profound Emperor had encountered in his lifetime. Guan guessed that the Emperor Zaiwei was the reincarnation body of the Emperor Zaiwei. Great powers project across the heavens, manifesting reincarnation, which is common. How formidable was the Emperor Zaiwei, able to fight against hundreds at the same realm, and even force enemies to retreat. No wonder, being the reincarnation of the Emperor Zaiwei. As Guan reflected inwardly, the celestial spirit god regained his senses. Startled, he looked at Guan and asked, "What have you done to me?" Guan looked down at him and inquired, "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" When Guan questioned whether the celestial spirit god's apocalyptic acts were related to the celestial court, and the celestial spirit god admitted it was his own selfishness, Guan actually felt a trace of respect for him. The celestial spirit god was bold and accountable. It seemed a pity to kill such a person directly. The destruction by the celestial spirit god was nefarious to living beings, but from a cosmic perspective, he protected the cosmic order. Of course, whether the celestial spirit god wanted to live depended on his attitude. Faced with Guan's question, the celestial spirit god furrowed his brows. After a moment of silence, he said, "I cannot possibly serve you. My fate today is merely reaping what I sowed. Had I not coveted the treasure and followed the heavenly Dao earlier, it would not have come to this. Just kill me." Having said so, the celestial spirit god closed his eyes. Suddenly, Guan asked, "Have you ever been immortal?" Hearing this, the celestial spirit god opened his eyes, looking at Guan in surprise. In the memory of the celestial spirit god, he was born a favored child of heaven and was taken as a disciple by the Emperor Zaiwei early on. He stood above the masses from birth. Guan looked down at him and said coldly, "To kill you now would be too easy for you. Go to the human world and experience the struggles of humanity. In the eyes of immortal gods, mortal spirits are no different from dust, but how would you know the effort mortal spirits make just to survive?" As his words fell, Guan flipped his hand and threw the celestial spirit god into the creek. As the celestial spirit god fell, he looked at Guan. In his view, Guan was so magnificent. Indeed, he did not understand human suffering, but at that moment, he understood how mortals looked up to immortal gods. His vision quickly plunged into darkness. After Guan flipped his hand to let him go, he used his own divine sense to cast him into the cycle of reincarnation. After contemplating the Deist Dominator skill and the Sun and Moon selfless divine Dao, Guan could simply manipulate the path of reincarnation and make the celestial spirit god reincarnate. It was not difficult for him. He made the celestial spirit god be born in the celestial spirit great world to prevent him from escaping. The celestial spirit god was already bound by the Giwan divine Dao and his divine soul sealed. Without Guan's action, he would remain forever in the cycle of reincarnation, unable to escape. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 561, Guan's Story. Guan entered the Deist field of the beginningless, and from a distance, he saw two people engaged in combat high up on the mountains. It was Lv and Chen Chuan. These two were the most combative, even more so than the blood prison great saint, but they were merely sparring, not fighting out of anger, so Guan never stopped them. Watching Chen Chuan's elegance in the sky, Guan was very gratified. In his memories, he had never seen Xiao Chuan so spirited and confident. He also pondered when to let Chen Chuan recover his memories from his past life, but he felt that such matters shouldn't be rushed, letting nature take its course was best. A figure suddenly appeared beside Guan. It was an Xin, who looked at Guan with a grievance and said, "Master, why didn't you say a word to me when you left yesterday?" You're the master, or am I the master?" "Ah, I just wanted to go out with you for a bit. If you're bored, you could go to the Taixuan Sect. Many new things will happen there, and I will also go to see the excitement." "Really? Really? Guan was not lying. With the reshaping of the celestial spirit great world, various great heaven and earth started to interconnect. Sects began to wander the world, and in the coming years, the entire celestial spirit great world would embrace a thriving vitality. A new era was beginning, sects vied for supremacy. Different great heaven and earth harbored different immortal cultivation philosophies, and these philosophies would clash, creating more sparks. The next era would be unprecedented. Those great powers who survived from the old era would rise to the pinnacle of authority, and the new great world would be far stronger than before. The new rules of heaven and earth would conceive more geniuses, even elevating the potential of these talents. Guan felt the destiny of heaven and earth, already foreseeing the birth of many geniuses with the ultimate lifespan of 9,999 years. He was very much looking forward to it. As the master and disciple chatted, they walked along the mountain path. The gentle breeze made an Xin a bit distracted. Unconsciously, she was already 9,521 years old. She felt her life experiences weren't rich, but this also meant she had lived a peaceful and comfortable life. She turned her head to look at her master beside her. His profile sent her heart into a state of tranquility. She, too, began to feel anticipation. 10,000 years later, a million years later, or even 10 million years later, would she still be able to follow by her master's side? If she followed, what kinds of views would she see? The spring festival of the Taixuan Sect had just ended, and the shadows of cultivators could be seen everywhere between the mountains. Most of the cultivators were flying in the same direction, towards a giant city surrounded by mountains on all sides, bursting with rays of light like a mirage, brimming with the grandeur of an immortal city. This city was Taixuan Sect's main city. 1,000 years had passed since the great world was reshaped. The Taixuan Sect seized the opportunity to develop quickly, not only becoming the leader of the orthodox deist sect on the nine-spirit continent but also establishing prestige in the surrounding seas. This year, Taixuan Sect planned to hold the 100 Teachings Conference, inviting hundreds of orthodox deist sects from inside and outside the seas to discuss and exchange deist techniques. This was the first time for Taixuan Sect to hold such an event, making Taixuan Sect's main city extraordinarily lively. Within the main city, the library pavilion was packed. Under an Xin's guidance, the structure of Taixuan Sect was almost identical to the Supreme Sect's. However, Taixuan Sect was far away from the Supreme Sect, so the two sects had not intersected for the time being. Why is Taixuan Venerable sold out again? With the foundation of the Taixuan Sect, why can't you print a few more copies? A young male disciple stood in front of the counter, glaring at the library pavilion disciple and demanded. The library pavilion disciple spread his hands helplessly and said, "Brother, shouting at me is no use, I'm just in charge of selling." The young male disciple glared at him and left with a flick of his sleeve. Then another disciple approached the counter to inquire about the book Taixuan Venerable. At this moment, on the second floor of the library pavilion, Guan, dressed in blue robes, stood in front of a row of bookshelves browsing books. Celestial Demon Child came over and saw the title of the book he was looking at, not helping but curl her lips in distaste. "Young master, even a book like this is worth your time." Outside the dojo, Guan had instructed not to call him master, but young master instead. Although Celestial Demon Child didn't understand, she thought calling him young master was quite nice, at least it made their relationship seem more equal, which often led her to wild fantasies. Guan, holding Nine Spirits Hero Legend, smiled softly and said, "As long as it's a book, it's worth reading." Since he started writing within the Taixuan Sect, a trend of novels had been set off, and Nine Spirits Hero Legend was one such novel about the protagonist's adventures, clearly trying to imitate his style. Hearing Guan's words, Celestial Demon Child pursed her lips and then turned to leave. She planned to take a walk in the city. With her cultivation level of the loose immortal realm, she was considered a great cultivator within Taixuan Sect and wouldn't run into trouble, especially with Guan there. After Celestial Demon Child left, Guan continued reading. It wasn't long before two women ascended to the second floor, none other than Li Xuanyu and Tang Cai. Since being saved by an Xin, they had lived on the Nine-Spirit continent. Later, seeing the Taixuan Sects rise to power, they voluntarily joined, and now they were also disciples of the Taixuan Sect. In reality, given their status, they could become elders, but they didn't want to be too tied down to the Taixuan Sect, knowing that they would eventually leave. "Sis, why did we come here?" Tang Cai asked in confusion. The library pavilion was full of miscellaneous books. If one sought the pursuit of Daoist techniques, they would visit the scripture pavilion. Li Xuanyu answered, "Just to look around." "Your heart is too impatient, it's good to temper it." Her gaze swept through the second floor, passing over each disciple as if seeking something. However, after looking around, she did not find the person she was looking for, and a look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Tang Cai, upon hearing Li Xuanyu's words, immediately felt dissatisfied. She had just completed a meditation retreat of 800 years and still she was considered impatient? She was about to retort when she saw Li Xuanyu walk toward the stairs leading to the third floor. "I definitely am not impatient." These years, Tang Cai caught up with Li Xuanyu and tried to defend herself. "Senior Sister Li." A voice came through, bringing Li Xuanyu's steps to a halt. She turned to look and saw Guan, holding a book and walking between two rows of bookshelves. Li Xuanyu felt a little dazed, having not seen him for 10,000 years. Guan seemed totally different from the person in her memories. The Guan in her memory was cautious and reserved, but the Guan before her now was handsome and extraordinary, seemingly an immortal walking amongst mortals. Tang Cai glanced at Guan, her expression one of suspicion. She was astounded at her first sight of Guan. What a handsome man! This was only her personal judgment, and not a case of love at first sight. She had wandered the world and seen many people, but had never come across a cultivator with a presence like Guan's. Even her beloved Liya did not have an aura to match Guan's. What attracted her more to Liya was his heroism and loyalty. Guan walked over to Li Xuanyu and asked with a smile, "Senior Sister Li, don't you recognize me?" Li Xuanyu came back to her senses and said with emotion, "Of course, I recognize you. To be honest, the reason I've come here is to look for you. After all, your disciple is also on this continent, and everything about the Taixuan Sect is a lot like the Supreme Sect. I guessed it had something to do with you." She didn't know that Guan was the supporting Dao sword venerable, but the strength of an Xin proved Guan's Dao practice had already surpassed hers. The reason she wanted to find Guan was merely to express her gratitude in person. She was not foolish, an Xion's rescue surely must have been at Guan's behest. "I don't have such great capabilities. How about we find an inn to catch up on old times?" Guan asked with a smile, and naturally, Li Xuanyu had no objections. Guan did not neglect Tang Cai and introduced himself to her. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them went downstairs. Noticing Guan spending money to buy the Nine Spirits hero legend, Tang Cai's expression became odd. Now aware that Guan was an Xion's master, she held him in high esteem, but she hadn't imagined that such a great cultivator would read such trivial texts. Shouldn't a great cultivator be delving into the great Dao? Li Xuanyu, however, didn't mind. She knew Guan liked reading books. Seeing that Guan still had the same hobby made her feel a sense of closeness, as though the distance between them had narrowed. Later on, the three of them sat down at the closest inn, and after inquiring about each other's experiences, Guan turned the conversation to Liya, as Liya was the hub of their shared connections. Mention of Liya immediately excited Tang Cai, as his fame had already spread to the Nine-Spirit continent. Liya, with the 9 extreme sacred heart sword in hand, might not yet be the world's preeminent sword cultivator, but his strength was already formidable. Coupled with his adventurous spirit, his fame was widespread. People say he's made enemies with the Shaking Light Sect's saint and is being hunted by them. I want to help him, but our sister said I'd just be in the way. Guan, since you are Li Ye's junior brother, can you help him? Tang Cai looked at Guan with a tone full of supplication. She had been through a lot with Li Ye and knew the hardships that lay behind his fame. He must be seriously injured again, otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this point of enmity. Before Guan could reply, Li Xuanyu spoke up coldly, Tang Cai, don't bother junior brother Gu with Li Ye's affairs. Those were his own choices. Junior brother Gu has already saved us, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. How could we trouble him further? But there are no buts. Li Xuanyu said decisively, leaving Tang Cai with no choice but to nod in resignation. Guan looked at Li Xuanyu, finding her solemnity a bit amusing, and replied, Shaking Light Sect is indeed formidable and is said to have the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma, who is of the sixth heaven of the immortal path. They're not easy to provoke. Sixth heaven of the immortal path. Li Xuanyu's complexion turned unnaturally pale, while Tang Cai grew tense. Guan comforted them, don't worry. With the immortal path ultimate treasure, divine exotic city, and the 9 extremes sacred heart sword in his hands, senior brother Li is a man of great destiny. He will surmount the danger, that sword is the world's foremost divine sword. Hearing his words, Li Xuanyu could only nod, while Tang Cai sank into deep worry. Afterward, Guan brought up the 100 Teachings Conference of the Taixuan Sect. Although Li Xuanyu was still engaging in the conversation, the mood had clearly grown colder. Half an hour later, Guan said goodbye to the two women. Li Xuanyu and Tang Cai stood at the entrance of the inn, watching Guan walk away. Sister, he's Li Ye's junior brother, and thus from the Supreme Sect. Why has he come alone to this faraway place? Tang Cai asked curiously. Li Xuanyu, looking at Guan's receding figure, said, perhaps he's burdened with something, forcing him to leave his homeland. In life, we're often compelled by circumstances beyond our control. Upon hearing this, Tang Cai felt there was a story behind Guan's silhouette, much like Li Ye. Just then, they saw a stunningly beautiful woman swiftly emerge from the crowd, quickly wrap her arm around Guan's, and move forward with laughter and conversation, their intimacy evident. They soon disappeared into the throng of people. Tang Cai opened her mouth as if to ask something but didn't manage to articulate her question. Li Xuanyu, too, remained silent. Chapter 562, Celestial Spirit Reincarnation, Borrowing Life. Amid the scorching summer days, within the Taoist field of the beginningless, beside a lake, Guan was preaching the great Tao to his disciples, who were listening as if intoxicated. Seeing that everyone had sunk into the enlightenment of the Tao, Guan took out a jade flute from his bosom and admired it closely. Guan, the great Tao you speak of is truly profound and vast, conjuring in me numerous visions. However, I am very curious, have you actually seen those embodiments of the great Tao? Shen Zhen opened her eyes, looked at Guan, and asked curiously. She was the closest to Guan, and her voice was so soft that it did not disturb the others. Guan glanced at Shen Zhen and said, the great Tao is everywhere. What have you seen? Where do you wish to go? With a troubled look, Shen Zhen said, I saw the universe and the stars, and a white staircase leading to a door. What kind of door? Indescribable, all I can remember now is vague, but I'm sure it was a door. Shen Zhen recounted while speaking. After a pause, she continued to ask, Guan, do you think those visions I see could be some form of calculation? Guan smiled at her and said, that's something you'll have to feel and judge for yourself. It's good that you're thinking about this. Never lose your reverence for the unknown, always be vigilant, for it is often more beneficial than not. Shen Zhen nodded and said, I'll be careful. If the great Tao guides me somewhere, I'm certain I won't go. She had heard from Guan about the experiences of An Hao and Zhu Xi, which made her even more vigilant about inexplicable opportunities. The visions she saw while seeking the Dao seemed like a lure, and she didn't want to be deceived. If you encounter things that are hard to judge, you can also talk to me about them, Guan said, then stood and turned to walk toward the nearby woods. Shen Zhen had no further questions to ask, and she didn't follow Guan's steps. After so many years, she had grown less curious about where Guan went. Now, she just wanted to comprehend the Great Dao. In its vastness, she could experience all the things she desired. She aspired to become a great cultivator like Guan. Elsewhere, Guan stepped into the woods and in one step went to another place in the human world. This was Immortal City, bustling streets, with no cultivators seen among the throngs of people, just 2 or 3 transformed demons. However, they did not do any harm but instead were performing their talents in a pavilion known as the Apricot Flower Tower. Guan appeared on the street without drawing the attention of the passers-by, for no one could see him. Even a boy passed through his body, feeling no physical collision. Guan's gaze fell on the side of the street, where a group of beggars squatted in front of a courtyard wall. Among them, a 14 or 15-year-old boy sat with his head down. On closer examination, he had no legs, and only 2 fingers on his right hand, a sight that made it difficult to imagine what kind of torment he had endured. This boy was a reincarnation of the celestial spirit god. This was his 39th time being reincarnated. He was born in a village, and before he was 1 year old, his family was raided by bandits, who killed everyone and sold him off. After a life of constant upheaval and numerous struggles, he ended up in such a tragic state. Despite the suffering of the celestial spirit god, Guan had no intention of intervening. Nevertheless, in every life of the celestial spirit god, he would observe. It wasn't to ridicule the celestial spirit god but rather to help him recall some of his previous life's memories at the time of his death, to let him feel the disparity between immortal gods and mortals. Oddly enough, Guan had not deliberately made the celestial spirit god experience a life of suffering, but most of his lives in the cycle of reincarnation were miserable, and even if born in happiness, he tended to die young, living to a maximum of 70 years in the best-case scenario. On second thought, it was normal, as most mortals have difficulty living past 70. In the scorching summer, this life of the celestial spirit god would end on the flourishing streets, with no one caring about his death. Not until a house servant from a wealthy nearby household dragged his body away, ultimately dumped in the wilderness, and devoured by scavenging wolves. And so, Guan merely stood on the street watching the celestial spirit god, with people coming and going as if in a dream. This life's celestial spirit, named Little Five, had been adopted by an old beggar. He was the 5th child taken in by the old man, hence the name Little Five. At the beginning of the year, the old beggar passed away, and Little Five now followed the eldest child for survival, presently in the throes of illness. To seek medicinal herbs, the eldest was at that moment being beaten by the servants of a medicine shop on another street. This city bustled with such vibrancy, people were drinking and making merry, spilling wine and meat on their tables, some were reciting poetry and discussing romance under the trees, while others were barely breathing, lying on their beds as their family fought over money for medicine. There were people who went about their routines like zombies, thinking not of the future, but of ending the day's tasks sooner. The countless conditions of sentient beings unfolded before Guan's eyes, his expression unchanging, just quietly watching Little Five. Little Five seemed to feel something and slowly lifted his head. The streets were noisy and busy before his eyes, the close proximity of prosperity felt unattainably distant. In a daze, he saw an additional figure on the street, with people passing right through it, which was very eerie. His hands trembling, he raised them and rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Indeed, there was a figure that no one else but he could see. Could that be an immortal god? Xiao Wu spoke weakly, while the 2 beggars beside him were asleep and didn't hear his murmur, and the other beggars didn't pay attention to him either, because everyone knew he was dying. Guan was surprised that Xiao Wu could see him. He hadn't intended for Xiao Wu to be able to see him. With that thought, Guan willed his presence to deepen, and he disappeared from Xiao Wu's sight in an instant. Seeing that he had disappeared, Xiao Wu instinctively looked in other directions, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see Guan again. It was just an illusion after all. I knew someone like me couldn't possibly encounter an immortal god. Xiao Wu hung his head low again, continuing to endure the suffering from his illness. Until dusk, a beggar walked over, quivering. It was Xiao Wu's older brother, known as Lao Dai. He squatted in front of Xiao Wu, placed the medicinal herb bag stained with blood on the ground, shook Xiao Wu, but there was no response from him. Lao Dai's eyes widened with bloodshot eyes, and his right hand trembled as it moved toward Xiao Wu's nose. Soon, he got a fright. He didn't push Xiao Wu away, instead, he lifted Xiao Wu onto his back and, taking the medicinal herb bag, walked away. Following that, Lao Dai carried Xiao Wu on his back and went to all the large and small pharmacies in the city, but no one was willing to treat Xiao Wu. Out of desperation, Lao Dai gritted his teeth and carried Xiao Wu out of the city. As night fell, Lao Dai didn't look back amidst the fading hustle and bustle behind him and pressed forward with unwavering determination. Lao Dai carried Xiao Wu aimlessly forward, not knowing where he should go, but he was unwilling to give up. It was only when he heard a wolf's howl that he finally snapped out of it, by which time he had already lost his way. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu, Big Brother will definitely save you, definitely." Lao Dai murmured to himself softly. He was trying to bolster his own courage. There were always legends in the countryside of immortals living deep in the mountains. The physicians in the human world were not willing to save his brother, so he had to seek out an immortal. He's already dead. Where do you think you're going to take him? Such deep brotherly love. Well, we could save him, but you'll have to give something in return. 3 feminine voices rang out, coquettish and seductive, making one's imagination run wild, except in the darkness of the night, they seemed sinister and frightening. Fear gripped Lao Dai internally, his filthy face unable to hide the terror as he swallowed and asked, "What do I have to give to save my brother? Could it be a demon?" Their voices didn't sound like those of immortals. Lao Dai thought so, and without any other options available, he braced himself and inquired further. Suddenly, a cold wind blew from the depths of the forest, forcing Lao Dai to instinctively step back. On the trunk of the tree before him appeared 3 white foxes, smirking cunningly, their eyes glowing green in the dark night, which was quite terrifying. Lao Dai's legs trembled with fear. The sight of a demon directly drowned his heart in terror, yet he did not throw Xiao Wu down and flee. One of the white foxes chuckled, "Become our servant, and we will save him." Lao Dai mustered his courage and asked, "Just as a servant?" "As a servant for life, until you die of old age." "Oh, by the way, if your brother wants to live, he must borrow someone else's life. Before dawn, you must kill a person and bring them before us. Otherwise, once daylight comes, even if the celestial spirit god himself appeared, there would be no reversing fate." The white fox in the middle sneered coldly, her words sending a chill through Lao Dai. Kill someone? Chapter 563, The Legend of Lu Kaiuxian. The night was like water. 3 white foxes teasingly stared at the boss, as if looking at prey. Faced with their gaze, the boss was engulfed in an inner struggle, and little Five on his back had no breath left, his body growing stiffer, which made his heart even more anxious. Although he was a beggar, living at the lowest strata of society, many people humiliated him, but he had never thought about killing anyone, at most he just wanted to beat up those who bullied him. In his view, killing was an unforgivable act. But his younger brother, Little Five, was still waiting for him to rescue. The boss took a deep breath, he looked up at the 3 white foxes and gritted his teeth, "This is it, take my life to save my brother, and let my brother serve you as a servant for a lifetime." Little Five was disabled, and life was hard to manage by himself. If he could be tied to these 3 demons, perhaps he could find a better way out. Although demons were not as powerful as the immortal gods, they were still not comparable to ordinary people. What if the demons could make little five grow legs? Hearing what the boss said, the three white foxes were stunned for a moment and then they started giggling. Your brother is a cripple, is he supposed to serve us, or should we serve him? Mortal, you think too much. Such a coward doesn't even deserve to serve us. Facing the demon's mockery, the boss was not angry, just more nervous and uneasy. He finally had a chance to save his brother, how could he give up? As long as you are willing to go into the city and kill, we can make your brother normal, repairing the physical defects, and there are plenty of evil people in this city, it's not just your brother you'd be saving. One white fox said with a profound meaning, which made a new light shine in the boss's eyes. At the same time, Guan stood under a nearby tree watching this scene. These three white foxes were tier 2 demons, comparable to the Foundation establishment realm, still unable to undergo transformation. What they said was true, hoping the boss would kill the evil people in the city. They dared not act personally, because there were immortal cultivation sects nearby that would capture and kill misbehaving demons, thinking that using the boss as a proxy would be enough to deceive everyone. Guan had no intention of interfering, even if people died because of this, he wouldn't care. He had rescued too many beings before, now he wouldn't hesitate over the life and death of one person. Of course, if someone truly moved his heart, he would act as he wished. Eventually, the boss agreed, he put down Little Five and then returned to the city alone. As soon as he left, the three white foxes surrounded Little Five and began casting spells to protect his soul. Little Five's lifespan and maximum lifespan were not merely 15 years old, indeed they had ways to save his life, but from now on, it would be hard for him to sever ties with demons. Guan watched for a while and then disappeared from the spot. Even though there were three white foxes altering his fate, Little Five's life was destined not to ascend to immortality. This was the punishment Guan had in mind for the celestial spirit god. Guan wouldn't deliberately manipulate the celestial spirit god's birth and life experiences, but would set a limit on his life. The summer night wind still carried a bit of cold. One white fox suddenly shivered and said in a low voice, "Why am I a bit worried, feeling like this might cause trouble?" The fox next to her glared and scolded, "What's there to be afraid of? Are you going to be a concubine for that profligate young master from the city lord's mansion?" "I don't want to, he looks so disgusting. Mainly because he bullies too much, we must kill him, and once that guy comes back, we'll pass on his martial arts to him. It can only be so." The voices of the three white foxes gradually quieted down, and eventually, the woods fell into a silent, oppressive, and terrifying stillness. Sand filled the sky, and on a cliff, Zhang Buku with all white hair stood at the edge, shirtless, looking down at the blood lake below. His upper body was muscular, full of power, with blood streaks twisting, making him look even more terrifying. A Buddha head flew out from the sand, it was the Buddha Immortal. Buddha Immortal looked at Zhang Buku, his stone face showing a complicated expression. He was forced to teach Zhang Buku to cultivate, but he hadn't expected Zhang Buku to be so suited to his Dao, far exceeding his expectations. If he could really possess Zhang Buku, maybe he could surpass this life in the next one, just thinking about it made him regret. Of course, even with several more courage, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Just the thought of how Guan felt pressing down on his head made him shiver in fear. Zhang Buku turned to look at the Buddha Immortal and asked, "Where is the realm master of the divine exotic realm now?" Buddha Immortal replied, "According to your wish, I have sent him to one great thousand world, and he is now very safe. If I find out you've deceived me, this favor will turn into hatred. Rest assured, since I've already done this much, why would I kill him? He's in the Tai's great world. Once your cultivation ends, I will send you to that great world. There, the opportunities are abundant, and the control of the immortal gods is weak. It's a perfect place for your growth." The Buddha Immortal didn't take offense to Zhang Buku's rudeness and replied calmly, Thousands of years had passed, and he had now shifted his mindset, beginning to look forward to Zhang Buku's future. Zhang Buku had such a powerful being behind him, yet they hoped he would mentor Zhang Buku, seeing it as an opportunity. No matter how high his realm might be, one always needed a backing. Should the celestial court discover him one day, perhaps he could rely on the existence behind Zhang Buku. Hearing the Buddha Immortal's answer, Zhang Buku asked no more. After cultivating in this realm for so many years, his heart had also calmed down. Rather than dwelling on calculations he couldn't resist, it was better to grasp the time and diligently cultivate. He raised his right hand, and a bloody wind emerged from his palm, forming a small vortex. In an instant, the yellow sand from the sky rushed over, and his right hand rose higher until a yellow sand tornado appeared on his palm, becoming increasingly spectacular. The Buddha Immortal asked in surprise, "You can already feel the force of heaven and earth in this realm?" "Indeed, it doesn't seem difficult. I'm curious, can I use the control over the force of heaven and earth in other great worlds?" Zhang Buku replied. The Buddha Immortal smiled and said, "Naturally, the great world I opened is not weak. Moreover, this realm has existed for an incredibly long time. If you can control this realm, you could use the force of heaven and earth in other great worlds." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku's mouth curled into an almost arrogant smile. At that moment, he thought of Master Gu and Li Yi. During the long years of cultivation, he often thought of these two people, relying on the remembrance of old friends to recall where he came from and where he would go in the future. "Master Gu, Li Yi, you can't imagine how strong I've become now. I really hope to let you witness my growth." Zhang Buku was surging with emotions, growing stronger, gaining more and more confidence. If Master Gu and Li Yi were already dead, Zhang Buku would also go to seek them through reincarnation. Isn't immortal cultivation all about pursuing one's desires? What he desired was to enjoy drinks and travel the universe with Master Gu and Li Yi. The Buddha Immortal looked at the tornado in Zhang Buku's hand and thought of another person, wondering if Zhang Buku would ever have the chance to compete with that individual. "Buddha Immortal, how much longer until I can leave?" "Don't rush. I have one more divine skill to teach you. Once you master it, you can leave." "Oh? What is this divine skill?" "It will allow you to travel through the 3,000 great worlds, wandering freely along the river of Great Dao. If that's really possible, then I must visit the river of destiny you mentioned." Hearing Zhang Buku bring up the river of destiny, the Buddha Immortal smiled and said, "If you go to the river of destiny, you must be wary of one person." "Who?" "That person's name is Lu Kaiuxian. His Dao practice is profound and unfathomable. He will find everyone who enters the river of destiny and ask them some questions. You must not offend him." "Lu Kaiuxian?" Zhang Buku noted the name, recognizing that this was a presence that even the Buddha Immortal feared and not someone he could provoke. 100 years had passed since Xiaowu's resurrection. Guan hadn't visited him, only occasionally glancing at him. This year, the name of Li Yi had once again spread within the 9-spirit continent. Li Yi and the saint of the Shaking Light Saint sect had arranged a life and death duel at the human world peak to settle their karma. The day of the duel had not yet arrived, but the news had spread wildly. In today's vast celestial spirit great world, albeit within the domain formerly belonging to the celestial spirit great earth, both Li Yi and the saint from Shaking Light Saint sect were world-renowned prodigies. "I didn't expect Li Yi to gain such popularity. It seems the world is just so-so. Back in the day, Li Yi had no power to fight back against me." Lv Xian was boasting about his past accomplishments, within Shengtian, Zhangxi, Chen Chuan, Celestial Xian, and Tianbai listening. Having cultivated in the Daoist field of the beginningless for so many years, their cultivation levels had reached loose immortal, and with the divine skills and spells they possessed, they were full of confidence, feeling that no peer cultivators from the outside world could match them. Tianbai tilted his head and said, "Li Yi has the #1 divine sword in the world. Even if your cultivation level is higher than his, I'm afraid he's not someone you can defeat. Lv-Xian glared and said, relying on a magical treasure doesn't make a hero. I only believe in my physical body. Just then, an Xin appeared out of nowhere and said, think about what kind of magical treasure you all want. Master is preparing to craft magical treasures for everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lv-Xian. Lv-Xian's face turned red, and he coughed falsely, why are you looking at me? I've already had ideas. Chapter 564, 10,000 Years of Refining Treasure, Taixuan Sect. Hearing Lv-Xian's words, Celestial Scion, Zhangxi, and others couldn't help but roll their eyes. They hadn't been clinging to Lv-Xian, instead, they began to discuss the magical treasures they each desired. An Xin was in charge of taking notes. After recording their needs, she would then go to find others. An hour later, an Xin arrived at Guan's courtyard. At the moment, Guan was sitting in front of a great cauldron. His right hand was burning with the three pristine true fire as he stared at the flame in his hand, his expression calm and contemplative. Master, I've asked everyone, an Xin said softly, standing next to Guan, holding a stack of paper in her hands. She found it strange. Given her master and the others' abilities, why did she need to run around? Direct communication would do. She figured her master was messing with her, but as a disciple, what could she say? Put it to the side for now, and assist your teacher in what comes next. Guan tossed the three pristine true fire beneath the cauldron and then began to speak. As his voice fell, a considerable number of exotic ores and medicinal herbs flew out from his sleeves. An Xion's eyes lit up. She had long wanted to learn artifact refining and yearned for a magical treasure suitable for her. Guan remained seated, casting spells from a distance, transferring materials for artifact refining into the cauldron. An Xian approached the great cauldron, using her divine sense to peek into its contents. Guan was preparing to refine a magic artifact with his own Dao intent, creating a magical treasure unique to his path. It would be a drawn-out process. By the next day at noon, Guan had left an Xian to keep watch while he went to gather medicinal herbs alone. This task was crucial. He had restrained his murderous impulses and greed, so he must not be negligent in harvesting. His annual lifespan income had stabilized around 30 million years. He could continue to improve, but he didn't want to overexert himself or attract too much trouble. The celestial spirit great world had restored order and, for the time being, faced no attacks from forces beyond. For Guan, that was the best kind of life. But destiny was unpredictable, and he couldn't draw the attention of beings from other great worlds to shatter this peace, especially from the celestial court. As long as the heavenly Dao loomed over the celestial spirit great world, Guan couldn't ignore the threat of the celestial court. Time flies like an arrow, in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. At noon, within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan lay on a rocking chair, pulling up his attribute panel to check. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 11,587/78,746,346,201. Physique, primordial reincarnation undying body. Cultivation level, balancing heaven golden immortal realm perfection. Nearly 80 billion years of lifespan. Guan pondered when to break through. He had already comprehensively improved himself. In theory, he could successfully break through with 100 billion years of lifespan, but there was always the chance of failure. It was better to wait until he had 200 billion years of lifespan to attempt the breakthrough. Guan stood up and sent a message to the celestial demon child. Shortly after, the celestial demon child appeared in the courtyard, looking excitedly at Guan and asking, "Master, is my magical treasure ready?" Since Guan mentioned 1,000 years ago that he planned to refine magical treasures for everyone, they had all been eagerly waiting. The longer the wait, the higher their expectations. Refining a magical treasure with Guan's Dao practice was not a challenge, a lengthy process meant one thing. Their magical treasures would be powerful. Guan nodded with a smile, then waved his sleeve, and a white ribbon flew out from the great cauldron. It was as nimble as flowing cloud, quickly landing into the hands of the celestial demon child. The celestial demon child's eyes sparkled, instantly falling in love with the ribbon. This is the year's colorful cloud ribbon, a Dao treasure that I've refined, imbued with the will of the great Dao. You can meditate on it for your daily cultivation. Your current Dao practice is insufficient to unleash its true power, Guan briefly explained. As his voice dropped, the year's colorful cloud ribbon burst into a bright light, enveloping the celestial demon child and leaving her rooted to the spot. She began to inherit memories. Another of Guan's touches, learning how to make the Dao treasure recognize its master. An Xin sat to the side, looking bemused. Over the years, she hadn't seen how the year's colorful cloud ribbon was formed, and for most of the time, Guan was absent, with her being the one to watch over it. She even suspected that the Dao treasure had been completed long ago. When in doubt, she would ask. When facing her master, she never held back. This is a Dao treasure, a treasure of the great Dao, Guan answered. You can't see its shaping process, it must be sensed with your Dao. The fact that you haven't discovered it yet means your Dao isn't strong enough. Those words made an Xin feel ashamed. Guan often lectured them on the Dao, and each lecture was a matter of creation, a grand opportunity that cultivators from the outside world couldn't hope to encounter in their lifetimes, yet she failed to grasp the Dao, which filled her heart with shame. Little did she know, their Dao intent was already strong enough. Many divine thought true immortals, even those stronger than them, couldn't match their Dao intent. Guan could tell that everyone in the dojo possessed the ability to fight beyond their realms, but he chose not to elaborate. With a heaven-balancing golden immortal as a teacher, such achievements were to be expected. While the celestial demon child was still assimilating memories, Guan turned and looked into the distance, mumbling to himself, still refusing to give up. Hey! Hearing his words, an Xin asked curiously, Master, who are you talking about? Tang Cai. Hundreds of years ago, unable to resist, Tang Cai had gone to find Li Yi, even calling out to her in the woods outside the dojo and bidding her farewell before she departed. Guan smiled and said, Not her. I'm talking about a little demon you've never met. Seeing that he was reluctant to elaborate, an Xin didn't press further. In her view, her master, who often went out, must have spread opportunities far and wide, wondering when the Daoist field of the beginningless would gain new people. Time continued to speed up with her thoughts. The news of the celestial demon child receiving a Dao treasure quickly stirred up the dojo, then, the age-colored cloud silk enveloped the entire sky of the dojo, suppressing all within, immobilizing them, which drove everyone, including an Xin, insane. An Xin even felt that the age-colored cloud silk was second only to her master's fate pen in power. How could she not be excited? Guan maintained a Dao treasure every 1,000 years. The second to receive a Dao treasure was Shenzhen, and her Dao treasure was called the Void Rebirth Zither, whose strings could shake destiny, causality, and even reincarnation, quite domineeringly. Next was the Blood Prison Great Saint, who received a saber named the Heaven-Breaking Blood Prison Saber, which contained the great Dao of slaughter and hinted at ruling the laws of destruction. Zhangxi received the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber, another Dao treasure for slaying and fighting, reminding him of the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber from the Investiture of the Gods, which he liked very much. Celestial Xian received the Xian Hong Ling Long Tower, and Tian Bai received the White Spirit Exquisite Tower, both Dao treasures not inferior to the others. Together, their might was even greater, named after Yelan's White Spirit Sword and Guan's Xian Hong Sword. And Shengtian received the Shaking God Spear, its essence filled with fighting will, second only to the heaven-breaking Blood Prison Saber in terms of killing power. Chen Chuan got the Reincarnation Dao Slaying Sword, able to comprehend the path of reincarnation. Guan hoped he could remember his past life on his own. LV Xian received the 12 Extreme Heaven Calming World Bead, 12 silver beads that could each create or devour worlds, encapsulating the path of devouring. An Xin got the 6 paths mirror, which could reflect reincarnation and send others into it. During the process of refining Dao treasures, Guan also pondered these great Dao. The 3000 great Dao are omnipresent, and the Daoist dominator skill could assist Guan in his contemplation directly. These Dao treasures all had the power to surpass immortal path ultimate treasures and would continue to grow stronger with their owners' achievements in the great Dao, their limits unfathomable. At the very least, these Dao treasures were stronger than the 9 extremes sacred heart sword in Li Ye's hands. A Dao treasure every 1,000 years, except for the ghost mother of ephemera, everyone received a Dao treasure, indicating 9,000 years had passed. Guan, now over 20,000 years old, possessed a lifespan of over 340 billion years. The sunlight spilled down as everyone surrounded an Xin, inquiring about her 6 paths mirror, her face full of excited smiles. Finally done with work, it's time to make a breakthrough. Guan thought to himself silently. Looking back on the 9,000 years that had passed, even he couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time had flown. As there were no external threats, these 9,000 years were uneventful, a repetition of days. From refining the age-colored cloud silk, Guan spent 10,000 years crafting Dao treasures for his disciples, and through this process, he continued his cultivation. 10,000 years later, even without using lifespan evolution, his power had significantly improved. Master, aside from you, is there anyone else who can refine Dao treasures? Chen Chuan looked at Guan, asking curiously. Holding the reincarnation Dao slaying sword, even after 2,000 years, he was still enamored with it. The others followed suit, looking at Guan. Guan smiled and said, perhaps there are others, but your Dao treasures were forged with my great Dao. In the future, I could help strengthen your Dao treasures and even use them to connect with you. At those words, everyone became even more excited, which meant they could rely on Guan any time, even if they went out in the future, couldn't they? Master, why not establish a sect? There's no need to recruit many disciples, but at least we could set a banner. In the future, when we introduce ourselves, we can declare which immortal sect we belong to and also add luster to your reputation. Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly suggested, with the others echoing him. This was a plan they had long discussed and were waiting for the right moment to propose. Guan had already heard their discussions over the years and had also been contemplating this matter. Chapter 565, The Primordial Era, Primordial Chaos Body. During the long years of cultivation within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Lv Xian, Chen Chuan, and others would fantasize about traversing the human world, and they too wanted to forge a resounding reputation like Li Yi. They felt grateful towards Guan in their hearts, thinking that he should not be forgotten by the people. If Guan did not want to come into the limelight, then as his disciples, it was their duty to help their master propagate his holy name. Everyone looked at Guan with fervent gazes, waiting for him to confirm the name of their sect. Guan pondered and said, let's take the name of the dojo for our own, for we shall be called the beginningless. We have no sect, no door, no clan, nor path. Beginningless implies no start and hence is the realm of eternity. I will chase after the realm of eternal immortality, and I hope that you will uphold my will and eventually break free from the shackles of the 3000 great Dao to become true carefree immortals. Upon hearing this, everyone was ignited with excitement, praising the name one after another. Beginningless is excellent indeed. From now on, I shall introduce myself thus: I am Beginningless Lv Xian. Sounds dominant already. Ha ha ha, I also think it's good. Adding sect or gate would have been rather trite. Perhaps many years from now, the Beginningless will become the most mysterious place in the great thousand world, with countless people yearning to pursue it, yet unable to find the way. Fantastic! Now that the name of our force is set, I'm even more motivated. From now on, I'll fight for the Beginningless. Listening to the discussions of his disciples, Guan shook his head with a wry smile, and without saying more, turned and left. Millennia passed, and the disciples exchanged knowledge with one another. They had already learned how to use Dao treasures and also understood Guan's attitude towards them, that they would not be misused. Once Guan had left, everyone became even bolder. Chen Chuan excitedly asked, "Tell me, is my reincarnation Dao slaying sword more powerful, or is Elder Li's 9 extreme sacred heart sword stronger?" An Xin gave him a look and said, "Don't think about such questions, we should show Elder Li respect." LV Xian snorted, "What's wrong with being stronger than him? Respect is kept in the heart. Who knows, he might one day depend on us for rescue. I think Dao treasures are stronger than Immortal Path ultimate treasures. If you can comprehend the great Dao within a Dao treasure, you should be able to feel its vast Dao intent. Our beginningless Dao treasures will surely be the most powerful magical treasures." After hearing this, an Xin looked at the 6 paths mirror in her hand with a smile on her face. Seeing her not keeping a stern face, the others also smiled and actively discussed the power of the Dao treasures. Though an Xin was of the same generation as them, she had unconsciously established great prestige, and everyone knew Guan doted on her the most. Even Shen Zhen would not act too willfully in front of an Xin. The ghost mother of Ephemera stood at the back of the crowd with a fiery heart. Although she had not obtained a Dao treasure, she felt this was as it should be, given she was not Guan's disciple and had entered the Daoist field of the beginningless as a prisoner. Guan summoning her was clearly a signal. She wanted a Dao treasure too. Perhaps I shouldn't be methodically completing my tasks. I should be more proactive. The master likes to pick medicinal herbs, why not find a way to increase the production of medicinal herbs? The ghost mother of Ephemera thought so as she looked at the people around her. In the reshaped great thousand world that had seen 10,000 years pass, the human world had taken on a new appearance. The holy court had completely dissolved, and now the war of thousand sects was raging, with no sect showing the dominance to unify the world, for the heavens and earth had become more vast than before. Despite the multitude of sects, this period had gained a unified definition. The primordial era. A new great thousand world was established, where the heavens met the earth and all things bloomed anew. Such a time was known as the primordial, the beginning of everything. The sects that had survived the previous era and made it to the primordial era had all become overlord-level forces. The Supreme Sect was one such power. Now, the Supreme Sect dominated the 7 seas and the 3 continents, its influence surpassing even that of the 7-star spirit realm and the Star Sea congregations of old times. In the Third Medicine Valley, which 10,000 years later still held its esteemed position because the sect leader resided in this Medicine Valley. Inside a bamboo forest in the valley, Longqing, wearing a loose white robe, sat cross-legged on the ground. With unruly hair, he had left his youthful features behind, becoming more composed and unfathomable, looking like a true enlightened being amid the forest. A figure appeared out of nowhere before him. It was Candle Star from the battle court. This reshaped great thousand world seems less like it has been reconstructed, and more like reborn. Many heaven and earth ultimate treasures have emerged between the heavens and earth. Over the years, I have fought over them as well. I didn't expect to encounter the blockade of profound you and free immortal. Those old undying beings hidden in the depths of the universe have all returned. Candle Star sighed, clashing swords with profound you and free immortal made me fully realize that this world has truly become a part of the great thousand world. Just like the other vast worlds I've been to, there's always trouble brewing. Longqing didn't open his eyes and said calmly, "What's wrong? Have you lost confidence in uniting Tianyi and replacing the battle court?" Candle Star chuckled, "How could that be? I've already seized that ultimate treasure. I'm currently brewing the body refinement medicinal broth. In at most 100 years, Longtang will be able to cultivate the primordial chaos physique. The legends of the primordial era are not to be taken lightly, every major world will go through such a period." The Longtang he spoke of was Longqing's son, Longtang. Longtang had taken Candle Star as his master, and Candle Star was extremely dedicated to cultivating Longtang. Their relationship as teacher and pupil was even closer than that of father and son. Longqing was not pleased to hear this. Since Long Jun had appeared, Candle Star had clearly started to treat Longqing as though he were dead and thus focused his cultivation efforts on Longqing's son. Candle Star discerned Longqing's upset mood, which he thought was caused by the fate he carried. He thus tried to comfort him. Long Jun has been gone for thousands of years. Both the battle court and the silent destruction god emperor have yet to emerge. Perhaps your destiny has changed. Candle Star still shuddered at the memory of the Great War from 10,000 years ago. Such a mighty celestial spirit god was exterminated so easily. He had not seen Gu An's true form, but he guessed that the person was the supporting Dao sword venerable. Not just him, most of the beings at the level of free immortals and those in the Dao fruit realm made the same guess, contributing to the rise of the Supreme Sect. Now, the Supreme Sect already had several divine thought true immortals under Candle Star's manipulation. Aside from those elders who had karmic ties with Guan, the elder hall had undergone a complete change of blood. With Longqing out of sight, Candle Star held the greatest power in the Supreme Sect. Most of the current disciples of the Supreme Sect were born in the primordial era, so they didn't see Candle Star as an outsider. When they joined the sect, Candle Star was already the strongest in the Supreme Sect, and to this day, all disciples look up to him. As for the supporting Dao sword venerable, that had become an ethereal legend. But with the existence of the heaven repairing platform, no one doubted the veracity of this tale. Hearing that destiny might have changed, Longqing opened his eyes. He looked at Candle Star and asked, if the Great Thousand World were to develop to its peak, could it confront the battle court? Candle Star pondered, the battle court controls several Great Thousand Worlds and has risen above them. Of course, the potential of the Great Thousand World is limitless. Some powerful Great Thousand Worlds are even territories the battle court dares not tread. Are there really such Great Thousand Worlds? Longqing asked with raised eyebrows. Having recovered the memories of his past life, he knew well the might of the battle court. However, he had been born in this universe in his past life and was not familiar with other Great Thousand Worlds. Of course. Hongmeng, 9 Extremes, Taishi, Taking, Taiwei, these 5 Great Thousand Worlds are places the battle court dares not overstep. Although I haven't been to them, the Lord of the War Court is extremely wary of these worlds. Moreover, besides the Great Thousand Worlds, there are other planes of existence. They may not exist according to world rules, but they too have nurtured incredibly potent forces. Candle Star paused and said with heavy emphasis, although the battle court is strong, it is far from the strongest. As long as you maintain hope, your limits will certainly surpass theirs. I've always felt that the Long clan is at the core of the battle court. Sooner or later, the Long clan will surpass the battle court and reclaim its power. Upon hearing this, Longqing's eyes lit up with spirit. Just then, a woman appeared out of thin air beside them. Father, Yakeng has returned, seeking justice for his father. He wields an immortal path ultimate treasure and has already penetrated the first sea domain. He might arrive at Taikeng continent today. The woman was Longqing's daughter, Longye, and her expression was complex when she mentioned Yakeng. Longqing said pensively, in the end, he has grown up. 9,000 years ago, I felt his destiny pattern was extraordinary. Candle Star, however, said dismissively, what does having an extraordinary destiny pattern matter? He shouldn't have trampled on the face of the Supreme Sect. Personal grudges could be discussed privately. Let him come. I'll make him understand that even with his exceptional talent, 9,000 years of cultivation is far from enough to shake the foundation of the Supreme Sect. Longqing hesitated for a moment and then said, don't harm his life, after all, he was once my disciple. Some misunderstandings, I think, should be discussed face to face. With a huff, Candle Star vanished on the spot. Once he had gone, Longye let out a sigh of relief. She came up to Longqing and whispered, Father, I've heard that Yakeng has cultivated the primordial chaos body, astonishing the heavens and startling the ghosts. Even the saintess of the Guangyuan Saint sect admires him. Not only is his cultivation level formidable, but he also has a powerful backing now. Longqing glanced at her and retorted, "So what? What's your point?" Longya glared and said, "What point can I have? I'm only reminding you that I did let him down, but you were the one who truly pushed him away from the Supreme Sect. You cared too much for the Supreme Sect, causing your disciple to suffer." With that, Longya stomped away. Longqing wasn't angry. He looked up slightly towards the bamboo forest above and murmured, "Master, faced with such a dilemma, what would you choose?" He had taken on many disciples over 10,000 years, but as the sect leader, he always considered the disciples of the Supreme Sect more, hoping his own disciples could bear more since they had enjoyed more of the Supreme Sect's resources. The return of Yekeng did not alarm Longqing, it merely made him miss his master. Chapter 566, Breakthrough to Taking Golden Immortal Realm Perfection. Hidden Spirit Palace. After Guan picked the medicinal herbs, he looked towards Chen Luo and Su Ling who were cultivating in the distance, who were now at the loose immortal realm, a long process from loose immortal realm to wandering immortal realm. Even disciples within the deist field of the beginningless were pushing through the loose immortal realm. After so many years, Chen Chuan had not encountered another mysterious cause and effect attack, and Guan was wondering whether or not to let Chen Luo and Su Ling go. Not everyone enjoyed staying in one place to tirelessly cultivate. Deep Sea Dragon Carp came to Guan's side, still dressed in white. Although his features still carried the soft beauty of a woman, compared to 10,000 years ago, he carried a more distinct presence, making it clear he was not a female demon. "Master, do you need me to call them?" Deep Sea Dragon Carp asked respectfully. He was also at the loose immortal realm, but his minor realm far surpassed both Chen Luo and Su Ling. Compared to the two, Deep Sea Dragon Carp's heart was simple, he just wanted to cultivate. Initially, to enter the Hidden Spirit Palace, he had endured countless hardships, and he still remembered them, so he had no desire to leave. "No need, what magical treasure do you want?" Guan asked while stretching his muscles. "Magical treasure?" Deep Sea Dragon Carp's eyes lit up, he pondered for a moment, and said, "I want a large flag, preferably one that could control the ocean." Although he was already aware of the existence beyond the celestial boundary, his heart was still with the ocean. As he read more books, he also began to form a goal, which was to dominate the ocean. He wanted all creatures in the ocean to worship him as their lord. After hearing his request, Guan just nodded slightly without saying much. Refining 10 Dao treasures had not made him feel tired, because in this process, he was also comprehending the great Dao, and looking back, it still felt wonderful. Thus, he decided to continue crafting Dao treasures. Of course, not everyone could receive his Dao treasures, like Chen Luo and Su Ling. Guan saving them had already been in consideration of Chen Chuan's face. As his realm continued to rise, Guan naturally became more emotionally stable, making it even harder for someone to truly find a place in his heart and garner his concern than reaching the heavens. He was inherently someone who kept old loyalties. "Go and cultivate, I'll be leaving soon." Seeing Deep Sea Dragon Carp standing by not willing to leave, Guan spoke to send him away. He continued to stand there, admiring sections of the medicine garden in the Hidden Spirit Palace, while he activated the lifespan breakthrough function. "You have initiated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, you have been offered the following breakthrough locations. 1. Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. 2. Ascending to Yellow Heaven. 3. Taiwei Earth Core. 4. Netherworld Deep Sea. 5. Desperate Celestial Tomb. 6. Path of the Great Dao. 7. Azura Abyss. 8. Misty Immortal Court. 9. Ling Mountain." Many of these places had appeared before, this time Guan directly ruled out Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. He carefully pondered these names, and he was very interested in Ling Mountain. In Huaxia mythology, Ling Mountain was the Buddhist sect's dojo. Now that celestial court had appeared, he was not sure if this Ling Mountain was the same as the one in the mythology. Despite his curiosity, Guan did not want to go to Ling Mountain. He vaguely felt that the waters of Ling Mountain were very deep, other places looked very expansive, while Ling Mountain seemed like just one mountain. Even though the lifespan breakthrough transfer locations are temporarily safe, he did not want to risk it. For him, the bigger the better for breakthrough locations, so even if anomalies were created, no one would intrude into the lifespan barrier. Thinking it over, Guan decided to go to the desperate celestial tomb. There should be no powerful beings in the tomb, or if there were, they would be sealed. Also, for some reason, seeing the desperate celestial tomb, Guan felt a connection to this place. Transporting to desperate celestial tomb will consume 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. The thought had just arisen when an unusual state that he had not felt in a long time enveloped Guan. He closed his eyes, losing all senses. After a while, Guan felt his feet touch the ground. He immediately initiated the lifespan barrier, and then opened his eyes. What entered his eyes were a series of ruined palaces, and ancient stone pillars towering into the clouds, the ground undulating unevenly, no flowers or grass in sight, only yellow soil and rocks, with the far-off dust swirling into the sky, making the end of the scene indistinct. Vast and desolate, this was Guan's first impression. The Dao spiritual chi here was very dense, even denser than in the celestial extreme 9 heavens, but the aura of the Dao here was not as abundant, with the path of cause and effect being particularly outstanding. This was actually good for Guan, even though he had begun to explore other paths of the Dao, the path of cause and effect was still his main focus. Looking around, Guan did not feel the presence of any living beings. The desperate celestial tomb was bigger than he had anticipated, endless to his hard eye's sight. He was curious whether the whole world was inside the celestial tomb, or if this place was hiding it. He sat down on the spot and pulled up his attribute panel to check. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 20,587/338,542,709,068. Physique, primordial reincarnation undying body. Cultivation level, balancing heaven golden immortal realm perfection. Over 330 billion years of lifespan. This time, he would surely succeed in breaking through. Guan was filled with confidence. The last time he broke through, each crossing the tribulation had to wait 100 million years. Now that he had improved in all aspects, the waiting time needed for crossing the tribulation should not increase by many times. He immediately invested 10 billion years of lifespan into his cultivation level. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 200 million years. You forcefully assaulted the taking golden immortal realm using your great achievement with the deduced dominator skill, started crossing the tribulation, but you did not endure the 3000 golden immortal breaking Dao tribulations, crossing the tribulation failed. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 400 million years, you forcefully assaulted the taking golden immortal realm using your great achievement with the deduced dominator skill, started crossing the tribulation, but you did not endure the 3000 golden immortal breaking Dao tribulations, crossing the tribulation failed. It was indeed the taking golden immortal. Once every 200 million years for a crossing the tribulation, not bad. In reality, a failed tribulation could mean severe injuries or even annihilation. Being able to restore cultivation level and condition within 200 million years at this level was rare. Quickly, the 10 billion years of lifespan were exhausted, all efforts ending in failure. Guan was not panicked at all, this was just the beginning. Another 10 billion years of lifespan. One notification after another popped up, but Guan's attention was drawn to a huge palace in the distance. That massive palace was over 1 million miles away from him. Compared to the surrounding structures, it was exceptionally magnificent. The gates alone were over 10,000 zhang high. For a moment earlier, Guan felt a faint and eerie presence from that palace that disappeared quickly, as if it was his imagination. It seemed that this desperate celestial tomb hid secrets. After all the prompts on his panel disappeared, Guan continued to invest 10 billion years of lifespan. Failure. Invest again. Failure. Invest again. Finally, success. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 5,900,000,000 years. You forcefully assaulted the taking golden immortal realm using your great achievement with the deist dominator skill, started crossing the tribulation. You endured the 3,000 golden immortal breaking Dao tribulations, crossing the tribulation succeeded, your cultivation level broke through to the early stage of taking golden immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 100 billion years, your cultivation level improved. A massive amount of Dao spiritual chi immediately surged towards Guan. He didn't stop but continued to invest lifespan. The lifespan required to move from the early stage to the mid-stage of the taking golden immortal realm far exceeded his imagination, costing him 200 billion years of lifespan. That was truly frightening. However, thinking of the 9 heavens Cyan bird who was only in the early stage of taking golden immortal realm despite being over 200 billion years old, he felt more at ease. After all, this was the taking golden immortal, a realm unimaginable to the beings of the celestial spirit great world. He continued to invest lifespan until his cultivation level reached the perfection of taking golden immortal realm. From early stage to perfection, he had spent nearly 100 billion years of lifespan altogether. And he still had over 1.8 billion years of lifespan left. Meanwhile, anomalies began to appear in the desperate celestial tomb. Dao spiritual chi surged from all directions, forming devastating tornadoes, and runes appeared intermittently in the sky, akin to thunder, oppressively intense. Guan turned his gaze back to the distant huge palace. That trace of eerie presence he had caught earlier reappeared, his eyes intently focused on that half-open giant door, behind which was darkness, ominously severe. After a while, as Guan basked in the luminance of the great Dao, he squinted because he saw a figure walking out from that door. The figure was as large as an ordinary person, seeming minuscule like dust within the doorway. From its shape, it seemed to be a person. Chapter 567, Sin, the Catastrophe of the Supreme Sect. Under Guan's gaze, a young boy with a full head of black hair walked out from the door. He looked to be just over 10 years old, very thin, dressed in a pair of tattered pants, his face smeared with dirt. He stood in the shadow of the gate, looking around nervously. Sin, Nirvana Realm 0/9999/9999. His cultivation level in the Nirvana Realm wasn't particularly strong, but his causality was extremely complex, even someone as powerful as Guan couldn't see through it. The tangled, complicated causality was intricately related to the Dao rules within the desperate celestial tomb. At first glance, Guan felt like the boy was imprisoned here by the great Dao. But the key question was, how could he be 0 years old? Just born? Guan grew curious about Sin, but his immediate priority was to make a breakthrough. After watching for a while, he closed his eyes. The commotion caused by the breakthrough soon enveloped the entire desperate celestial tomb, making Sin at the gate even more nervous, to the point where he retracted back into the door, only poking his head out. As Guan closed his eyes, time flew by rapidly. An hour later, Guan successfully broke through to the taking golden immortal realm. The state of being a taking golden immortal still revolved around the elevation of the golden immortal Dao fruit, above which appeared a patch of azure sky evolved from the taking, reminding Guan of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao encompassed the great thousand world just like this. Reaching the taking golden immortal realm led to a transformation of his destiny pattern, unbound by the constraints of the great Dao. Even without passing through a world gate, Guan could leap out of the great world. He could even glimpse the domains beyond the great thousand world. Nothingness, chaos, utter emptiness, without even light. The desperate celestial tomb, like the great thousand world, though not as vast as the celestial spirit great world, had a similar structure to the great thousand world. Aside from a leap in mana, his heart eye began to transform, and his divine sense, too, underwent transformation. As a taking golden immortal, he could come and go as he pleased, his soul body reaching his thoughts instantly without any hindrance in the journey. Within the lifespan barrier, Guan's body shone with a strong light, Dao spiritual chi formed whirlwinds around him, appearing to hide thousands of stars flickering in brilliance. After fully stepping into the taking golden immortal realm, Guan started challenging higher minor realms. Only after reaching the late stages of the taking golden immortal realm did his thoughts return to reality, and when he opened his eyes again, his whole persona underwent a drastic change. He became more transcendent, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Taking golden immortal, the pinnacle of the golden immortal Dao fruit and also the sixth realm of the Dao fruit realm, the great Dao told Guan that very few beings reached this layer of the realm, a domain even the great Dao couldn't entirely restrict. Guan could feel that his golden immortal Dao fruit had reached its limit. Another breakthrough would grant him even greater favors, and his Dao fruit too would welcome a new transformation. The Dao spiritual chi continued to pour into Guan's body, the potent power of the great Dao surrounding him, as if protecting his breakthrough. Guan's gaze once again turned towards the distance, the giant palace gate no longer bore sight of Sin. He felt somewhat wistful, a feeling that left him confused. His intuition told him that he had some connection with Sin, a connection he couldn't recall, possibly because it pertained to the future. He felt it was likely related to lifespan reincarnation. Perhaps Sin had some connection with one of his reincarnation bodies from a past life. From the moment he saw the desperate celestial tomb, he had this sense, as if something here was waiting for him, something he was compelled to face. Guan gazed at the massive palace while lost in contemplation. Even though he had successfully made a breakthrough, he couldn't fully decipher the causality of the desperate celestial tomb. However, he was certain that the entire world was a celestial tomb, burying countless great powers' causality. He could even envision the scenes from before their deaths. The desperate celestial tomb seemed quiet but was truly terrifying. Without the lifespan barrier, just 1 hour in the tomb would see Guan eaten away by mysterious forces within, making escape impossible. Whatever this force was, Guan couldn't tell, and he even sensed that this force was no less formidable than the heavenly Dao. Time continued to pass. Guan had reached perfection in the taking golden immortal realm, but the strange phenomena within the desperate celestial tomb persisted. Aside from Sin, he detected no other presences, as if the desperate celestial tomb housed only Sin, a living spirit. Once his cultivation level stopped growing, Guan stood up, choosing to teleport back. As for the confusion brought about by Sin, he decided to let time provide the answers, for with the lifespan breakthrough, there was always the possibility of returning in the future. After a while, Guan reappeared inside the hidden spirit palace. He pulled up his attribute panel, and just the breakthrough of the lifespan barrier alone had cost him 70 billion years of lifespan, leaving him with around 100 billion years. That's fine, there's lifespan left. After giving the deep-sea dragon carp that had already begun its cultivation practice a glance, Guan disappeared on the spot. He didn't return to the Daoist field of the beginningless but took one step to arrive at the outer sect city of the Supreme Sect. It had been tens of thousands of years since he last returned to the Supreme Sect. Compared to the last era, the Supreme Sect was even more prosperous, even the outer sect city had been expanded, and it was more vast than the sect's main city of before. Guan appeared out of thin air amid the crowd in the streets without attracting anyone's attention. Even when he appeared in front of the passing disciples, they only felt that he had an extraordinary demeanor and were not confused about his sudden appearance, which was the effect of his Dao intent. He could influence people's perception, even manipulate their minds. The Supreme Sect was bustling today. As Guan strolled around, he listened to the discussions among the Supreme Sect disciples. I heard that Grand Elder Zhu Xing himself took action and still couldn't subdue Yekang. Is the primordial chaos body really so domineering? Not exactly. Yekang wields an immortal path ultimate treasure, and clearly, there is a prominent figure behind him. It is said that the Guangyuan Saint sect supporting him possesses great powers that transcend the 9 heavens of the immortal path. The Supreme Sect won't be overwhelmed, right? Yeking was also once a disciple of our Supreme Sect, but now he has become our enemy. What exactly happened back then? Guan listened to these discussions without paying Yeking any mind. The new era would give birth to new talents, especially since the current great heaven and earth are far stronger than in the last era. Before the great thousand world was reshaped, thousands of great heaven and earths were scattered across the universe. From ancient times to the present, entities wanting to transcend the free immortals realm would leave the great heaven and earth to seek opportunities in the universe, because their own heaven and earth could not help them reach higher realms. Now, the great thousand world has been restored to its original state, and the heavenly Dao has re-emerged. Opportunities are everywhere, and more great powers are returning. Some come from the river of the great Dao, others from reincarnation. There are myriad ways, making the overall strength of the celestial spirit great world rapidly increasing. As for the celestial court, perhaps standing too high, they have not noticed this, and the battle court is even more elusive. Returning to the Supreme Sect, Guan mainly felt nostalgic and wanted to come back and take a look. He walked slowly, admiring the street scenes along the way, and before he knew it, he had arrived in front of the library pavilion. This time, he didn't step inside. Compared to his last visit, the library pavilion had become majestically imposing, and he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Old acquaintances kept surfacing in Guan's eyes, bringing a smile to his face. Though the old friends were no longer present, the memories of the past were so beautiful. Whenever he reminisced, his mood would become cheerful. Nowadays, very few people within the Supreme Sect could recognize Guan. These people are highly respected and often in seclusion, not the type to stroll around the outer sect city. Guan just stood in front of the library pavilion, looking at the building, lost in memories. The celestial vault behind him began to change color, rolling thunderclouds approached from the horizon, quickly covering the sky above the outer sect city. As the world darkened, Guan's thoughts returned to the present. He turned around to look, and at the end of the earth, lightning flashed and thunder roared as if the apocalypse was upon them. Profound Yuan Free Immortal Realm's Grand Elder Zhu Xing couldn't stop Yeking, or more accurately, couldn't stop the Immortal Path Ultimate Treasure in Yeking's hand. The soul inside that Immortal Path Ultimate Treasure belonged to a heaven encompassing free immortal from Lushan, and because it was just a soul, it could only exert the strength of a profound Yuan Free Immortal. Combined with the Immortal Path Ultimate Treasure, it had the power to sweep through its realm. Guan saw through the origin of that soul at a glance. This soul, named the Heaven-Supporting Ancestor, came from another great thousand world. When the celestial spirit god was preparing to destroy the great thousand world, he took advantage of the chaos in the great Tao's order and sneaked in. He was fleeing a pursuit, with transcendent forces seeking to execute him. Later, the heaven-supporting ancestor encountered Yeking. He was attracted by Yeking's physique and, after thousands of years of companionship, they built a deep connection. Yeking was determined to seek revenge, and the heaven-supporting ancestor could only support him. After defeating Zhu Xing, Yeking rapidly advanced towards the Supreme Sect. Yeking, who was over 9,000 years old, had already reached the cultivation level of a loose immortal and was not far from the wandering immortal realm. His talent could indeed be considered top tier in the current era. However, his strength was mainly due to his reliance on the heaven-supporting ancestor. The world was unaware of the existence of the heaven-supporting ancestor, so Yeking's talent was overestimated even more. Simultaneously, on the edge of the continent, above the rolling thunderclouds, a man in black clothes advanced against the wind. His face was stern with sharp eyebrows and eyes. His right hand held an ancient Sion tower that continuously burst forth with rainbow light, battering the sea of clouds. He was Yeking. Chapter 568, The Dominant Ancestor. Gazing at the distant and majestic Supreme Sect, Yakang's eyes brimmed with nostalgia as he murmured to himself, "I've finally come back." Compared to before, it indeed looks more like a holy land of the human world. A weathered voice emerged from the ancient Azure Tower, "Regarding the Supreme Sect, I too am quite interested. What kind of sect is it that could attract the protection of supporting Dao Sword Venerable? Heaven supporting ancestor." Yakang replied, "But the supporting Dao Sword Venerable has already left the Supreme Sect. Perhaps even he has grown tired of it." He had visited the heaven repairing platform and felt the vast sword intent of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. Thus, he had long been an admirer of the Venerable. "Everything should have a limit, do not be too extreme," heaven supporting ancestor said with emphasis. Yakang did not reply, his eyes only growing more complex. He recalled the scene before he left the Supreme Sect, arguing with his master in the Third Medicine Valley, insisting he hadn't harmed his fellow disciples. Even though his senior sister testified for him, their master remained unconvinced. To appease the rage within the sect, his master had him leave the Supreme Sect first. After his departure, his sister was murdered. She was his only kin, whom he swore to protect in front of their parents' tombstones. Knowledgeable of this truth, he felt as though the sky had collapsed. He sought justice from his master but was stonewalled, and to this day, that vengeance had not been claimed. He hated his master for not taking a stand for him, and he hated the Supreme Sect even more. Although it was called a holy land, it was really dominated by influential families, and without a powerful backing, it was hard to gain a foothold. This time, he was determined to demand justice. After obtaining justice, he planned to leave far behind, venturing into a vaster world, never to return in this lifetime. Of course, there was another thought in his mind. That was to see his senior sister one more time. Thinking of his senior sister, the chill in his eyes eased. "How dare you, Yakang? As a disciple of the Supreme Sect, do you truly intend to betray your own sect?" A majestic voice rang out, thunderous and filled with divine might. Yakang did not reply, instead, quickening his pace, his aura suddenly burst forth. Mana gathered behind him, forming a dharma aspect of towering mountains and rivers, sun and moon shining brightly, and vast rivers rushing, from which the essence of heaven and earth gushed out. The clouds ahead were pierced through as cultivators of the Supreme Sect, armed with magical treasures, rushed out, rapidly surrounding Yakang, ready for battle. Rumble. The outer sect city shook, and Guan watched as the city protecting array rose. Pedestrians on the streets hurried along, disturbed by Yakang's arrival. Guan turned and headed toward the heaven repairing platform. He could foresee that Yakang would not bring disaster to the Supreme Sect. Once Yakang met Longqing and they, as master and disciple, broke ties, Yakang would completely sever his karma and then truly embark on his own path in life. The primordial chaos body was no simple matter, a notch above Zhu Xi's primordial cause and effect body. Of course, that was just the physique. The potential of a cultivator still depended on their comprehension. The feud between Yakang and Longqing amused Guan, but he did not support either of their perspectives. Suddenly, he thought of Ji Xiao, who had also severed her familial ties. Such were the matters of the human world, always with its imperfections. Ji Xiao had long returned to the yin-yang immortal domain, which was not part of the great heaven and earth, and remained in the cosmic void of the universe. Guan occasionally kept an eye on Ji Xiao, who was striving to reach the Dao fruit realm. Despite the news of the reshaping of the Great Thousand World, Ji Xiao had no intention of coming back to see Guan. Guan could hear her aspirations, she wanted to reach the same realm as Guan before she would meet him again. Naturally, he respected her competitive spirit. For the human world, 10,000 years was a long time, but for Ji Xiao, especially in seclusion, it felt short, so she did not feel it had been long since she saw Guan. Thinking of Ji Xiao, Guan then thought of Yelan. Having entered reincarnation for so long, Yelan had not yet reincarnated in the celestial spirit great world. Guan decided to spend time looking for her next. With the Dao Destruction Destiny Seal, as a taking golden immortal, finding Yelan should not be difficult for Guan. As Guan thought this, he walked down one street after another. He finally arrived in front of the heaven repairing platform. The heaven repairing platform maintained its original appearance, with many figures on it. Zhou Yujian was still guarding the heaven-splitting axe, sitting cross-legged in mid-air, exuding a celestial demeanor. The pressure of the immortal path ultimate treasure enveloped outer sect city, but Zhou Yujian kept his eyes closed, an air of calmness that would not change even if the heavens fell. Looking at Zhou Yujian, Guan felt reassured. Zhou Yujian was definitely the most devoted person to him, even more devout than profound mysterious Genren from the mountain god temple. Unless his family faced trouble, he had guarded the heaven repairing platform for over 20,000 years, protecting the honor of supporting Dao Sword Venerable. Guan also had not treated him unfairly, occasionally using Dao intent to guide him in sword enlightenment. Now, Zhou Yujian was also in the loose immortal realm, his sword Dao achievement not much less than Chen Chuan. Once the inheritance of the heaven-splitting axe was handed over, Guan would give Zhou Yujian a chance to follow him. Guan had steeds, disciples, and demon pets, but he lacked a sword attendant by his side. At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of the heaven-splitting axe, and the disciples who were queuing up were about to verbally abuse the newcomer, but upon recognizing who it was, they hastily bent over to salute. The visitor was none other than the sect leader of the Supreme Sect, Longqing. Longqing paid no attention to the surrounding disciples, he gazed at the heaven-splitting axe, remaining silent. Zhou Yujian was still meditating mid-air, he glanced at Longqing and then closed his eyes again. With a pat on the shoulder from the supporting Dao Sword Venerable and inheriting the sword intent, Zhou Yujian held a very high status in the Supreme Sect. Even when facing Longqing, he could act as a senior, and Longqing did indeed respect him. Boom, boom, boom. The distant rumbling of thunder grew louder and louder, the oppression belonging to the immortal path ultimate treasure was approaching. Candle Star appeared out of nowhere beside Longqing and said solemnly, "Behind him, there is someone with a higher cultivation level than me, the Supreme Sect cannot stop him. He is the foremost cultivator of the Supreme Sect, and below him, there is a huge gap in cultivation level." Hearing his words, Longqing's expression did not change. Candle Star wanted to say more, but he suddenly turned his head. The city protecting array of the outer sect city shattered abruptly, and a rainbow light came crashing down from the sky, forcing Candle Star to raise his palm and protect Longqing and the surrounding disciples with his own mana. As the light dissipated and the Jin Qi overflowed, Yaking revealed himself, with cracks appearing on the platform under his feet and stones flying. Zhou Yujian opened his eyes, his gaze fell on the spot beneath Yakang's feet, his sword brows furrowing tightly. Holding a green ancient tower, Yaking ignored Candle Star, his gaze fell on Longqing's back, and he said, "Master, long time no see." Longqing slowly turned around. Facing his former disciple, his expression was calm, devoid of any emotion. Their eyes met, each seeing only the other. "What do you want?" Longqing asked. Yaking responded, "I seek justice. I want you, Master, to publicly condemn the Kui family and avenge my sister." Longqing said nothing, only quietly looked at him. Yaking slightly tilted his chin upward, a cold light twinkling in his eyes, he said with a sneer, "It seems that after 9,000 years, the status of the Kui family in the Supreme Sect has risen ever higher. Master, you also can't bear to deal with them, can you?" Longqing stared at him and said, "The one who murdered your sister was already executed. Do you really want the entire Kui family to join your sister in death? Do you know how many people are in the Kui family, and what the Supreme Sect would lose without them?" Yaking stepped forward, the green ancient tower shone with a dazzling light, a strong wind rose from the ground, and his black robe fluttered intensely, enhancing the oppressive force he displayed. "He is dead, but my sister, as a disciple of the Supreme Sect, died quietly, is that really right? Moreover, that person was just a pawn, who truly wanted to harm my sister, master, do you really not know? Ye King pressed aggressively, the aura of the green ancient tower making the heaven-repairing platform tremble. Candlestar couldn't help but yell out, enough! That member of the Kui family has long left the Supreme Sect. Do you expect the Supreme Sect to spend manpower to hunt him down? How vast is the world, for your sister, how much should the Supreme Sect have to sacrifice for you to be satisfied? The Kui family allowed the mastermind to escape and had the murderer executed. The Supreme Sect indeed had no way to deal with them, especially since the Kui family helped develop the sect and now counted among the top 3 families within the sect. Candlestar often encountered such contradictions. What he could do was to have the murderer pay with his life, but it was impossible to completely eradicate them because the development of power needed to consider benefits. With this loud yell, the aura of profound Yu and free immortal surged toward Ye King, making him slide backward. A phantom jumped out from the green ancient tower. This was an old Taoist with white hair. The heaven-supporting ancestor hovered in the air, looking down at Candlestar, and said, "Fellow Deist, you should not belong to this great thousand world. Why are you so stubborn about the rules of the human world? If you consider interests, do you think it is worth offending me in a primordial chaos body for a family that oppresses the weak?" Seeing him appear, Candlestar's expression darkened and he said, "I want to ask you too, with your high level of Dao practice, do you really think his stubborn nature won't bring him great disaster?" The heaven-supporting ancestor had no expression on his face and said, "This is his only request in this life, and as his teacher, I must help him. In the human world, a day is a teacher, a lifelong father. In the great thousand world, a teacher should protect his disciple more. I do not care what happens to him in the future, I just want to support him now." Hearing these words, Long Qing's expression changed. Zhou Yujian looked at the heaven-supporting ancestor. He could feel the other's strength, but he was not concerned. The supporting Dao sword venerable had left many years ago, but Zhou Yujian always felt that the old man was still watching over the Supreme Sect. As long as the sword intent of the heaven-repairing platform did not dissipate, Zhou Yujian believed the Supreme Sect could not possibly fall. Ye King, hearing the words of the heaven-supporting ancestor, felt a deep gratitude but did not show it on his face. He looked at Long Qing, his eyes filled with disappointment. Once, he had respected this master so much that he even considered him a father. The strong stance of the heaven-supporting ancestor put great pressure on Candlestar. He could only look to Long Qing. "Say something, if it comes to a fight, I will risk my life to assist you. This guy is just a remnant soul, he cannot afford it." Candlestar said solemnly. Seeing the disappointment in Ye Kang's eyes, Long Qing felt a bit confused. Had he really made a mistake? In his view, the Supreme Sect was the legacy left by his teacher and LV Badian. He had to protect it well, so in his heart, the Supreme Sect was more important than his progeny and disciples. The heaven-supporting ancestor looked at Long Qing and said, "Destroying the Kui family would be as easy as flipping my hand, but what my disciple wants is your stance, Dragon Gate Master. Could it be that you want to involve the entire Supreme Sect because of past mistakes?" Chapter 569, The Myth of the Supreme Sect. Entangled the entire Supreme Sect. Heaven-supporting ancestor's voice echoed throughout the Supreme Sect, allowing every single person within the sect to hear him loud and clear. In these days, the grudges between Ye King and the sect had already been dug out by the disciples, and with the powerful Kui family already unpopular among some, the true story emerged against those who fanned the flames. Though they sympathized with Ye King, they could not accept that he would jeopardize the whole Supreme Sect for a personal vendetta. They couldn't just give up resistance out of sympathy and wait for Ye King to execute them, right? Heaven-supporting ancestors' words instead ignited the wrath of the Supreme Sect members, and more disciples flew toward the outer sect city. Long Qing's expression also turned ice-cold. Ye King had brought up the master-disciple relationship, which indeed caused him regret, but with heaven-supporting ancestor threatening the entire Supreme Sect, the shame and regret in his heart were instantly replaced by murderous intent. He glared at heaven-supporting ancestor and said coldly, "Do you really think you can act recklessly within the Supreme Sect?" As he spoke, a trace of grey aura emanated from his eyes, making his whole persona appear even more eerie. He was not as advanced in cultivation level as heaven-supporting ancestor, but he had his own reliance. That was the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. Zhou Yujian, seated cross-legged in mid-air, also spoke up, "Right and wrong, grudges and favors, can be discussed, but if you want to threaten the entire Supreme Sect, I advise you to take back these words, otherwise your cultivation level won't withstand the consequences of such karma." Seeing even a loose immortal so arrogant, heaven-supporting ancestor thought these people had gone mad. Could it be they believed supporting Dao Sword Venerable was still protecting them? Heaven-supporting ancestor's divine sense enveloped the entire Supreme Sect and completely failed to detect the presence of supporting Dao Sword Venerable, not to mention a presence comparable to candle stars. As heaven-supporting ancestor was thinking, figures descended from the sky, and Long Qing's daughter Longya had also arrived. Seeing her, Yakang's eyes showed a subtle change. Longya looked at Yakang with a complex expression, faintly resentful, which made Yakang unable to look her in the eye. A handsome man in a gold-embroidered white robe stood in front of Long Qing. He was tall, his long hair tied up in a crown, exuding an unbeatable elegance, the pride in his expression undeniable. "Yakang, every debt has its debtor, every grievance its culprit. Master didn't support you as you wished, but if you honestly ask yourself, did Master mistreat you? Before you left the Supreme Sect, did you get less cultivation resources than I did? Despite conflicts with that disciple from the Kui family, you both vied for the same opportunity. He died, wouldn't the Kui family think of you? Isn't it because of your lack of foresight?" This handsome man was Long Qing's son, Long Teng, and he spoke with the fierce momentum of a wild beast. He stared intently at Yakang and said, "All you know is hatred, but what about the grace the Supreme Sect has shown you? Because of hatred towards one person, one family, you would involve the entire sect? Do you really think you are without guilt? Since you hold your sister in such high regard, why didn't you consider her when you were fighting? Did you think we are obligated to guard your sister for life, watching over her every moment?" These successive interrogations made Yakang furrow his brows. Heaven-supporting ancestor did not speak further. He had no personal grievance with the Supreme Sect, he wanted to see how Yakang would respond. In his view, Yakang should experience such a confrontation and come to a clear understanding of himself. "The people who have been kind to you, you only demand more, by what right do you act this way?" Long Teng said forcefully, and even though heaven-supporting ancestor and immortal path ultimate treasure were mighty, he showed no fear, and even took a step forward while speaking. Seeing Long Teng's stance, Candle Star revealed a smile on his face. Even though Yakang had cultivated the primordial chaos body, in Candle Star's eyes, he still didn't measure up to Long Teng. "Feel it's unfair?" When Yakang was the favored one by Long Qing, did Yakang ever consider how Long Teng felt being neglected? Granted, Long Qing was somewhat biased in his manner and relationships, the closer they were, the more he may have taken them for granted, mainly because his energy and resources were limited. In his view, there was no need to make a big effort to win over his own children. Perhaps, due to a lifetime of drifting from one life to the next, he cared deeply about how outsiders felt under his command. Candle Star didn't think such a fault was a big deal. The present issue wasn't about what Long Qing did wrong, it was that he wasn't as strong as heaven-supporting ancestor. If he was stronger, would he have allowed heaven-supporting ancestor such insolence? More and more people appeared on the heaven-repairing platform, persuading Yakang, who had once shown peerless talent. It was too much of a pity for such a genius to become the Supreme Sect's enemy, especially when the conflict could be resolved. Why go to such lengths to settle the score? Yakang watched his former sect friends and teachers, feeling somewhat swayed in his heart. But whenever he thought of his sister's death, he just couldn't let go. The very reason he had left the Supreme Sect with peace of mind was his belief that Master would take care of his sister. But instead of disciplining the Kui family, Master had let them kill his sister. Why should he? His master was the sect leader. Yakang's anger and intent to kill burst forth in his heart, and the more people tried to persuade him, the more he hated. From the beginning to the end, the Kui family never showed up, and the Supreme Sect did not attempt to capture them. It was as if the Kui family were the victims. Master! Yakang's voice was deep, drowning out all other noises between heaven and earth. Heaven-supporting ancestor and Longqing both turned to look at him. Both were his masters, but one protected him while the other stood on the opposing side. Zhou Yujian sensed Yakang's murderous aura and his expression shifted. He was about to stand up when suddenly, his gaze caught a figure, and he widened his eyes in excitement. He did not exclaim aloud but quickly repressed his emotions. Heaven-supporting ancestor said expressionlessly, "Speak, whatever you wish to do, your master will support you." As his words fell, the temperature around plummeted. The ancient green tower constantly burst forth with rainbow light, casting clarity on everyone's faces. Yakang took a deep breath and said, "Kill. Kill until." "Young man, watch your words. Some things can't be taken back," once said. A voice suddenly came from behind, and in an instant, heaven-supporting ancestor, who was floating in mid-air, felt a hand press on his shoulder, and he found himself crashing down onto the heaven-repairing platform. Having become a remnant soul, heaven-supporting ancestor had almost forgotten what it felt like to physically fall. He instinctively turned his head and saw a figure standing behind him, one hand resting on his shoulder. Everyone was frightened by Guan's sudden appearance, including Yakang, whose eyelids twitched wildly. That someone had captured the mighty heaven-supporting ancestors so easily. Upon seeing Guan, Longqing felt relieved, but then, thinking of something, his face showed a shade of shame. An elder who had lived through the last era widened his eyes in disbelief. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to remember something and swallowed his words. It was also Candlestar's first time seeing Guan, but Guan's figure felt familiar to him. Wait! Wasn't this the mysterious figure who had suppressed the celestial spirit god? Candlestar instinctively glanced at Longqing, and seeing his expression, felt even more certain about his guess. He breathed a sigh of relief while also feeling a bit nervous. This was the terrifying existence who had effortlessly suppressed the celestial spirit god. He couldn't fathom what such a being might be thinking. Heaven-supporting ancestor was unable to move. He couldn't even retract his immortal path ultimate treasure. Waves of shock surged in his heart. Guan ignored heaven-supporting ancestor beneath his hand and looked at Yakang, saying, "Ultimately, your enemies are not here. Many things can be mended. You can avenge the dead, but you should also cherish the living." Yakang saw heaven-supporting ancestor pressed to the ground, unable to even turn around to look at him, and this filled him with fear. Guan looked so young but gave off an unfathomable aura. He nervously asked, "And who are you?" He had voiced the question on everyone's mind. Afraid that Yakang might offend Guan, Longqing hastily barked, "Aren't you going to kneel and kowtow to your ancestor?" "Ancestor?" Yakang stood there stunned, along with Longteng, Longyue, and the other members of the Long family. This person was Longqing's master? Wait! Wasn't Longqing's master? More and more people started to realize this point, some gasped, while others trembled and knelt straight on the ground. Yakang also came to the realization of Guan's identity, his mind buzzing. He stood still, unsure of what to do. Guan's left hand lifted, and with a wave through the air, a man appeared beneath his hand, his shoulder grasped by Guan. This man was handsomely dressed, his face handsome, but it carried a hint of malevolence. His expression was baffled, obviously startled by the sudden turn of events. When he saw Yakang, his face greatly changed. Yakang's notoriety spread far and wide, and he had always dreaded encountering Ye Kang. Upon seeing him, Ye Kang's eyes instantly reddened, his murderous intent irrepressible. You! Kui Xianlin had just opened his mouth when he was suppressed by a force. Guan couldn't be bothered to listen to their dispute. Through causal calculations, he could understand the truth. Kui Xianlin's brother fancied Longye, but Longye was close to Ye Kang, leading to Kui Xianlin's brother warning Ye Kang several times in private, which resulted in a grudge between the two men. The reason Kui Xianlin's brother died was that he attacked Ye Kang and, in a twist of fate, was killed by a demon beast. After Ye Kang left, Kui Xianlin returned to Supreme Sect only to discover his brother's death. He wanted Ye Kang to suffer the same pain. The Kui family was also in distress. They were wary of Longqing and Candle Star, otherwise, they would not have sent Kui Xianlin away. Whether it was the Kui family or Ye Kang, both paid a price. Supreme Sect had also discussed this matter with the Kui family, and ultimately, it was left in the past. But the Kui family never dared let Kui Xianlin return due to Candle Star's domineering actions. Guan stared at Ye Kang and said, "You're avenging your sister, and your master helps you, that's all fine. But you must also allow your master's ancestor to help him. What do you think?" Ye Kang, overwhelmed, was even more unsure of what to do. The thought that the person before him was the myth of Supreme Sect threw his mind into turmoil. Longqing quickly approached Guan and said, "Master, Kang is just a bit impulsive. It's all my fault as his master." He was worried that Guan was angry, always believing that Supreme Sect was Guan's soft spot, which was why he valued the sect so highly. Guan looked towards Longqing with a calm gaze and said, "You've disappointed me." At those words, Longqing's complexion drastically changed, and unable to maintain the air of a sect leader, he knelt down anxiously. Seeing the sect leader kneel, all Supreme Sect cultivators knelt in unison, Zhou Yujian included. Chapter 570, Righteous Dao, Eternal Life. Outer Sect City fell into silence. The cultivators who came to support beheld the magnificent scene on the heaven-repairing platform and were utterly astounded, slowing their flying speed, their eyes fixed on Longqing. The sect leader knelt. When they turned their gazes towards Guan, they couldn't see his true face, even feeling a sense of dizziness. Seeing his master speaking on his behalf, Ye Kang also came back to his senses. Yes, if he could seek the help of heaven-supporting ancestor, why couldn't his ancestor help his master? The moment he saw Kui Xianlin, Ye Kang actually began to let go. It was only because the dead could not be brought back to life that he blamed others. It was his own fault, after all he had not protected his sister well. Who else could he blame? Ye Kang took a deep breath and facing Guan, he opened his mouth to say, "Thank you, ancestor, for capturing my enemy for me. I should avenge myself, please, do not be disappointed in my master." He, as the sect leader, was indeed helpless, and I, as his disciple, failed to resolve his worries and constantly caused him trouble. It is I who have let him down. When Longqing knelt down for him, his hatred for Longqing completely dissipated. Recalling what Longtang had said, he felt utterly ashamed. Now, he only wanted to kill Kui Xianlin and then leave. Guan looked at him and said, "Running away won't solve the problem. You've caused so much trouble for the Supreme Sect, do you think you can just walk away?" After hearing this, Ye Kang opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond to that question. Though he had not intentionally killed anyone, his forceful actions along the way had undoubtedly caused immeasurable losses to the Supreme Sect. After taking revenge, have a chat alone with your master, let him decide your fate. Having said that, Guan pushed Kui Xianlin, whose mana had already been restrained, towards Ye Kang. Now as weak as a mortal, once Kui Xianlin regained his freedom, he immediately ran towards the distance. However, Ye Kang appeared out of nowhere in front of him, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him high up. As Guan turned and walked away, he dropped a comment, "Zhou Yujian, come with me." Hearing this, Zhou Yujian became excited and hurriedly followed Gu An's steps. Just a few steps away, the two disappeared from the heaven repairing platform. With Gu An gone, Ye King could no longer restrain his desire to kill. Kui Xian Lin, give me back my sister's life! Ye King roared with all his might, venting thousands of years of accumulated hatred and pain. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. Countless cultivators of the Supreme Sect looked up, their minds shaken as they gazed at the figure on the heaven repairing platform. What shook them was not Ye King, but the person whom the sect leader had knelt before. Who in the world was he? Not only did he make the sect leader kneel, but he also made Ye King let go of his hatred towards the Supreme Sect. Such a figure made the cultivators of the Supreme Sect's imagination run wild. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sunlight poured down, brightening Third Medicine Valley. Under an old tree, after Zhou Yujian finished pouring tea for Guan, he sat down respectfully, facing Guan with a mix of anticipation and nervousness in his heart. Such a big event had happened, and Guan calling him away meant Guan had come specifically for him. Was he going to accept him as a disciple, or was he going to ask him to give up guarding the heaven repairing platform? 2,000 years had passed, too many people, including his son, had persuaded him to give up. He wavered at times but still persevered. Only he knew how monotonous a life lasting thousands of years could be. Hearing Zhou Yujian's inner thoughts, Guan laughed and said, "Don't be nervous. Although your guarding of the heaven repairing platform doesn't hold special significance for me, your sincerity has touched me." Zhou Yujian, flustered, let out an embarrassed smile. Guan continued with a smile, "I offer you two choices, one is to be my sword attendant, following me forever, and the other is to teach you the swordsmanship that leads to the peak of the world." "I wish to follow you," Zhou Yujian answered without hesitation. Guan looked at him and reminded, "Following me, can you forsake your family?" Zhou Yujian said firmly, "I have essentially already forsaken them. I have done all I could to give them everything I could. Choosing to follow you is my choice for immortal cultivation. I believe that by following you, I can achieve true immortality." He expressed his needs without concealment. Such an attitude made Guan appreciate him even more. Guan smiled and said, "Once someone receives the legacy of the heaven-splitting axe, you can come to Wuxi." "Wuxi? What place is that?" Zhou Yujian asked eagerly, suppressing his excitement. "That is my Daoist field." Having said that, Guan began to inquire about the development of the Supreme Sect over the years. He was actually aware of it already, but he wanted to understand the Supreme Sect from the mouths of its cultivators. Zhou Yujian hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Currently, the Supreme Sect has already become a holy land, still the leader of the righteous Dao. As the sect has grown, internal conflicts are inevitable. The sect leader often secludes himself for cultivation, with the Grand Elder Candle Star overseeing the power, and the Grand Elder has been doing quite well. Zhou Yujian spoke in detail, while Guan listened attentively. After a long while, Longqing brought Ye King back to Third Medicine Valley. From a distance, they saw Zhou Yujian sitting under a tree, stupidly smiling at a teapot on the table as if possessed. Longqing hesitated for a moment but still walked towards Zhou Yujian. Ye King subconsciously looked around, searching for his ancestor. After taking revenge and reflecting on his ancestor's power, he felt shocked. He had thought heaven-supporting ancestor was the strongest, but heaven-supporting ancestor was powerless before his ancestor. This incident also awakened him. If he hadn't met his ancestor that day, he might have already died. He began to admire and aspire after his ancestor, a person so powerful yet not overbearing, fair, the kind of person he wanted to become. Seeing Longqing and his disciple approaching, Zhou Yujian composed himself, resuming his inscrutable demeanor. Longqing approached him and bowed, asking, "Senior, where has my master gone? Has he left any instructions?" Zhou Yujian stood up and said, "As for where he has gone off to, I can't investigate that, and he didn't leave any message." After hearing this, Longqing frowned. Zhou Yujian spoke with a meaningful tone, "Sect leader, the next time you visit the heaven repairing platform, don't just focus on the heaven-splitting axe. Actually, the most important thing on the heaven repairing platform isn't the legacy, nor the sword intent, but the 2 words of righteous Dao he left behind." What is the righteous Dao? Different people have different understandings, but I think what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. The righteous Dao should lead the moral climate of the human world. Before the sound of his voice faded, Zhou Yujian had already disappeared from the spot. After listening, Longqing fell into silence. Ye King, looking at Longqing's back, his eyes full of shame. After being scolded and looking back at his master's actions, he suddenly felt that being a master was the hardest. Ye King began to examine his own heart. What kind of person was he really? Did he deserve the 2 words righteous Dao? Heaven-supporting ancestor taught him that if one does not think for oneself, heaven and earth will annihilate them. Immortal cultivation is about striving, but seeing the ancestor today, he suddenly felt that cultivators must still have some convictions and principles. In thousands of years, he had seen countless powerhouses, but in terms of demeanor, no one could compare to his ancestor. The ancestor had only said a few words, but now that he thought back, each word was filled with deep meaning. Under the old tree, Longqing and Ye King, each harboring their own thoughts, were reflecting on their own actions and pasts. Guan returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless and resumed his uneventful lifestyle, not caring about how Longqing would deal with Ye King. Even if the Supreme Sect were to be destroyed, he didn't want to bother. His intervention this time was because Ye King was considered his disciple, and his disciples could not be enemies with the Supreme Sect. Regardless, the Supreme Sect still held a place in Guan's heart. Guan sat in a rocking chair reading a book, while in the courtyard, the great cauldron was still refining Dao treasures. This time, it wasn't an Xin who was helping to guard, but Shen Zhen. An Xin needed to cultivate, and Guan didn't trouble her. Besides, Shen Zhen was quite interested in refining treasures. Shen Zhen occasionally glanced at Guan, with words lingering on her lips but never spoken. She always felt Guan had changed somehow this time, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. After reading for a while, Guan's mind inexplicably drifted to the figure of the youth. Why was that youth trapped in the desperate celestial tomb? What made him so capable of moving his heart? No. It's time to initiate a lifespan reincarnation. As soon as Guan thought it, he did it. After all, he still had 100 billion years of lifespan, so one attempt wasn't extravagant. His mind stirred, and a series of prompts appeared before his eyes. You consume 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning to connect with the Dao rules. Searching for reincarnation worlds. You have the following worlds to choose from. Choose 1. 1. Celestial Spirit Great World. 2. Misty Immortal Court. 3. Taishi Great World. This time, it wasn't going to be the Celestial Spirit Great World, but rather, the likelihood of reincarnating into the future was 8 or 9 out of 10. Guan was not interested in the future, as he had already encountered extremes before. His gaze landed on the Misty Immortal Court. His previous lifespan breakthrough had also shown this place, so at least that indicated that in the Misty Immortal Court, taking golden immortals existed. Being born in such a place would result in a higher potential. That's the one. Guan made his choice, and another series of prompts popped up, reflected in his vision. You choose to reincarnate into Misty Immortal Court. Considering the strength of the Dao rules of this world, you cannot temporarily activate the ability to seize lifespan, nor can you activate phase functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. No ability to seize lifespan. Seeing this prompt, Guan was not disappointed, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. That was for the best, lest the reincarnation body go out of control. However, previously, Lu Han also started in this way, and eventually activated the power to seize lifespan. He hoped this lifetime would be more stable. While pondering, Guan kept his eyes on the prompts. The first year, you were born in the Jinlan Immortal Mansion of the Misty Immortal Court. You were born with the Immortal Emperor's eye, astounding the Immortal Mansion. You were named Eternal Life by the Pavilion Master. At the age of 2, the Jinlan Immortal Mansion suffered an attack from space demons. Your eyes were gouged out, and misfortune was cast upon you. The powers in the mansion deduced that you could not live past 20 years. Unwilling to accept this fate, guided by the Pavilion Master, your parents decided to take you to Ling Mountain. What a tough start! Couldn't live past 20? Guan immediately tensed up. From Misty Immortal Court to Ling Mountain, could Eternal Life's parents reach it within 20 years? He began to look forward to Eternal Life's ability to activate lifespan evolution, perhaps to break free from fate. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 571, The Path of the Buddha Emperor, Bodhi Golden Body. At 3 years old, your parents encountered an attack by the star demon race in the chaotic immortal Star River, your mother was sacrificed, and your severely injured father took you and escaped into a space-time vortex. At 4 years old, despite his injuries, your father continued to take you toward Ling Mountain, and on the path of the Great Dao, he was attacked by a great power cultivator and perished, his existence erased. You were taken by this great power cultivator to a little world, where he accepted you as his disciple and imparted the method of cultivating immortality to you. Is this misfortune? They died so quickly. Guan felt something was off. Why did every lifespan reincarnation start so tragically? Could it be that Heavenly Dao was targeting him? At 6 years old, you successfully achieved foundation establishment, learned your master was named Profound Misfortune Ancestor, and despite being blind, you did not know your father was killed by the Profound Misfortune Ancestor. You were grateful for the Profound Misfortune Ancestor's life-saving grace and upbringing. At 12 years old, under the help of the Profound Misfortune Ancestor, you condensed your golden core. The Profound Misfortune Ancestor used his own mana to coalesce your eyes, and you regained your sight, escalating your gratitude toward your master to another level. At 16, the Profound Misfortune Ancestor summoned you, offering you 2 paths of cultivation. One was the Deist Emperor path, chasing the Emperor's destiny to become a Deist Emperor, the other was the path of eternal life, pursuing an eternal lifespan to live as long as Heavenly Dao itself. You were caught in hesitation. How would you choose? Such quick decision-making. Seeing to live as long as Heavenly Dao itself, Guan instinctively resisted. Having suffered so much, he had no fondness for Heavenly Dao and believed his cultivation level should not rely on Heavenly Dao. You chose the Deist Emperor path, and the Profound Misfortune Ancestor showed a relieved smile, beginning to impart the Dao profound skill to you. At 18, you fell into demonic possession during your cultivation, causing the Profound Misfortune Ancestor to examine your body and his face to drastically change. You were forced to reveal your early experiences, prompting the Profound Misfortune Ancestor to decide to take you to Ling Mountain in place of your parents. At 19, the Profound Misfortune Ancestor took you to Ling Mountain, you entered the Great Laiyan Temple, met the Celestial Buddhas, and the Profound Misfortune Ancestor requested the Celestial Buddha to save you. The Celestial Buddha stated that eliminating your misfortune required years of Buddhist spell chanting, and you had to first join Ling Mountain. The Profound Misfortune Ancestor looked at you, giving you the choice: would you choose to join Ling Mountain? Yes. Are you kidding? With only 2 years left to live, Guan couldn't care less, surviving came first. Plus, the Profound Misfortune Ancestor clearly wasn't a good person. Ling Mountain at least bore no grudge toward eternal life. You chose to join Ling Mountain, and the Celestial Buddha personally accepted you as a disciple, preserving your eternal name, hoping that the hard luck you could truly achieve longevity. The Profound Misfortune Ancestor gave you a few words of advice then left. You watched the back of the Profound Misfortune Ancestor, reluctant to part. At 20, the misfortune within you erupted. Luckily, with the aid of the celestial Buddha, you temporarily suppressed the misfortune. Under the guidance of the celestial Buddha, you came before the Bodhi sacred tree, and the celestial Buddha transmitted to you a Buddhist spell, instructing you to chant scriptures and cultivate under the Bodhi sacred tree. At 23, your cultivation level made a breakthrough, gaining your own understanding of the Buddhist Tao. The rest of the hints were all about cultivation. Seeing that the celestial Buddha had made no moves against eternal life, Guan began to feel fondness for Ling Mountain. Keep at it, don't leave halfway to experience the world. Guan thought this way. For him, the opportunity from the reincarnation body was not the most important. He primarily relied on the experiences from the reincarnation body to enhance his understanding of the Great Tao. The higher the realm, the better he could comprehend the Great Tao. Bowing into Ling Mountain, Guan lacked not in cultivation resources. Focusing wholeheartedly on cultivation, he could surely reach a very high realm. The hints popped up very fast. At 300 years old, Guan successfully achieved nirvana. During this period, he faced several backlashes of misfortune, each time with the celestial Buddha intervening. He couldn't make choices staying under the Bodhi sacred tree the whole time. Guan could only watch. Reincarnation's time swiftly passed by. In a blink, Yongsheng had already reached the age of 9,000. At the age of 9,000, you comprehended the Bodhi sacred tree, realized the Buddhist Tao, and nature's spiritual energy surged towards you, causing heavenly phenomena, attracting the celestial Buddha and other Buddhas to take notice. You successfully forged the Bodhi golden body, and your talent shocked Ling Mountain. To Guan, Ling Mountain must certainly hide a taking golden immortal. Such a formidable force yet to be shocked by the Bodhi golden body indicated it was no ordinary thing. At the age of 9,100, you attained enlightenment under the Bodhi sacred tree. The Black Profound Emperor suddenly attacked. Just as he was about to reach you, the celestial Buddha appeared and annihilated him. You inquired about the origins of the Black Profound Emperor, and after deliberation, the celestial Buddha said it was unpredictable, then left. You always felt there was some connection between the Black Profound Emperor and yourself, and you began to comprehend the way of cause and effect. At the age of 9,234, you entered the wandering immortal realm, and after a breakthrough, you felt your connection with the immortal Emperor's eye. You could trace the immortal Emperor's eye, recalling your early experiences. If not for the immortal Emperor's eye being taken, and cursed with misfortune, your parents would not have died. You found the celestial Buddha, proposed your idea of seeking revenge, but the celestial Buddha forbade it, telling you to reach the Tao fruit realm before leaving Ling Mountain. Seeing the celestial Buddha block Yongsheng, Guan breathed a sigh of relief. A mere wandering immortal daring to seek revenge? Still ahead were various prompts about cultivation. Shenzhen, sitting in front of the great cauldron, saw that Guan was not reading, but daydreaming, and could not help asking, "Guan, did you just have a breakthrough?" Guan glanced at her and asked, "Do you think my current realm is something I can easily break through? I've just gained new insights into the Great Tao." He also would keep secrets from those around him. It was a benign lie. The path of cultivating immortality was filled with bizarre methods, and even those close could unintentionally leak his information. Shenzhen asked, "Just now, when I was focused on the scene inside the cauldron, I saw a golden Buddha enduring the flames tempering. What do you think this signifies?" A golden Buddha? Guan grew curious. Just as his reincarnation body had forged the Bodhi golden body, Shenzhen saw a golden Buddha. Clearly there was some connection. "Continue to feel it, and when you can't see it anymore, discuss it with me in detail," Guan proposed thoughtfully. Shenzhen nodded and then returned her gaze to the great cauldron. Guan continued to pay attention to the reincarnation prompts. At the age of 57,046, you succeeded in crossing the tribulation and became a divine thought true immortal. At the age of 57,389, you mastered the great celestial thunder spell. The celestial Buddha was deeply pleased and bestowed upon you the precious red dust Buddha beads of Ling Mountain. At the age of 68,507, you succeeded in crossing the tribulation and became a free immortal. You awakened the divine skills of the immortal Emperor's Eye and eagerly wished to reclaim the immortal Emperor's Eye. At the age of 89,002, you succeeded in crossing the tribulation and became a deist Zhangzai immortal. You began to solidify your cultivation level. At the age of 90,000, the celestial Buddha agreed for you to leave Ling Mountain, and before saying goodbye, he entrusted you with a task to take a disciple from the misty immortal court, saying they would certainly agree. You left Ling Mountain with doubts. At the age of 90,134, you encountered a group of cultivators ascending to Yellow Heaven. They were entangled by evil spirits. You helped them, and knowing you were heading in the same direction, the group of cultivators decided to travel with you. Seeing others follow, Guan knew trouble was coming. Afterward, he frequently encountered problems, but Guan never faced a choice. Perhaps these troubles posed no threat to Yongsheng. At the age of 90,152, you ventured into a cosmic domain, and suddenly, Great Dao True Fire emerged from all directions submerging you. You couldn't escape the universe, only able to resist with your mana. The Great Dao True Fire grew stronger, continuously engulfing people. You protected the living with the red dust Buddha beads, while you yourself endured using the Bodhi golden body. At the age of 90,153, your red dust Buddha beads were refined. The protected cultivators all were refined, leaving only you relying on the Bodhi golden body to desperately endure. Suddenly, a figure came from the deep darkness, self-proclaimed as the profound demon emperor. You sensed the presence of the immortal emperor's eye on him, knowing he was the one who took your eye, and thinking of your parents' tragic death, you attacked in rage. Due to the huge gap in cultivation level, you were no match for the profound demon emperor. Just as he was about to annihilate you, a golden palm shattered the universe and repelled the profound demon emperor. You turned back and recognized it as your teacher, the celestial Buddha's hand. No matter how you called to the celestial Buddha, he did not respond to you, and you could only leave this shattered universe. Chapter 572, Stealing Heaven. Immortal Sect, Emperor of Eternal Life. Seeing the celestial Buddha take action, Guan suddenly thought of Yang Xian's master, the ancestor of 10,000 swords. Even for a life filled with hardships, there are always people who can light it up, bringing hope and warmth. The prompt continued. After his defeat by the profound demon emperor, the Emperor of Eternal Life temporarily gave up on retrieving the immortal emperor's eye. He began to head towards the misty immortal court to fulfill the task assigned by the celestial Buddha. At the age of 91,181, you returned to the misty immortal court. You went back to the Jinlan immortal mansion, met with the pavilion master who was deeply saddened by your parents' death, began to console you, and you mentioned the task given by the celestial Buddha. The pavilion master didn't refuse but enthusiastically took you to the misty immortal palace. Along the way, you learned about the relationship between Ling Mountain and the misty immortal court. The current lord of the misty immortal court is a close friend of the celestial Buddha, who had once sent disciples to train in the misty immortal court, and now it was time to take disciples from the misty immortal court to train at Ling Mountain. You met the misty Dao Emperor, feeling that this person was as profound and mysterious as the celestial Buddha. After some consideration, you took Fairy Yaoxuan, a prodigy of the misty immortal court, as your disciple. You then left with Yaoxuan towards Ling Mountain. At the age of 91,182, you and Yaoxuan arrived at the path of the Great Dao. You found a spirit lake and decided to seek enlightenment there. Seeing the Emperor of Eternal Life taking Yaoxuan with him, Guan had a bad premonition. He always felt that Yaoxuan would die and that it would profoundly affect the Emperor of Eternal Life. Fortunately, things did not develop as he had anticipated. Decades later, both of them successfully returned to Ling Mountain, and the entire process did not give Guan a chance to choose. However, the same year they joined Ling Mountain, Yaoxuan expressed her love to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Unlike the Emperor becoming a disciple of Ling Mountain, Yaoxuan was just there to cultivate, and once she left, she would revert to being a disciple of the misty immortal court, so the rules of Ling Mountain could not restrict her. This time, Guan was faced with a choice. Upon meticulously recalling past experiences and ascertaining that the Emperor of Eternal Life had not developed feelings for the Misty Dao Emperor, he rejected Yaoxuan's love. You rejected Yaoxuan's affection. She was neither angry nor sad but instead chuckled, claiming that she would eventually shatter your Buddhist heart. After Yaoxuan left, you turned back to the Bodhi sacred tree and asked the tree about your inner feelings. The years of cultivation continued. Even without the ability to snatch lifespan, the cultivation speed of the Emperor of Eternal Life was rapid. Although there were no choices to make nor severe trials to face next, Guan still watched with great interest. At 300,000 years old, he became the profound Yuan free immortal. At 1 million years old, he became the heaven-encompassing free immortal. Without facing reincarnation tribulations, purely by cultivating beneath the Bodhi sacred tree, with frequent visits and praises for his exceptional talent from the Buddhas. At 1,004,236 years old, Fairy Yaoxuan came to visit you. She said she was planning to venture onto the Daoist Emperor's path to achieve the title of Daoist Emperor. Knowing you are also pursuing this path, you chose to go with her. At 1,004,250 years old, you and Fairy Yaoxuan arrived at the path of the Great Dao. Fairy Yaoxuan took out a magical treasure bestowed by the Misty Immortal Court to pursue the celestial Dao destiny. As you sought and debated the Dao, you discovered that Yaoxuan's cultivation was not weaker than yours, which surprised you. At 1,004,367 years old, you and Fairy Yaoxuan encountered an attack from a Dao seeker from the Taishi Great World. After a great battle, you noticed a new type of destiny gathering on you, causing a deeper understanding of the Daoist Emperor to emerge. At 1,004,405 years old, Fairy Yaoxuan had successfully defeated 10,000 Dao seekers pursuing the title of Daoist Emperor, achieving it ahead of you. At 1,004,423 years old, having defeated 10,000 Dao seekers pursuing the Daoist Emperor title yourself, the celestial Dao destiny gathered around you, and you achieved the title of Supreme Grade Daoist Emperor, soaring in your cultivation. At 1,004,576 years old, you and Fairy Yaoxuan unexpectedly met your mentor, the ancestral Master Xuan Yat. You were delighted. However, during your reunion, the ancestral Master Xuan Yat suddenly attacked you. With the help of Yaoxuan, the two of you united were still no match for him. He captured Fairy Yaoxuan, forcing you to dissolve your Bodhi golden body, threatening to obliterate Yaoxuan's divine soul. Whether you choose to dissolve your Bodhi golden body. The prompt finally arrived. Master Xuan Ye indeed harbored ill intentions. After all, this man had killed the Emperor of Eternal Life's father and sent the Emperor to Ling Mountain, likely hoping to use Ling Mountain's power to free the Emperor from his misfortune. After so many years of acquaintance with Fairy Yaoxuan and venturing the path of the Great Dao together, even without the presence of love, Fairy Yaoxuan's place in the Emperor of Eternal Life's heart was undoubtedly significant. As Guan hesitated, he suddenly noticed Shen Zhen's condition seemed a bit unusual. Shen Zhen was still sitting in front of the great cauldron but was lost in a trance, her eyes empty, as if she were having a terrible nightmare. Guan could hear her heart's voice. Guan's expression turned peculiar, feeling this was absurd. How could this be? He found Shen Zhen's heart's voice was very suitable for the predicament Fairy Yaoxuan was in. Could Guan have a reincarnation connection with Fairy Yaoxuan? Guan thought for a moment and decided to take a gamble. He bet that the Celestial Buddha would take action. Compared to the profound Demon Emperor, the Celestial Buddha was his true master. You choose to release your Bodhi golden body yourself. Watching you dissolve your Bodhi golden body, Fairy Yaoxuan was distraught. She broke through the suppression of the profound Demon Emperor, severely injuring him. Destiny surged insanely towards Fairy Yaoxuan on the path of the Great Dao. Several powerful figures rushed to the scene. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the profound demon emperor tried to flee but was annihilated by Fairy Yaoxuan using great divine power, turning to ashes. Man, Fairy Yaoxuan, is that fierce? Because you dissolved your Bodhi golden body, your Dao practice was unstable, and your divine soul was disordered. Before you lost consciousness, you saw Fairy Yaoxuan flying towards you. At the age of 1,732,121, you finally woke up. You found yourself in a dim world with a bonfire beside you. Shockingly, you saw the figure of the profound demon emperor. Instinctively wanting to attack the profound demon emperor, you then discovered you had no Dao practice. The profound demon emperor did not kill you but instead explained why he took your immortal emperor's eye. It turns out the immortal emperor's eye is a supreme divine skill from the primordial emperor domain. Even if its possessor perishes, the immortal emperor's eye can reincarnate through reincarnation rules. Your immortal emperor's eye's predecessor had offended the celestial court. Once the immortal emperor's eye matures, the celestial court would notice, so the profound demon emperor took your immortal emperor's eye to protect you. The misfortune on you was not his doing but a remnant curse from your immortal emperor's eye's predecessor, a curse that even reincarnation couldn't dissipate. After knowing the truth, you fell into self-doubt, believing that your parents died because of you. You also found out that the profound demon emperor comes from the primordial emperor domain. Seeing the mark of the immortal emperor's eye on you, he coveted it. The profound demon emperor hopes you would take up the legacy of your immortal emperor's eye's predecessor, Stealing Heaven Emperor, reunite the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect, and rebel against the reign of the celestial court. You hesitated whether to become the hierarch of the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect. How did it circle back to the celestial court again? What role does the celestial court exactly play in the vast world of the great Dao? Guan immediately made a choice, to deflect the sharp edge. You refused to become the hierarch of the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect. The profound demon emperor wasn't mad but returned the immortal emperor's eye to you and informed you that after saving you, Fairy Yaoxuan was counteracted by the Dao rules, fell into the reincarnation abyss, condemned to never transcend again. You couldn't find her again. You didn't believe it, and you secretly swore to find Fairy Yaoxuan. At the age of 101,006,351, you fully integrated the immortal emperor's eye, using its tyrannical divine skills to restore your Bodhi golden body and all Dao practice. Your cultivation level even increased a bit. You began venturing into the 3,000 great worlds, searching for Fairy Yaoxuan. The profound demon emperor chose to follow you, no matter how much you refused, you couldn't send him away. Thereafter, eternal life began adventuring, and new locations continued to unlock in the prompts. During the adventures, conflicts inevitably arose, and Guan frequently faced decisions closely related to life and death. If he encountered someone wanting to kill him, even if the opponent was defeated and begged for mercy, Guan showed no mercy. If he encountered creatures in peril and could save them, he let eternal life intervene to rescue. In this process, Guan could feel that eternal life's personality was shaping. This guy inherently had a very assertive nature. Later on, eternal life began to compel the profound demon emperor to do tasks for him. As the number of enemies he killed grew, eternal life's reputation spread far and wide. Eventually, someone discovered his immortal emperor's eye came from the Stealing Heaven Emperor, which suddenly made his reputation sinister. Ling Mountain even sent people to capture him, demanding he relinquish his cultivation level and give up the immortal emperor's eye. Eternal life had a resolution in mind. He needed the power of the immortal emperor's eye to find Fairy Yaoxuan and didn't give Guan a chance to choose, directly rejecting the demands of the Buddhist cultivators from Ling Mountain. A fight broke out, putting eternal life at odds with Ling Mountain. This path was inevitable after all. Guan looked at the prompt, sighing internally. At the same time, he was curious about the evil deeds Stealing Heaven Emperor had committed that made Ling Mountain directly wary of eternal life. It seems, with Stealing Heaven Emperor being annihilated by the Celestial Court, it might not be a misdeed by the Celestial Court, possibly the celestial court was eradicating evil. Later on, more people troubled eternal life, some out of hatred, others wishing to eliminate the power of the stealing heaven emperor to obtain the celestial Deo destiny. Ling Mountain did not relent, continually sending Buddhas after him, which also caused eternal life and the profound demon emperor to be severely injured. In the relentless battles, eternal life declared himself emperor, known as the Emperor of Eternal Life. Many cultivators hearing his title fled immediately, not daring to associate with him. Guan started to worry, with things escalating, the celestial court would be alerted sooner or later, and even if eternal life was powerful, he feared he might die by the hands of the celestial court. At the age of 136,892, Yu and the profound demon emperor entered the Taixuan great world. Yu interfered with the reincarnation rules, encountering resistance from the Taixuan great world. After a fierce battle, Yu captured the world's realm master of the Taixuan great world and stepped into reincarnation, bringing chaos of yin and yang to the Taixuan great world. Taixuan great world, Guan remembered this realm. The Buddha Immortal, who was the divine exotic realm master, was sent to this great world, which now was boundless, far surpassing the celestial spirit great world. It was unknown whether any legend of eternal life remained in the current Taixuan great world. Chapter 573, The True Self of Karma, the Mighty Celestial Buddha. At 136,9102 years old, you stepped out of reincarnation and returned to the Taixuan great world, where you were immediately besieged. Using your overwhelming cultivation level, you fought your way out and released all the captured strong figures from Taixuan. At 136,9320 years old, you descended upon the Great Hong Great World. You pondered the path of reincarnation of this great world, startling the entire great world. A transcendent being who surpassed the heaven-encompassing free immortal came forth, gravely wounding you. In a critical moment, you used the immortal emperor's eye to escape. Guan stared at the prompts before him, not surprised to see the emperor of eternal life injured. Just the heaven-encompassing free immortal being so presumptuous and still surviving already proved the strength of the immortal emperor's eye. From the succession of battle achievements, it was evident that the divine skills contained within the immortal emperor's eye were not only for combat, but also for aiding the emperor of eternal life in his escapes, which piqued his curiosity about the immortal emperor's eye. He grew increasingly expectant of the memories inherited from the emperor of eternal life. Experiencing the life of the Emperor of Eternal Life firsthand would undoubtedly be more marvelous than words could tell. Constantly battling, constantly getting injured, yet always escaping from the jaws of death, Guan retained his original stance: he would take his revenge upon enemies and avoid making unwarranted enemies. If he encountered injustices, he would have the Emperor of Eternal Life act righteously. Guan believed in the blessings that came from doing many good deeds. By the time the Emperor of Eternal Life was 2 million years old, he had successfully entered the innate golden immortal realm, his strength leaping forward. During his breakthrough, he was attacked yet again, but he managed to succeed in crossing the tribulation amid the fierce battle, an event that resonated through the ages. From then on, the Emperor of Eternal Life was truly grown. He and the profound demon emperor often parted ways but always found each other again, which made Guan think that the profound demon emperor was not simple either. Without the immortal emperor's eye, to follow the Emperor of Eternal Life in his domineering ways and still survive. Perhaps, the profound demon emperor was once a peerless genius of his world. The great thousand worlds the Emperor of Eternal Life visited were ever increasing. He traveled through reincarnation and probed destiny, encountering few opponents after entering the innate golden immortal realm. The Emperor of Eternal Life would refresh the peak of lifespan reincarnation, and Guan looked forward to seeing how far he could go. The flow of reincarnation prompts swiftly propelled the time of reincarnation forward. At the age of tens of millions, the Emperor of Eternal Life achieved the status of heaven-balancing golden immortal and chose to become the sect hierarch of the stealing heaven immortal sect under the instigation of the profound demon emperor to develop the sect's power and to help him search for the whereabouts of fairy Yaoxuan. At the age of over 50 million, the Emperor of Eternal Life condensed the destiny of the great Dao and became a taking golden immortal. In the obscurity of it all, every Daoist emperor could see his silhouette after the breakthrough. From then on, the Emperor of Eternal Life left an indelible mark on the path of becoming a Daoist emperor. But he was still not happy. He couldn't find Fairy Yaoxuan. As time went on, his resolve did not waver but became even more obsessive. Once, the profound demon emperor advised him to let go of his obsession and focus on developing the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect. This provoked his fury, and he almost annihilated the profound demon emperor. Guan occasionally paid attention to Shenzhen, whose mind seemed to be still in a dream, and more like in a nightmare. This made Guan think of the predicament Fairy Yaoxuan might have encountered. He became more certain that Shenzhen had some connection with Fairy Yaoxuan. What that connection was, perhaps he would have an answer when this cycle of lifespan reincarnation ended. At the same time, he marveled at the power of lifespan reincarnation. It began to affect reality even before it ended. The prompts continued, and in the following years, the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect grew stronger. More and more individuals with great power came to serve the Emperor of Eternal Life, prompting Guan to think of the grandeur of Longzhan when he founded the Battle Court. Compared to the Battle Court, the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect clearly had a deeper foundation, though of course, it was unknown if the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect could compare with the Battle Court in Guan's own era. Millions of years later, the Emperor of Eternal Life grew tired of the Stealing Heaven Immortal Sect and decided to search for Fairy Yaoxuan on his own. Without the profound demon emperor accompanying him, the Emperor of Eternal Life rarely encountered battles, but in his interactions with others, there were always women who fell for him. Fortunately, Guan rejected them all on his behalf. At the age of 127,74632, while you were contemplating the Dao in the boundless sea of Dao, you were attacked by the celestial punishment god. Despite the disparity in Dao practice, you still managed to repel him. At the age of 127,74633, celestial Dao golden light descended, the celestial court sent celestial gods and celestial generals to attack, sealing the cosmic plane to prevent your escape. You were trapped in a fierce battle. Under the suppression of the heavenly Dao, even the immortal emperor's eye couldn't help you escape. Just as the immortal gods were about to execute you, the celestial Buddha broke through the universe and forcefully rescued you, suffering severe injuries himself. At 127,746,634 years old, the celestial Buddha sent you to the river of cause and effect, instructing you never to step out again. You gazed at the departing silhouette of the celestial Buddha, remaining silent for a long time. At 127,746,656 years old, you encountered the great cause and effect stele within the river of cause and effect, and you began to comprehend the great cause and effect stele. Sure enough, it collided with the celestial court. Guan was surprised that the celestial Buddha could actually contend with the celestial court, even severely wounded, and capable of rescuing the Emperor of Eternal Life, which sufficiently demonstrated the strength of the celestial Buddha. At the same time, the Emperor of Eternal Life also displayed terrifying strength, merely an innate golden immortal, yet able to rival the immortal gods. The celestial spirit gods, celestial extreme gods, and gods of destruction that Guan had previously encountered all possessed the cultivation level of a heaven-balancing golden immortal, and even if that celestial punishment god had just ascended, at the very least, he was of the cultivation level of an innate golden immortal. Keep in mind that the Emperor of Eternal Life did not rely on the ability to evolve through lifespan. His greatest reliance was the immortal Emperor's eye. At 127,747,5897 years old, through the great cause and effect stele, you discovered that you were not your true self, which plunged you into confusion. At 127,747,004 years old, you accepted the cause and effect of the self, feeling that such truth might actually be a good thing. You could not save Fairy Yaoxuan, but a stronger version of you might be able to. Yu took out a strand of hair that Fairy Yaoxuan had left behind and began to pursue its cause and effect. At 127,901,546 years old, Yu located the positions of other identities within the cause and effect. Unable to find the true self, Yu took Fairy Yaoxuan's hair and merged it into the great cause and effects steel, choosing to fall within the great cause and effects steel. You have perished, and your path has dissipated. Reincarnation has ended. The end? Guan had not expected that the life of the Emperor of Eternal Life would end in such a manner. He did not leave the deist field of the beginningless, but instead prepared to receive the memories of the heritage right there. The celestial spirit great world's capacity to endure was far greater than before, and besides, his deist field of the beginningless itself was essentially a lifespan barrier, though it would catch the attention of people within the field. Guan closed his eyes, and the vast memories surged into his mind, giving him a sense of traveling through time. He experienced life from the Emperor of Eternal Life's first opening of the eyes. The Jinlan Immortal Mansion was bigger than he had imagined, completely its own independent world, and there were tens of thousands of such immortal mansions within the misty immortal court, with rankings among them. The Jinlan Immortal Mansion was considered a lower-ranked immortal mansion, but the birth of the immortal Emperor's Eye attracted many great powers. Through others' conversations, Guan learned that the immortal Emperor's Eye was not unique, hence the misty immortal court did not associate the Emperor of Eternal Life with the stealing Heaven Emperor. Soon, misfortune began. The profound demon Emperor attacked, seizing the opportunity to take the immortal Emperor's Eye during the escort to Ling Mountain. On the way, the parents of the Emperor of Eternal Life died one after another. These experiences did not stir Guan, as he had already gone through several lifespan reincarnations. However, through the Emperor of Eternal Life's perspective, Guan saw the magnificent expanse of the great Dao world, which broadened his vision. When he arrived at Ling Mountain, he too was shocked by it. The height of Ling Mountain was unimaginable, surrounded by many great heaven and earths, like stars, all of which seemed so minuscule in front of Ling Mountain. Even the nebulae in the universe were far less vast than Ling Mountain. The Buddha within Ling Mountain each had an extraordinary aura, some even had golden bodies surpassing tens of thousands of feet in height. Guan also saw the celestial Buddha, and understanding the image of the celestial Buddha, he realized why he was able to rescue the Emperor of Eternal Life from the hands of the celestial court. Just one glance, and Guan could ascertain that the celestial Buddha exceeded the taking golden immortal realm. After becoming a disciple, when the celestial Buddha was alone with the Emperor of Eternal Life, the imposing aura that overlooked all living beings was gone. He was like a kind monk, teaching the Emperor of Eternal Life how to cultivate and guiding him through confusions. In front of the Bodhi sacred tree, the Emperor of Eternal Life would forget his sufferings. The celestial Buddha let Guan see what a true Buddha should be like, possessing both the mighty power to shoulder the weight of all living beings and the compassion to care for the weakest. Chapter 574, Battle Court Strikes, Invincible. When Guan was immersed in his reincarnation memories, spiritual energy from the deist field of the beginningless surged towards him, startling the disciples within. Shen Zhen was the first to be awakened. She turned her head to look at Guan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, her eyes brimming with curiosity. An Xin arrived first, followed by Lv Xian, Chen Chuan, Celestial Demon Child, and others. Gradually, everyone gathered in the courtyard within the span of 5 breaths. When they realized the extraordinary phenomenon of the spiritual energy in the deist field originated from Guan, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What is Master doing? It looks like he's seeking enlightenment. The realm of our Master is so high, yet he can still experience sudden enlightenment. Perhaps his talent is greater than we thought. Nonsense, it's clear that our Master is a genius, how else could he have reached his current realm? Stop guessing and sit down quickly. Let's profoundly sense the Master's Dao. Everyone discussed in hushed tones, afraid of disturbing Guan. After being reminded by the blood prison great saint, everyone sat down to earnestly contemplate. The deduced field of the beginningless fell into silence. The mountains and forests were beautiful, the sunlight was gentle, everything seemed so perfect. An hour later. Explore Hidden Tales at Freog Novel. Guan opened his eyes and saw that everyone was meditating within the courtyard. His expression didn't change, he just turned his gaze toward Shenzhen. Such a heavy obsession, Guan lamented inwardly. He had figured out the relationship between Shenzhen and Fairy Yao Xian. In fact, there was no actual relationship between the two. It was just that the Emperor of Eternal Life transferred Fairy Yao Xian's karma onto Shenzhen, hoping that the original self, namely Guan, could find Fairy Yao Xian through Shenzhen and rescue her. Fairy Yao Xian is a deist emperor with extraordinary talent. Even part of karma could change Shenzhen's destiny. Shenzhen was not initially chosen by the Emperor of Eternal Life, but was granted karma by him after meeting Guan. This was the act of the Emperor of Eternal Life after merging with the great cause and effect stele. He couldn't deduce where his original self was, so he could only utilize the power of the great cause and effect stele. He chose to self-destruct, also to make better use of the power of the great cause and effect stele. In the last moment before his will dispersed, he finally locked onto the celestial spirit great world of the future. He chose Shenzhen because, among the people Guan cared about, only Shenzhen had no one in her heart but Guan. The Emperor of Eternal Life believed that only such a relationship could compel Guan to go and save Fairy Yao Xian. Not only that, the Emperor of Eternal Life also left a mark within the great cause and effect stele as a way of repaying the original self in advance. Through this matter, Guan suddenly realized that Shenzhen's affection for him was indeed different. Although she said nothing, she had abandoned everything to follow him. When Shenzhen chose him, she did not know his true cultivation level, she simply did so because their aspirations and intentions concurred. Guan looked at Shenzhen and he too felt relieved. Shenzhen was not a replacement for anyone, she was still her own person, which was quite all right. As for the karma of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Guan would shoulder it. After all, he was the Emperor of Eternal Life. They were essentially the same person. One day, he would help the Emperor of Eternal Life find Fairy Yao Xian. With a thought, Guan's pupils transformed into a purplish gold hue, with flames faintly surging within. The Immortal Emperor's Eye. After inheriting the memories of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Guan suddenly mastered the Immortal Emperor's Eye. It's worth noting that his Immortal Emperor's Eye had no association with the Stealing Heaven Emperor, which was another of the Emperor of Eternal Life's methods. The Emperor of Eternal Life had obliterated Stealing Heaven Emperor's Immortal Emperor's Eye within the great cause and effect stele. The reason Guan could condense his own Immortal Emperor's Eye was because it was a skill that was cultivated, akin to a variation of divine powers, only it affected the bloodline and soul. The Emperor of Eternal Life had mastered the Immortal Emperor's Eye for hundreds of millions of years and had grasped its essence. This allowed Guan to directly cultivate the Immortal Emperor's Eye. It was a new Immortal Emperor's Eye without any karma. The Immortal Emperor's Eye was a great Deo creation, extremely difficult to cultivate, and different people could possess different mysteries. Now, Guan's mana was converging towards the Immortal Emperor's Eye, which would give rise to Immortal Emperor's Eye divine power unique to him. Guan spread out his Deo intent, immersing the others in the process of enlightenment, to prevent them from seeing the Immortal Emperor's Eye. The night sky was clear with the moon shining brightly and few stars. Inside the pagoda of Third Medicine Valley, which once belonged to Guan, Longqing and Yeking sat opposite each other. They had been talking for several days, with Yeking speaking and Longqing listening. After Yeking had recounted his experiences of 9,000 years, he inhaled deeply and said, "Master, I've truly recognized my mistakes. I'm willing to accept punishment. Please discipline me according to the sect's rules." He had already killed Kui Xianlin, avenging his sister, and his vengeance was thus settled, and next, he needed to take responsibility for his own mistakes. When he forced his way into Supreme Sect, although he did not create a massacre, he caused many people to get hurt, bringing immeasurable losses to Supreme Sect. Longqing looked at Yekeng and asked, if your teacher asked you to take on the responsibility of the Supreme Sect, would you be willing? What responsibility? Yekeng asked in confusion. Longqing answered, the responsibility of the sect leader. At these words, Yekeng suddenly stood up, astonished, how can I be the sect leader? Besides, isn't Brother Longteng the best candidate? As he spoke these words, the image of Guan surfaced in his mind again. He wasn't clear on what he was thinking, only feeling that the matter was ridiculous. Longqing's gaze remained calm as he said, you have finished recounting your past experiences, now it is time for your teacher to talk about his own past. Yekeng's brows furrowed, and he could only suppress the confusion in his heart before sitting down. Longqing began to talk about the past of the Long clan and their deep-seated grievances and enmities with the battle court. Hearing that his master was from outer heaven, Yekeng was shocked but did not interrupt with questions and listened attentively. As time went on, Yekeng's expression continuously changed, and by the end, his mood had turned somber. He had not at all expected that his master carried so many burdens. Compared to his master, his own suffering was insignificant. Heaven-supporting ancestor flew out from within Yekeng, looking at Longqing with a complex expression. Seeing heaven-supporting ancestor appear, Longqing paid no heed and continued speaking about the burden of karma he carried. After a long while, Longqing finished recounting the past and looked at Yekeng, saying, I am destined to die, but I do not wish my progeny to walk the same old path. I hope they stay away from Supreme Sect, away from the karma of the Long clan. My views diverge from those of the Grand Elder, so I wish to support you in becoming the next sect leader. Your talent is strong enough to become the strongest in Supreme Sect's future. But, Kang'er, your temperament still needs tempering. It's fine to be sharp, but in all things, leave some leeway, and do not be too extreme. His tone was still calm, revealing no emotion. Yekeng couldn't help but say, Master, why must you bear such heavy karma? The battle court hasn't come yet, have they? Perhaps the battle court has already been annihilated, or maybe they can't even find the celestial spirit great world. It's impossible. The strength of the battle court is beyond your imagination. I had also heard of the Long clan before, I didn't expect that the Long clan still had surviving bloodlines. The battle court will certainly not let the Long clan off the hook, heaven-supporting ancestor spoke with a hint of unease in his voice. Yekeng turned to heaven-supporting ancestor and asked with a frown, is the battle court truly unbeatable? Heaven-supporting ancestor sighed, truly unbeatable. Yekeng, unconvinced, asked, what if my ancestor made a move? Could the battle court withstand it? Heaven-supporting ancestor was caught off guard by the thought of Guan, which made him shudder, but he still said, that is the karma of the Long clan, your ancestor doesn't need to get involved. Besides, the might of the battle court is great, and you've never been to the great world beyond, you have no idea how terrifying the battle court truly is. Longqing joined in, that's right, my karma won't involve my teacher. He took me in and did what he could already. Back then, he did not wish for me to bear such karma, it was my own insistence. He looked at Yekeng and continued, Kang'er, your teacher was also impulsive like you in his youth. I'm telling you about these things, not because I want you to do anything for me, but to tell you that each person has their fate, and the only things one can control are one's own matters. Yekeng fell into silence after hearing this. Heaven-supporting ancestor observed the master-disciple duo, his mood turning heavy as well. He knew of the battle court's might even more clearly than Longqing. With your current cultivation level, even if you are prepared to sacrifice yourself, you probably cannot withstand the battle court. If you die, the battle court won't spare your progeny either. Although I don't know what you're relying on, I think it's impossible for you to completely end the karma of the Long clan. Heaven-supporting ancestor looked at Longqing and warned. He paused, then continued, moreover, I can feel some powerful force approaching the celestial spirit great world. I was surprised before, but now I think that powerful force must be the battle court. Longqing showed a smile and said, I have my own methods. In fact, I have felt it too, which is why I chose to talk about this matter and do not shy away from your presence. Heaven-supporting ancestor stared at Longqing and spoke earnestly, if the battle court intends to slaughter the celestial spirit great world, I will take Yekeng and leave. Although you and your disciple have a deep bond, I also care for him. Longqing did not respond and simply picked up the cup of tea on the table that had long since turned cold. Yekeng took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and his eyes became resolute. He looked at Longqing and said, Master, I will remember the principles you've shared, but your karma, I want to help you. It's just the battle court, right? I don't believe they are truly invincible. Heaven-supporting ancestor glared and said, You little brat, what power do you have to boast? Without my power, how are you any different from an ant? Yekeng turned his head to look at him and said, If I can't fight them, I will protect the Long clan. Master, you can rest assured, I won't seek death. I remember what I promised you, and once I fulfill what I promised, I might have the strength to confront the battle court. Heaven-supporting ancestor opened his mouth, but no words came out. He wanted to say that even if you complete that task, it would still be far from enough to shake the battle court. Chapter 575, Heavenly Tao's Creation, 10,000 Years of Devotion. After inheriting the memories of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Gu An's life returned to its usual tranquility. His disciples at the dojo were oblivious to the fact that he had practiced the Immortal Emperor's Eye as he continued refining Dao treasures. Aside from crafting a Dao treasure for the deep-sea dragon carp, he was also preparing one for Zhang Qiang, Longqing, Yang Jian, and Zhang Buku. Of course, these were just being prepared in advance. As for when he would give them away, it would depend on his mood. Refining treasures, picking herbs, and occasionally giving guidance to disciples, the wheels of time accelerated their turning amidst such a rhythm of life. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the primordial era of the celestial spirit great world, creation was constant. Not only were beings of exceptional talent born, but superior heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as heaven and earth treasures, would also be nurtured. Treasures were not only created through refining, heaven and earth themselves could give birth to innate treasures. Innate treasures could more easily trigger the rules of heaven and earth, and each contained immense power. Those who obtained an innate treasure would find it easier to become formidable figures who could stir the winds and clouds of the world. Against such a backdrop, discourse about the heavenly Dao began to spread again in the human world. Those who acquired supreme treasures were branded as favored by the heavenly Dao, causing all beings to fear and yearn for the heavenly Dao even more. One day, after Guan had just finished refining a Dao treasure, he stood up having decided on the foundation for the new treasure's refinement, without even bidding farewell to Shenzhen. Shenzhen didn't mind too much, absorbed in the Dao treasure within the great cauldron. She sensed a kind of Dao aura she had never perceived before. How can he possess so many types of the power of the great Dao? Shenzhen muttered. In her view, mastering one type of the power of the great Dao was enough to tower over all beings, yet Guan had displayed over a dozen, unfathomably deep. She simply exclaimed without giving it much further thought and concentrated on comprehending the Dao. In recent millennia, as she comprehended the Dao, a desire had taken root in her heart. It seemed she was searching for something, but even she wasn't clear on what it was. She instinctively felt this longing. This yearning drove her to pursue enlightenment with more diligence than in the first half of her life, no longer allowing herself to slack off. Elsewhere, Guan arrived at the edge of a cliff and looked down at the mountain path below. Mountains rose high on both sides of the path, blocking the sunlight. The cliff face was covered in grass and vines, creating a quiet, desolate atmosphere. At this moment, a scholar with a bookcase strapped to his back was making his way forward, leaning on a wooden staff. The mountain path was steep without stone steps, and weeds covered the sharp rocks, making his advance even slower. This scholar was the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god. Under Guan's gaze, a white fox followed behind the celestial spirit god. The white fox had searched for 10,000 years and finally found the reincarnated celestial spirit god. 10,000 years ago, the eldest brother killed an evil person in the city to save the youngest of 5, leading to his being pursued by the authorities. Meanwhile, the 3 white foxes, as agreed, resurrected the youngest brother. However, having shed blood, they could no longer control their murderous impulses, and when anyone troubled them, they would find a way to eliminate them. Eventually, the Immortal Cultivation Sect discovered them. With their low cultivation level, they couldn't resist capture by the cultivators. They were taken prisoner, and the youngest, due to his demonic power, was also taken by the sect. Decades later, the youngest seized the chance to rescue the 3 white foxes, only to find 2 had already died tragically. He could only flee with the surviving one, who though alive, was at death's door. The surviving white fox, named Sujin, was gravely injured, forcing the ensuing escape to depend on the youngest's protection. The Immortal Cultivation Sect began to chase them because she once transformed into a courtesan. The cultivators started to speculate maliciously about their relationship, spreading rumors far and wide, damaging their reputation and leading more cultivators to join the hunt. Under the oppression of both the secular world and the immortal cultivation realm, feelings developed between the youngest and Sujin. When the youngest sent Sujin to the demon race's territory for her safety, he died by the blade of a cultivator while covering her escape. Such tragedies were not unusual in this world. Sujin was fortunate to become a disciple of a great power from the demon race and even obtained the reincarnation technique. She searched for the youngest for 10,000 years until she finally found him in this life. Of course, Guan played a role in her finding him, as the celestial spirit god was covered by his karmic influence. Without his intention, she would never have found him. The celestial spirit god had been reincarnated hundreds of times, experiencing various lives. Each death caused his will to briefly awaken, allowing him to take in the experiences of reincarnation. Guan could sense the changes in the celestial spirit god's mindset, which is why he gave him the opportunity. In this life, the celestial spirit god was named Bai Sheng, hailing from a remote town. He was on his way to the imperial city of the dynasty to participate in the imperial examination. As he reached the highest point of the mountain path, the downhill path lay ahead. Stopping, he set down his bookcase and began to wipe off his sweat. He turned his head and looked back down the mountain path he came by, beholding the undulating expanse of forest that stretched out magnificently without end. A smile appeared on his face, and a feeling of exuberant pride welled up in his heart. Even if all my reading brings no rewards, having traveled thousands of miles, this life is still worth it, Bai Sheng said with heartfelt emotion, a proud and satisfied smile spreading across his handsome face. Suddenly, he caught sight of a little white fox in the grass below, and with a smile and a wave, he greeted it, "Little fox, we meet again. Can't you bear to part with me?" Upon hearing his words, Sujin promptly emerged from the grass, hurried up the mountain, and affectionately rubbed against Bai Sheng's trouser leg. Bai Sheng was amused by her, then took out some of his rations and shared a piece with her. Guan stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the joyful scene of the reunion between the man and the fox. The stories of scholars and demons made Guan think of the ancient Huaxia literature Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio from his past life. In the celestial spirit great world, romances between humans and demons are not uncommon, but they're not as fraught with complications. Few humans betray a demon and live to tell the tale, given the disparity in strength. In this life, the end of Bai Sheng and Sujin's story was destined to be a tragedy, but with Guan's intervention, anything could change. Guan was ready to use Sujin as a test for the celestial spirit god. If the celestial spirit god still lacked compassion, then it would continue to languish in reincarnation. When Guan was no longer fearful of the celestial court, that would mark the moment of its annihilation. With time on his hands, Guan decided to get involved. He turned and strode toward the forest. In an instant, his attire transformed dramatically into that of a traveling martial hero, dust-covered yet retaining the demeanor of a gallant figure of the martial world. He wore a broad-brimmed hat and had the Cyan Hong sword strapped to his waist. Su Jin was nibbling on the pastry, her eyes constantly on Bai Sheng. Staring at Bai Sheng, she felt somewhat dazed. Thousands of years had passed, and he had become completely different. In her memory, Xiao Wu never had such presence, always wearing a worried look on his face. But the secret technique she practiced told her this man's soul was indeed Xiao Wu's. In this life, I will definitely not let you suffer, Su Jin thought silently. Suddenly, she turned her head, her movement caught Bai Sheng's attention, prompting him to look up as well. The nearby trees shook, and they saw a figure emerge from the woods. Seeing Guan's attire, Bai Sheng grew nervous, fearing the other might be a bandit. He quickly stuffed Su Jin into his book box and then turned to face Guan, feigning calm. Guan lifted his head, his youthful yet somewhat weathered face showing from beneath his broad-brimmed hat. Bai Sheng instantly relaxed, feeling that Guan seemed like a kind person. I'm Guan, just passing through. It's rare to meet someone here, so I thought I'd come say hello. Hope I didn't scare you. Guan said with an enthusiastic smile. Bai Sheng quickly raised his hand in greeting. Scare me? Not at all. My name is Bai Sheng, from Lu County, on my way to the Imperial City. Guan curiously asked, are you going to take the official examination? That's right. Where might Brother Gu be headed? Coincidentally, I'm also going to the Imperial City. How about we travel together? I can protect you. In return, you can keep me company and talk about your studies. You scholars know much that I don't. I've practiced martial arts since I was young and never had much education. Actually, I've always envied the world of scholars, Guan said with a laugh, his easygoing manner increasing Bai Sheng's favorable impression of him. The two sat down to chat and found they got along splendidly. Suddenly, Su Jin jumped out of the book box, causing Guan to be taken aback. Bai Sheng quickly introduced her, explaining that he and the little fox were destined to meet. Foxes are very spiritual, and there've been plenty of stories about scholars and fox spirits throughout history. Brother Bai, you must be careful, she might be a demon, Guan teased. Su Jin couldn't help but glare at Guan, finding him too talkative. Bai Sheng's handsome face reddened as he hurriedly replied, how could that be? Even if she were a demon, there's no way such a story would happen between us. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jin's gaze towards Guan was filled with annoyance, though Bai Sheng failed to notice the change in her eyes. Chapter 576, The First Calamity, Dao Court. Guan and Su Jin accompanied Bai Sheng on his way to the Imperial City with laughter and joy along the way. Bai Sheng had never been so happy. During this period, Guan would use a clone to replace himself while his real body went to pick medicinal herbs. Su Jin was a 10,000-year-old great demon, already in the Nirvana realm, but still had not seen through the switch between Guan's true body and his clone. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. They had not yet reached the Imperial City, and with 2 years until the examination, Bai Sheng was not in a hurry. He had set out early, wanting to travel and expand his horizons. On this day, the rain drizzled incessantly. Bai Sheng and Guan came to a small pavilion in the mountains to rest, and Su Jin leaped out of the bookcase, perched on Bai Sheng's shoulder, and licked his face as if trying to help him wipe the rainwater away. Bai Sheng had grown accustomed to her affection and didn't pay it much mind. He was discussing the local customs and culture with Guan. Although it was his first visit, he had read about this place in books and was very excited. The rainy weather did not dampen his spirits. Guan held the wine gourd in his hand, drinking while listening to Bai Sheng talk about the past and present, discussing the masterpieces that had been born here and the stories that were worth singing and weeping over. When Bai Sheng had talked until his mouth was dry and his throat parched, Guan tossed him the wine gourd, Bai Sheng caught it and poured it directly into his mouth. I've heard that there are ghosts and apparitions around here, but I don't know if it's true or not. I've practiced martial arts for over 30 years, yet I've never seen a demon or ghost. Guan, with the Xian Hong sword in hand, spoke eagerly. Su Jin couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, feeling that he was overestimating himself. She really wanted to speak, but she was afraid of scaring Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng said with a laugh, if there is, I would like to meet one too. You're as weak as a chicken, aren't you scared of ghosts? One eventually dies, rather than living a quiet life, never seeing ghosts or demons. I wouldn't regret or be afraid even if I died under the claws of a demon or ghost. Bai Sheng replied with an untroubled laugh, his eyes shining. Guan felt that Bai Sheng seemed frail, but in fact, he was full of energy, interested in everything, and full of fighting spirit. This guy had a tenacity inherent in his bones, truly worthy of being the reincarnation of a celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god, despite different origins in each reincarnation, would retain some of the original personality traits. That was also why Bai Sheng could attract Su Jin's attention. Guan said with a smile, you should practice martial arts, not just study. Bai Sheng stood up, holding the wine gourd and assumed a pose, executing a set of awkward fist technique, then said proudly, isn't it better to excel in both literature and martial arts? Why don't you teach me a set of swordsmanship? I think swords complement poetry. All right, let's start now. Really? Hearing Guan's words, Bai Sheng was overjoyed and immediately dragged Guan to practice swordsmanship. After beginning sword training, Guan was not all smiles and laughter with Bai Sheng, occasionally correcting Bai Sheng's posture with the hilt of the sword, which angered Su Jin. Once Bai Sheng was able to accept her, she'd make Guan pay. As she thought this, she saw Guan applying more force, causing Bai Sheng to cry out in pain, which further annoyed her. If you're afraid of pain, you can give up. No problem, I can hold on. Guan deliberately asked this, and upon hearing Bai Sheng's reply, Su Jin could only bear with it. In the days that followed, every time they rested, Bai Sheng would pester Guan to practice swordsmanship. In Su Jin's view, this sword dao was quite ordinary, practicing it was a waste of time. She planned to teach Bai Sheng immortal cultivation later, since only by stepping onto the immortal path could he stay with her forever. Another half a year passed. Spring had just begun. Guan and Bai Sheng arrived at the gates of the imperial city, and seeing the majestic gates, Bai Sheng couldn't help but raise his arms and cheer. Su Jin, perched on his shoulder, squinted her fox-like eyes. She sensed a heavy demon qi. There were demons in the city, it seemed trouble was brewing. As expected of the imperial city under the sun of heaven's feet, majestic and imposing, the destination of the celestial mandate, this is the most prosperous place under heaven, said Bai Sheng excitedly. Guan smiled and said, there are not only one dynasty in this world, to speak of the celestial mandate like this is a bit presumptuous. Bai Sheng glanced at Guan and asked, have you been to other dynasties? No. Then let's first believe that this is the greatest city. Bai Sheng lifted his bookcase and strode toward the imperial city. As he walked, he turned back to ask Guan the purpose of his visit to the imperial city. Guan was evasive, which made Su Jin even more vigilant. The crowd in front of the city gate was vast, they blended into it and quickly vanished from sight. At the same time, on the other side of the human world, Liya stood atop a mountain, looking down at the valley below, where weeds sprawled wildly with the faint outline of ancient attic buildings visible. This was Profound Valley, his first residence when he joined the Supreme Sect years ago. Liya gazed at the valley, looking lost in thought. A figure approached from behind him, it was Long Qing. Elder Li, should I have someone tidy this up? Long Qing asked, weariness apparent in his features. With the impending assault from the battle court drawing near, his cultivation grew more arduous. He would not have left his practice had Liya not returned. Liya still wore his black garments, with stubble on his face and his hair casually tied, exuding the air of a wanderer from the martial world, not that of someone from immortal cultivation. "No need, I'm just taking a glance." "You don't need to accompany me especially, I will be leaving soon," Li replied softly as he overlooked profound valley. In his eyes, the weeds in the valley disappeared, replaced by fields of medicinal herbs. He saw 3 young boys playing and frolicking. After hearing this, Longqing nodded slightly and then turned to leave. He could tell that Li was preoccupied, but he had no intention of prying. Could any worry be greater than his own life and death? As the millennia passed, Longqing grew increasingly uneasy, always harboring the feeling of an impending calamity. After Longqing departed, Li remained in the same place, deep in thought. The divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on his shoulder and said, still looking, "Hey? The master isn't dead, he just left. I'm not worried about him. I just wanted to take one last look at this place before leaving. I might never return," Li answered. Hearing this, the divine exotic immortal spirit cocked its head, asking in surprise, "Where exactly are you going? You still won't tell me? Ever since you practiced that miracle skill, I can't hear your inner thoughts. Living inside you, I feel like an outsider." Towards the end, its tone was of a complaint. "I'm heading to outer heaven. Where exactly, I'm not sure. I want to follow Gu An's steps, and also look for Zhang Buku. Didn't you say that the power of the divine exotic realm master still exists? Maybe Zhang Buku is still alive." With that, Li turned and looked up at the celestial vault. He leaped up, transforming into a beam of sword light, piercing the sky. As he soared further from the ground, the blue of the celestial vault darkened to black, stars emerged and quickly became resplendent. Suddenly, a powerful force of mana descended from above, and Li's eyes narrowed as a sword materialized in front of him, its blade facing forward, forcefully severing this mana. "Stop!" A shout thundered from the heavens, causing Li to slow down. He squinted and saw a man in silver armor, spear in hand, rapidly stopping thousands of feet above him. "Without the celestial Dao order, you are not allowed to leave the celestial spirit great world," the silver armor man pronounced, looking down at Li with a commanding voice. Li scoffed and asked, "The celestial Dao order? Since when does the celestial spirit great world have such a rule?" He was filled with confusion. For the past 3,000 years, he had been secluded in sword enlightenment, and upon leaving seclusion, he did not hear of any celestial Dao order. But the other's tone, daring to regulate the entire celestial spirit great world, was enough evidence of his extraordinary background, which Li found ludicrous. The great world had just been reshaped, and such a powerful force had emerged? Could it be that an outer heaven power had descended and ruled the celestial spirit great world in a very short time? The silver armor man replied, "This celestial rule has been established for 1,000 years, set by the Dao court. I advise you not to act rashly. Above me, there is a free immortal who guards. Even if you pass me, you will not reach outer heaven. Should you injure me, it will be seen as a challenge to the Dao court, and you will be doomed never to transcend." The Dao court? Li frowned. He had only been detached from the mundane for 3,000 years, how had the Dao court suddenly emerged? Upon further thought, he realized that today's great world was vast and boundless. Even 3,000 years ago, his knowledge of the world had been superficial, and he certainly was not aware of its full extent. Perhaps the Dao court was the overlord from another side of the world. What purpose does such a celestial rule serve? To trap all beings within this world? Li asked mockingly. The silver armor man's brows furrowed and said, "Your sword is no trivial matter, you must be a great power that commands respect. You must have lived from the previous era until now. Let me tell you, a terrible calamity is approaching. It will be the first calamity since the primordial era to affect the entire great world. Going to outer heaven at this time will only lead to one's demise. The Dao court is looking out for your welfare, wanting to gather the power of the great world, to collectively resist the threat from outer heaven. Chapter 577, Disaster Looms. If it had been before, Liya would have certainly barged into the Dao court's blockade without hesitation, but now, upon hearing the silver armor man speak of an impending disaster, he couldn't help but calm down and ponder carefully. He had a clear memory of the great battle that took place 20,000 years ago, which clearly involved powerhouses from outer heaven. Liya gave the silver armor man a deep look and then turned to fly downwards. The silver armor man watched as Liya disappeared into the sea of clouds and then slowly ascended himself. Divine exotic immortal spirit sat on Liya's shoulder, teasing, "You've actually stopped being reckless, it feels quite unfamiliar to me." Liya snorted, "I'm not in any hurry to leave, and besides, if the world is in trouble, I need to stay and protect the Supreme Sect." To reach this point in his life, aside from Guan's protection, the support he had received from the Supreme Sect was substantial, and even now, he still considered himself a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Divine exotic immortal spirit sighed, "You really have grown up. What's with that tone? You make it sound like you're talking to a junior." Liya immediately pulled Divine exotic immortal spirit down from his shoulder and vigorously kneaded him in his arms. A breeze blew over with the sea of clouds, and as Liya bantered with Divine exotic immortal spirit, he suddenly felt as if nothing had really changed after all. At dawn, Guan sat on the eaves, watching the rising sun, his gaze reaching far into the distance. He saw the battle court, searching for the celestial spirit great world. Because the celestial spirit immortal venerable had reshaped the Dao rules, the new celestial spirit great world was temporarily separated from the path of the great Dao, making it hard for the battle court to directly find the celestial spirit great world. Nevertheless, through causality calculations, the battle court was getting increasingly closer to the celestial spirit great world. Immortal Emperor. Guan pondered this name. In the memory of the silent destruction god Emperor, the lord of the war court was the Immortal Emperor. The Dao practice of this Immortal Emperor was unfathomably profound, and it was uncertain whether he would come this time. He had already sensed the auras of more than a dozen innate golden immortals within the approaching war court's forces, with more battle court powerhouses arriving continuously. Judging by the situation, they were determined to slaughter all the descendants of the Long clan. Guan wasn't the least bit perturbed. He was, on the contrary, looking forward to the arrival of the great battle, during which he could reap lifespan extensively. Generally, Guan wouldn't engage in slaughter, but if someone threatened him, it was an opportunity to kill righteously and justifiably. "Brother Gu, good morning." Bai Sheng's laughter came from the courtyard, and Guan looked down to see Bai Sheng waving at him. So he smiled and nodded in response. "Are you going to read books again today?" Guan asked. The civil examination was still a while away. It had been a month since they arrived in the imperial city, and every day Bai Sheng would stroll through the city, mainly to find books to read. With Sujin's help, Bai Sheng had come across quite a bit of money on the way and was now quite wealthy. Bai Sheng laughed, "I'm not reading today. I heard there's an immortal in the city taking disciples, and I want to see if it's a real immortal. Brother Gu, want to come along?" Guan shook his head, "You go ahead, I'm off to find someone for a drink." "You and your drinking." After chatting for a bit, Bai Sheng left with Sujin. Guan watched Bai Sheng leave, knowing that once the impending disaster in the imperial city was over, it would be his time to leave as well. Having accompanied Bai Sheng for a year, he had scattered his worries, and whatever happened between Bai Sheng and Sujin in the future, Guan would simply observe from afar. The imperial city bustled day after day. In the eyes of mortals, this imperial dynasty was the most powerful entity in the world, manipulating power, capable of altering heaven and earth. Little did they know, the world is vast, and even the seemingly immovable behemoths can be undone in an instant. If Guan didn't intervene, this imperial dynasty would be annihilated within days, and not even Sujin in the Nirvana realm could stop it. The impending disaster would change Bai Sheng's mindset, igniting a fiery passion for immortal cultivation like never before. Gu An's thoughts drifted away as time rapidly slipped by. Dusk approached. As night neared, lights gradually lit up the city, and the imperial city became even more lively, with the noise reaching Gu An's ears. He still sat on the eaves, and following his gaze, billowing dark clouds were rolling toward the imperial city, creating a heavy oppression. At that moment, on another street in the city, Bai Sheng stood on tiptoes in the crowd, looking towards the stage where a deist wearing a mask was performing a sword dance, with 5 disciples dressed as demons circling around him. The deist's swordplay occasionally sped up, sharp as the wind, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Bai Sheng didn't notice that Sujin on his shoulder was looking up at the celestial vault. This demon Qi. Sujin's eyes revealed a hint of dread. She hadn't expected the imperial city to attract such a terrifying demon. This is not good. She turned her head to look at Bai Sheng and licked his face with her tongue. Stop it, I'll buy you something to eat after I'm done watching. Bai Sheng said casually, his gaze fixed on the stage, filled with curiosity. Sujin became anxious. She bit Bai Sheng's neck, causing him pain that made him cover his neck with his hand. Without waiting for him to speak, she jumped to the ground and ran outside. There were too many people around, and Bai Sheng, worried she might come to harm, could only follow her. After squeezing through the crowd, Bai Sheng saw Sujin squatting under a tree not far away, and he hurried over. You! Just as Bai Sheng was about to scold Sujin, she suddenly transformed, turning into a woman in a white dress with a bewitching face. This shocked Bai Sheng so much that he instinctively stepped back. Smack! Sujin grabbed Bai Sheng's wrist and pulled him in front of her. Listen, I'm only going to say this once, don't scream and shout, a demon is about to descend, and everyone in the city will be devoured by it. I'm no match for it, I can only protect you. You need to come with me now. Sujin stared at Bai Sheng and spoke solemnly, then, pulling him, started walking towards the city gate. Wait a minute. Bai Sheng came back to his senses and hurriedly said, trying hard to pull his hand away, but he could not break free from Sujin's grip. Sujin turned to look at him, her brow deeply furrowed. Bai Sheng quickly said, even if you can't save the entire city's population, at least bring Brother Gu with us. Sujin snorted, why should I bring him? After all, we've been traveling together, we're already like brothers, how could we abandon him? Bai Sheng said in a pleading tone. He didn't care that he was shocked by Sujin being a demon, he believed Sujin wouldn't harm him, if she would, he would have been eaten already on their journey, so why wait until today? Fine. Sujin said impatiently and then took Bai Sheng to their residence. Boom! The sound of thunder rumbled, but the people inside the imperial city were still unaware of the danger. Within those thunderclouds, a terrifying figure was stirring, and a pair of blood-red eyes loomed over the human world. Suddenly, countless demon birds burst out of the sea of clouds, sweeping toward the imperial city, their flapping sounds merging together, instantly drowning out the city's hubbub and disturbing the citizens. In the woods, an Xin was sitting on a stone by the brook, fiddling with the 6 paths mirror in her hand. Footsteps approached, and the sect hierarch of Taixuan Sect, Yi Qingshan, arrived. His hair was white, but his face still looked young. He was wearing a wide, exquisite robe, and his presence as the head of a sect was hard to conceal. He came behind an Xin, bowed, and said, Predecessor, the Dao court sent people over, claiming that a great calamity is about to come to the world, and all sects must join forces to repel the enemy. They hope that our Taixuan Sect will accept the celestial Dao order to coordinate with the Dao court when the calamity arrives. However, this theory of heaven requires the infusion of Taixuan Sect's destiny, and I'm somewhat hesitant. An Xin replied, if there is hesitation, then refuse. Lately, she had gained new insights into the 6 paths mirror, and if it weren't for Yi Qingshan's call, she wouldn't have wanted to come out. But the Dao court is powerful, and compared to it, our Taixuan sect is like the light of a rice grain against the brilliance of the moon. If we refuse, won't the Dao court target us? Yi Qingshan asked with a frown, his tone full of worry. If they become enemies just because we're unwilling to cooperate, it means that the Dao court does not have the greatness of spirit to shoulder the world. They just want to take the opportunity to calculate against all sects. Such a sect will sooner or later become an enemy. An Xin said casually as she stood up, turned around to look at Yi Qingshan, and asked, "Is that all?" Yi Qingshan was taken aback and replied, "There's one more thing. Someone in the sect has achieved enlightenment and has become crazed. Can you take a look at him? Why not bring him over here? To tell the truth, his cultivation level can be considered top tier within the sect, and we can't handle him. He's locked himself in his cave mansion, raving that the sky is falling. I've never seen him so afraid. I wonder if it has something to do with the calamity mentioned by the Dao court." Yi Qingshan frowned again. There was something else he didn't mention. In fact, these years, during cultivation, he, too, had felt restless, with the sense of impending disaster hanging over his head. Chapter 578, Battle Court Mythology, Confronting Destiny. In the early morning, the sunlight cut through the smoke-filled ruins of the imperial city, where corpses and broken walls stained with blood stains could be seen everywhere. Bai Sheng, covered in dust and ash, stood atop the debris, staring at the horrific scenes in all directions, his pupils trembling, unable to accept what was before him. The city he considered the most prosperous had turned into ruins overnight, and the sight of the half-remaining mask of the sword-wielding deist he'd seen earlier touched him even more deeply. How could this happen? Bai Sheng muttered to himself, his voice trembling. He felt as though he was in a nightmare from which he could not awaken. He looked up into the distance, then immediately rushed down, beginning his search for Guan, combing through bodies along the way, fighting back fear and disgust. As the sun continued to rise, reaching high noon, he still hadn't found Guan, his hands now covered in fresh blood. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the street, lacking even the strength to lift his head. After a morning of searching, his heart knew no fear, only numbness. A figure appeared before him. He saw the person's shoes but couldn't bring himself to speak. Sujin looked down at Bai Sheng and sighed, "Didn't you say you'd rather die in the jaws of demons and ghosts, than live a dull life? Last night, you witnessed a great demon that most mortals will never see in their entire lives. Shouldn't you feel fortunate?" Bai Sheng hung his head and asked weakly, "Are you such a demon as well?" "I do not delight in killing as they do, but I have killed people, killed demons," Sujin responded, her answer plunging Bai Sheng into silence. Sujin continued, "Since you've witnessed supernatural powers, why not cultivate immortality with me in the future? Help me find Brother Gu." Bai Sheng struggled to speak, and after uttering those 5 words, he completely lost his strength and fainted, toppling forward, but fortunately, Sujin caught him in time. Sujin held Bai Sheng in her arms, a smile appearing on her face. She had fantasized about this moment for 10,000 years and had finally achieved it. "Don't worry, in this life I will surely protect you, just as you desperately protected me 10,000 years ago." Sujin murmured softly to herself, lifting Bai Sheng up and then soaring into the sky. Her divine sense enveloped the entire city before continuing outward. Strange, where on earth did he go? Could a demon have devoured him? Sujin wondered aloud to herself, but she didn't dwell on it after all. She had already searched for Bai Sheng on behalf of him. If he couldn't be found, it wasn't her fault. She flew off into the distance with Bai Sheng in her arms, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The clouds above had scattered, and the sunlight spilled over the devastated imperial city, and gradually, a hint of murky energy began to dissipate. Within the deist field of the beginningless. In the courtyard, Guan lay in a rocking chair reading a book, occasionally instructing Shen Zhen on how to control the taking true fire beneath the artifact refining cauldron. It had been 10 years since he had parted from Bai Sheng. Shen Zhen turned her head to look at Guan and asked, "Guan, what's the origin of that Dao court?" Within the Taixuan sect, it's widely rumored that the Dao court will become the sect that unifies the entire world. Guan answered casually, "Just like the Holy Court, the Dao court was once the ruler of a part of the great heaven and earth. After the great thousand world was reconstructed, they grew rapidly. Of course, they were able to do this because they had the backing of a highly practiced and powerful being. How strong is he, compared to you?" Shen Zhen asked with a raised eyebrow. Guan laughed, "Haven't fought, hard to say." "Yeah, right, with you talking like that person definitely isn't your match." Shen Zhen rolled her eyes at Guan, who could hear her admiration for him in her heart, amazed by his strength, though her tone suggested otherwise. Guan, while turning the pages of his book, said, "Nevertheless, it's still too early for the Dao court to dream of unifying the celestial spirit great world. How far into the future can you see?" Shen Zhen asked curiously. In fact, she was extremely curious about Guan's cultivation level but had always restrained herself, feeling too embarrassed to ask. Given the chance to probe, she wouldn't miss it. "Don't ask any more, the will of heaven cannot be revealed." Guan brushed off the question, and then turned over, his back to Shen Zhen. Shen Zhen huffed and then focused on comprehending the Dao treasure within the artifact refining cauldron. Silence returned to the courtyard, with only the occasional wind passing through. The 3 pristine true fire beneath the artifact refining cauldron flickered ceaselessly, as if it would never go out. As it wavered, time swiftly passed by. Spring came and went, and autumn arrived. 500 years had passed. 500 years later, Guan still lay on the same chair, while Shen Zhen remained seated in front of the artifact refining cauldron. Guan turned over and rose, tucking the green hero travelogue into his chest, picked up the Cyan Hong sword, and drew it from its scabbard. The sound of the blade sliding from its sheath startled Shen Zhen. She turned her head towards Guan, watched him handling the sword, and was about to ask what he was doing when suddenly her expression changed, and she looked up sharply. Not just her, everyone in the dojo was alarmed and looked up. Above them, the azure celestial vault began to pepper with black dots, which quickly expanded like black holes, riddling the vault with 1,000 gaping wounds. "What is that?" Shen Zhen furrowed her brow and asked. Guan did not look up. He gently swung the Cyan Hong sword, replying, "It's a transcendent force from beyond the great thousand world, known as the Battle Court." The Battle Court. Shen Zhen had never heard of this name before. She asked in surprise, "Why do all these major sects like to name themselves Court, Holy Court, Dao Court, Battle Court? Your book's Celestial Court can't possibly be real, can it?" She had always suspected the investiture of the gods and journey to the west to be true, and now, thinking about it, it seemed very possible after all. Guan's Dao practice was beyond her imagination. "It cannot be said, it cannot be said," Guan said with a meaningful smile. He was thinking about what sword technique to use to sweep away the battle court. At that moment, he felt something and turned his head towards the distance, a flicker of unusual light in his eyes. He was looking in the direction of the Supreme Sect. At the same time, on the remote Taixuan continent, Candle Star and Yekeng appeared beneath Longqing's attic, while the soul of the heaven-supporting ancestor emerged from within Longqing's body. He gazed up at the celestial vault, his brow deeply furrowed. "The battle court is truly fearsome," murmured the heaven-supporting ancestor to himself. Candle Star, too, looked up at the celestial vault, his face showing disbelief. The heaven-supporting ancestor turned to him and asked, "Aren't you also from the battle court? I heard you wanted the Supreme Sect to take the battle court's place." Yekeng looked at Candle Star as well, detecting the sarcasm in the heaven-supporting ancestor's voice. Taking a deep breath, Candle Star said, "I didn't expect the battle court to have such depths. It seems that the existence has finished its seclusion and has called back those great powers who have been gone for so long. It's odd, he clearly despises the Long clan, and it was just those war gods targeting them. The heaven-supporting ancestor speculated, after all, even the celestial spirit god has fallen, and yet the battle court still dares to come. It must have some confidence. Candlestar couldn't answer, his heart was in turmoil. The oppressive force of the battle court's arrival made him tremble with fear. He dared not imagine the sight of facing those war gods, especially that existence. That existence was the myth and legend of the battle court. Even though he had reached the profound and free immortal realm, he had never seen that existence. Clang! The door of the attic flew open, and Long Qing walked out, descending the stairs at a steady pace, his expression calm. A figure abruptly appeared at the base of the stairs. It was Long Qing's son, Long Teng. Father, what is the origin of the anomaly in the sky? Why do I feel my qi blood surging uncontrollably? I even feel. Long Teng asked with a furrowed brow. Long Qing reached the landing and looked down at him, even feeling hostility, murderous intentions. Long Teng's eyes widened in shock as he pressed, Father, do you have the same feeling? Long Qing continued down the stairs, his gaze shifting towards the celestial vault. Some things are too late to tell you, and there is no need for you to know. Just watch. Just watch? Father, what are you going to do? Long Teng's eyebrows knitted again, an intense unease building within him. Long Qing stepped in front of him, giving the unnerving feeling that he could disappear at any moment, which instinctively made Long Teng reach out, attempting to grasp Long Qing's robe. Candlestar, Yakang, and the heaven-supporting ancestor, all aware of the Long clan's destiny, kept silent, their eyes fixed on Long Qing. Yakang clenched his fists tightly, filled with reluctance. He had not expected the battle court to come so swiftly. 500 years was a long time for mortals, but for him, it was insufficient for his cultivation level to break through, far from enough to aid his master. Just feeling the vast oppressive force enveloping heaven and earth told Yakang that he could not meddle in this karmic destiny. But how would his master face it? Yakang knew that his own cultivation level was not much higher than his master's, but his master's composure filled him with anticipation. Chapter 579, Annihilate Completely. The celestial spirit Great World's celestial vault was covered with black holes of varying sizes. Every creature within the celestial spirit Great World, as long as they looked up at the celestial vault, would see such a phenomenon and become panic-stricken. Since the vast majority of living beings had never witnessed such a phenomenon in their lives, it was inevitable that they would be fearful. All the major sects quickly formed arrays and sent great power cultivators to observe the sky. The vast oppressive force of the battle court enveloped the entire Great World, yet no creature from the battle court had appeared. Long Qing took 2 steps forward, looking at the myriad of black holes with an extremely calm expression. He had already prepared himself to die. Long Teng looked at his father's silhouette, unable to resist asking, Father, what exactly are you planning to do? Long Qing didn't answer him. The protective formation of the Supreme Sect rose up, and figures began appearing around the attic. They were either high-ranking individuals of the Supreme Sect or descendants of the Long family. After Long Qing issued a precautionary command, he no longer spoke, and no matter who asked him, he did not respond. Yakang looked at his master, feeling extremely distressed. Just then, brilliant lights arose from the horizon, all of them entering the black holes within the celestial vault. The lights entered the black holes and disappeared without causing any disturbance, as if traveling through time and space. Far beyond, in the depths of the universe, a dark purple light path stretching millions of miles was rapidly extending. Figures were walking on the light path, with black holes continuously appearing on both sides. Some figures stepped into the black holes, while others stepped out from within. On this dark purple light path, leading at the front was a 9-headed flood dragon covered in black dragon scales. Its 9 necks were like mountains, and its 9 dragon heads continuously spewed intense heat waves. This dragon was larger than any meteor it passed by, advancing like a creation god mountain, dignified and vast. Following behind it was an overwhelming march of creatures from the battle court, humans, demons, and ghostly evils, all moving in the same direction. In the midst of this multitude, a sword cultivator advanced. He wore a red robe tightened at the waist, the sleeves broad, his features were young and handsome, and his hair was snow white. He looked ahead with furrowed brows. His name was Fang Xian, a renowned prodigy of the battle court who possessed the cultivation level of a profound and free immortal. He was shocked by the sight before him. Having lived millions of years, it was his first time seeing the battle court amass such military force. Looking around, the terrifying aura emitted by those figures made him feel alienated. He even doubted if these people were from the battle court. Had he only been in seclusion for several 100,000 years for the battle court to have improved this much? Just to invade a great thousand world, is it necessary to send so many people? I heard that the silent destruction god emperor fell in that great thousand world, which is why there's such a massive mobilization. What? The silent destruction god emperor fell? How is that possible, being such an ancient being? We're going to the celestial spirit great world. This great world has just been reshaped. The world itself poses no threat to us, but there is an extremely terrifying being hiding inside, and it also intends to support the Long clan, which is provoking the battle court. The Long clan? They haven't been completely wiped out. Listening to the discussions around him, Fang Xian's mind conjured up an image of the silent destruction god emperor. He had only seen the silent destruction god emperor once when he went to listen to the emperor's doctrine. In his mind, the silent destruction god emperor's Dao practice was unfathomable, and even the high level of the battle court were very polite toward him. Such a being had actually fallen. Fang Xian felt uneasy. Although there were a lot of them, the more forces the battle court deployed, the more dangerous he felt this battle would be. The Dao practices of the high-level members of the battle court were beyond his imagination. Those beings certainly saw more than he did. Facing an unknown great battle, how should he ensure his own safety? Just as Fang Xian was lost in chaotic thoughts, from some of the black holes ahead flew out cultivators of the celestial spirit great world. When they saw the unending battle court light path, they were all startled. Before they could speak, nearby creatures from the battle court quickly took action. The great battle had officially commenced. Cultivators from worlds below the Ziza immortal realm had no power to resist, they were directly obliterated. Those with higher cultivation levels hurriedly escaped back into the black holes, through which they returned to the celestial spirit great world. Deist field of the beginningless. All disciples had gathered in Guan's courtyard, curious about the celestial phenomena above. Guan didn't say much. With a wave of his sleeve, the blue smoke above the artifact refining cauldron condensed rapidly, forming a large mirror that reflected the majestic sight of the battle court light path. An Xin, Shenzhen, celestial demon child, and blood prison great saint looked up and were all stunned. On the trans-universal battle court light path, the crowd surged like a tide, the massive beings as large as mountains appearing even more fearsome. Along the end of the battle court light path, a terrifying huge shadow loomed in the deep darkness, revealing only its upper body as if carrying forward this vast light path single-handedly. The battle court light path in the hand of this huge shadow resembled a sword thrusting forward, a scene that shocked everyone's eyes. Celestial demon child couldn't help but turn her head to look at Guan and asked, "Master, who are they?" The others also turned to look at Guan. The usually loquacious blood prison great saint and Lvxian were also stunned. Facing such a force, they felt only apprehension in their hearts. Guan responded, "This is the battle court, a power from beyond the great thousand world." An Xin pressed further, "Why have they come?" The others were also puzzled, waiting for Guan to clarify. Guan did not conceal anything and revealed the grievances between the Long clan and the battle court. This grudge has lasted for many years. 20,000 years ago, there was an entity known as the Silent Destruction God Emperor who also came for the descendants of the Long clan, Guan said calmly. Chen Chuan couldn't help but say, to usurp their nest and to exterminate them, this lord of the battle court is really not anything good, and by the looks of it, they're likely aiming to take over the celestial spirit great world. The others also started cursing at the battle court. An Xin suddenly thought of something. She looked at Guan and timidly asked, Master, you granted Longqing the long surname, could it be? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. They all knew Longqing, who was personally taken in as a disciple by Guan. An Xin still remembered that Guan had previously refused to guide Longqing in cultivation because Longqing carried a great cause and effect. Guan nodded and said, yes, Longqing is indeed a descendant of the Long clan. Everyone looked at each other after hearing this. Blood Prison Great Saint became excited and asked, Master, will you take action? The others also felt invigorated by this. They had practiced arduously in the dojo. The higher their realm, the more they revered Guan's cultivation level. They had always been curious about just how strong Guan was. Surely such a powerful battle court could force Guan to reveal all his strength? It is his destiny, why should I intervene? Being able to adopt him, I already took a great risk. Guan shook his head and chuckled. The others didn't buy it. In their eyes, Guan would surely protect Longqing, just as he protected them. Jiangshi lamented, who knows how many years of cultivation it will take before I can qualify to participate in such a great battle. Scenes of battle appeared in the mirror atop the artifact refining cauldron. Endless cultivators from the celestial spirit great world surged out of the black holes, blocking the battle court's advancement. Today's celestial spirit great world was far beyond the previous era's celestial spirit great heaven and earth, with an astonishingly consolidated power. Lv Xian, Chen Chuan, and others, seeing endless cultivators and demons entering the battle through the black holes, felt their blood boiling. Guan didn't immediately take action. He saw this calamity as a good thing, letting the beings of the Great Thousand World feel a sense of crisis. Moreover, this cause and effect had to be ended by the Long family themselves. Guan did not want to publicly tie himself with the Long family on the surface, waiting for Longqing to be overwhelmed before intervening. On the other side of heaven and earth, Longqing leaped up, flying towards the black hole in the sky. Candle Star transmitted to him, saying, come with me, facing such a battle court, you have no chance of victory. Longqing did not respond to him, nor did he look back. Candle Star stood in front of the pavilion, opening his mouth, but he ultimately could not muster the courage to go forward and fight alongside Longqing. He knew full well the terror of the battle court, and crucially, the strength now displayed by the battle court was even more formidable than he had known. He sensed the determination of the battle court, vowing to completely annihilate the Long clan. Right in the celestial spirit great world. Watching Longqing's figure disappear into the black hole, Long Ye looked at Long Teng, anxiously asking, Big brother, what exactly is father trying to do? Shouldn't we help him? Long Teng was about to speak when a sonorous voice echoed through the entire great heaven and earth. Descendant of the Long clan, you have stood up, and indeed, you have not dishonored the bloodline of the Long clan. Chapter 580, Dharma Aspect Shocks the Heavens. The sudden voice plunged the entire celestial spirit great world into silence, and all living beings felt their hearts chill just hearing it. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence could possess such an imposing aura. Candle Star looked up at the celestial vault, his expression somewhat bewildered as he murmured to himself, Master. He understood that the Lord of the War Court used such terrifying power not only targeting to execute Longqing, but mainly against the protector of the celestial spirit great world. Thinking of his master facing off against the fearsome being capable of annihilating a celestial spirit god, his emotions were complex. He also thought of the mythological beings of the War Court, fearing that an unprecedented fierce battle was about to occur, one that would reduce the celestial spirit great world to ashes. He turned to look at his disciples gazing up at the celestial dome in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. After so many years at the Supreme Sect, he had grown attached to this place, but no amount of attachment was worth more than life itself. He had already forsaken the war court, and in the face of such a situation, all he could do was flee. He withdrew his gaze and disappeared into thin air in front of the pavilion. Long Teng, Long Ye, and the other cultivators around them hadn't expected him to flee. They thought he was going to support Long Qing, so they didn't think too much of it. The heaven-supporting ancestor re-entered Ye Kang's body, his voice echoed in Ye Kang's mind. There are many presences within the war court that are beyond my match. In the face of such a massive invasion, the celestial spirit great world stands no chance of winning. Candle Star has already fled, and you should leave as well. Upon hearing this, Ye Kang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the black hole above. On the other side of heaven and earth, with the mountains undulating, Bai Sheng stepped out of the forest and stood on the hillside, gazing at the spectacular phenomenon in the sky, his brow furrowed deeply, his eyes full of shock. This was the second time in his life that his understanding had been overturned. Su Jin arrived at his side, equally shocked as she looked up at the celestial vault. Bai Sheng turned to look at her and asked, "What is this spectacle? How high is the realm of the person who just spoke? And what's the background of the Long clan?" Su Jin took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sure, I can't even guess his realm. You see, I've lived for over 10,000 years, could be influential in the imperial dynasty, but in the grand scheme of the great world, I'm just an inconspicuous minor character. To many of the great powers, killing me would be as simple as crushing an insect. As for the Long clan, I have never heard of them either. My understanding of the great heaven and earth is not as extensive as you imagine." Bai Sheng couldn't help remarking, "It's indeed true that there are always higher beings. If one day, I can make a sound that resonates with all living beings across heaven and earth, then this life would have not been lived in vain." Su Jin rolled her eyes at him, said with irritation, "You always talk like you're giving your last words. Can't you think about diligently cultivating and pursuing longevity? Is there really such a thing as immortality in this world? Even if one ascends to immortality, as you said, there is still an end to it. I don't care, you must aim for it anyway." They began to bicker, unaware that this was a calamity sweeping across the entire world. In the vast and boundless universe, myriad black holes of all sizes dotted the cosmos, acting like channels through time and space, with figures emerging from them. Fang Xian walked on the battle court light path, looking ahead at the looming great battle with a calm expression. The celestial spirit great world erupted in astonishing solidarity, as more and more figures rushed in to block the advance of the war court, yet they did not slow down the pace of the war court's forces. Fang Xian didn't rush to take action. On this occasion, he planned to do the bare minimum, and with the most terrifying existences yet to appear, he dared not act. "I am a descendant of the Long clan, Long Qing. This causality should be borne by me." Long Qing's voice suddenly came, weak in the vast cosmos even though he shouted with all his might. Fang Xian caught the sound of Long Qing, with the words Long clan making it impossible for him to ignore. A pressure stronger than any of the combatants bore down, halting every living being engaged in the battle. A deist Zhang Zizai immortal from the celestial spirit great world showed a look of horror, unable to move under this overwhelming pressure. His pupils suddenly dilated, and following his gaze, an imposing figure in the darkness behind the battle court light path gradually became clearer. Fang Xian's gaze, however, looked in the direction of Long Qing's voice. Long Qing stepped out from a black hole, his right hand raised to his chest, his two fingers together. While moving through the air with floating steps, he was casting divine skills. Streams of grey mist emerged from his body, coalescing into figures around him. Furthermore, the space in the surrounding universe twisted, spontaneously producing more grey mists that continued to solidify into humanoid shapes. More and more gazes fell upon Long Qing, but no one from the war court side made a direct move against him. As Long Qing, who was executing the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, looked into the distance, a giant shadow gradually became clear. It was a black-robed deist with a Kylan headdress and a stern face. He floated like a mirage behind the battle-court light path, with his lower half seeming illusory, and only his upper half clearly visible. It was the Master of Candle Star, the current Lord of the War Court. His title was the Candle Celestial Monarch. The Candle Celestial Monarch was so immense that everything in the universe seemed trifling in his presence, and to the celestial spirit cultivators witnessing this figure, he appeared as the founding god who created the cosmos. As the Candle Celestial Monarch emerged from the darkness, everyone from the side of the celestial spirit great world, except Longqing, lost their courage and willingness to fight. It seemed as though the Candle Celestial Monarch had merely leaned forward. He looked down upon Longqing, observing the Dharma aspects coalescing behind him, with an indifferent gaze, and he said, "Has your esteemed self not shown yourself yet? Could it be that you have given up on the Long clan?" This question likewise echoed throughout the celestial spirit great world. Within the deist field of the beginningless, an Xian and the others one by one turned their heads to look at Guan. Guan, holding the Xian Hong sword, said, "Why look at me? Qing Er's divine skills are not simple, perhaps he can resolve this on his own." As he spoke, he lifted the blade, his left hand supporting the edge, the tip pointing toward a mirror above the artifact refining cauldron, as if aiming at the Candle Celestial Monarch within it. Hearing this, though more confused, the crowd still turned their heads to look at the scene in the mirror. The world fell silent. All living beings waited for another voice to rise, but it never came. In the cosmic void, as the number of Dharma aspects behind Longqing grew, the expressions of the powerhouses from the war court changed. In less than 10 breaths' time, the number of Dharma aspects surrounding Longqing had exceeded 10,000, and one Dharma aspect, towering 10,000 zhang, radiated an aura of contempt for the universe, causing both celestial spirit cultivators and war court warriors to involuntarily fix their gaze on him. "Long Yu." The voice of the Candle Celestial Monarch rose, as if murmuring softly. As soon as his voice fell, figures scattered apart, quickly surrounding Longqing and his Dharma aspects, each figure emanating an unrivaled aura, using their own powerful presence to seal off Longqing. Those celestial spirit cultivators who were suppressed by the Candle Celestial Monarch vanished into ash, only cultivators far away survived, and those who had come forth from the black holes as reinforcements all stopped in their tracks, their attention entirely on Longqing. The Dharma aspects summoned by Longqing each radiated a brilliant light, converging into a sparkling region in the universe. Those dozen or so war court powerhouses were scattered around, as if enacting some kind of elusive formation to block the strong light emitted by the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. Such a rich force of karma! To summon so many powerful Dharma aspects with such cultivation level, the Long clan is indeed extraordinary. If that's all there is, it's not worth us joining hands. Perhaps the existence behind him has already fled. No one can afford the karma of acting against a celestial god. This divine skill seems to utilize bloodline karma. The war court powerhouses discussed among themselves, completely disregarding Longqing. The distant Candle Celestial Monarch did the same, whether it was despicable of what stood behind Longqing or contempt for Longqing himself. Listening to the voices from all around, Longqing took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened, and his face began to crack open as blood seeped out. The grey aura around him suddenly turned into a bloody one, and an even more terrifying figure rapidly took shape, as if a giant stood up behind him, quickly growing larger, surpassing the Dharma aspect known as Long Yu by the Candle Celestial Monarch. Upon seeing this Dharma aspect figure, the eyes of the Candle Celestial Monarch suddenly changed. "Kill him!" The voice of the Candle Celestial Monarch rose, and as soon as the words were spoken, the war court powerhouses encircling Longqing all made their move, with the force of thunder. The terrifying pressure coming from all directions made Longqing feel as if he were being torn apart, yet, he did not die. He looked up to see 100,000 zhang tall, blood-colored figure wielding a long spear with one hand, fending off the powerful mana coming at him from every direction. This blood-colored figure was clad in armor, his true face obscured, but he emanated an unrivaled and imperious aura. His appearance made everyone from the war court tense up. In the sea of people, Fang Xian's pupils trembled, and his heart was hit by a storm of shock. The cultivators of the celestial spirit great world were similarly dumbstruck. In that moment, even within the great heaven and earth, all living beings could see a blood-colored figure reflected in the celestial vault, towering high into the sky. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 581, Celestial Destruction God, Greater Cause and Effect. Looking at the blood-colored figure behind Longqing, everyone from the battle court was shocked, for the figure's aura was immensely powerful, especially the spear in its hand, which emanated an extremely dangerous aura that seemed capable of collapsing the entire universe. Amid countless Dharma aspects, the blood-colored figure stood like Mount Tai surveying the surrounding peaks, shocking even Longqing. In Longqing's mind, the strongest should have been Emperor Longzhen. He had managed to manifest the figure of Emperor Longzhen, which was that enormous figure. Yet, Emperor Longzhen appeared so weak in front of this blood-colored figure. After mastering the celestial dragon technique, Longqing dared not casually manifest his Dharma aspect, as he only had one chance. This was his first encounter with the blood-colored figure. Somehow, he knew the name of this figure. Long Mi. Longqing had heard this name before, the grandson of Emperor Longzhen, the son of Long Jun. He had heard Long Jun boast that Long Mi possessed the strongest talent within the Long clan, but after seeing the figure of Emperor Longzhen, he believed Emperor Longzhen was the strongest. Today, he truly understood how terrifying the strongest figure of the Long clan could be. Longqing's skin continuously cracked open, and blood incessantly seeped out. He quickly turned into a bloody figure, but his eyes were so bright. With his own strength, Long Mi demonstrated power that dominated the current battlefield against numerous strong members of the battle court. From afar, Candle Celestial Monarch watched Long Mi, frowning deeply. 10 innate golden immortals actually couldn't destroy this Dharma aspect. What was the origin of this Dharma aspect? The innate golden immortals who were casting spells were equally shocked. Their power was enough to destroy the universe, but they concentrated their mana together, trying their best not to affect the heavenly Dao. Yet, the existence they targeted would suffer a more intense impact. However, Long Mi's Dharma aspect easily resisted their attacks. How could they remain calm? Longqing struggled to lift his right hand, and in an instant, the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect holding the spear pushed forward, vigorously repelling several innate golden immortals and causing airwaves that shook the battle court light path. Almost instantly, all Dharma aspects surged like arrows, rushing toward the battle court light path. Longqing was still performing the celestial dragon technique, continuously manifesting Dharma aspects, and joining the battle, while the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect continued to guard behind Longqing. Everyone, retreat! A great cultivator from the Dao court loudly commanded, and with someone leading, other hesitating cultivators quickly retreated to observe from a distance. The Long clan's Dharma aspects, like a grand army, swiftly advanced onto the battle court light path, as more and more battle court cultivators joined the fight. Fang Xian drew a sword, ready for battle, his gaze fixated on the blood-colored figure of Long Mi, his heart filled with astonishment. A loose immortal could summon such a formidable entity. Was this the Long clan? He had always failed to understand why the upper ranks of the battle court insisted on completely annihilating the Long clan, but now he understood. Facing such an enemy, it was indeed necessary to eliminate them completely. However, another thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. How did these high-level individuals snatch the battle court from the Long clan? As Fang Xian was lost in thought, a sword light streaked over his head, powerfully colliding with space, striking the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, which still defended with the spear in its hand. Two formidable forces collided, creating shockwaves that caused distant celestial spirit cultivators watching the battle to vanish in smoke and dust, while cultivators from the battle court side were protected by a force of destiny, spared from disaster. From afar, an energy barrier enveloped the battle court light path, defending against all impacts. In deduced field of the beginningless, within the courtyard. Everyone intently stared at the artifact refining cauldron's mirror, watching the power standoff between Dragon Annihilation's Dharma aspect and Candle Celestial Monarch, secretly terrified at the immense power before them, where every existing being between the two seemed insignificant. Furthermore, Candle Celestial Monarch's aura could even reach into Celestial Spirit Great World. They were fine, protected by the dojo, but the outer environment trembled, a catastrophe for mortal spirits. An Xin involuntarily looked at Guan, noting her master was still calmly watching the battle, and she was puzzled. "Master, why aren't you taking action yet? This isn't like him, and moreover, this calamity originates from Qing Er, he certainly won't stand by idly. Could it be that Master has already planned a response? It must be so, Master is always like this, claiming indifference, yet always ends up intervening." With that thought, an Xin's confusion cleared, replaced by exhilaration. In her heart, her master had always possessed great compassion to protect all living beings, and she had witnessed it many times. Even if master wanted to leave, he would just disguise his identity and hide in another part of the world, showing that at heart, master couldn't sever his ties to this land. Guan stared at the image in the mirror, hearing the thoughts of the crowd, especially those of an Xin. He felt both relieved and helpless. He was relieved that an Xin had always trusted him, but he felt helpless because his image in an Xin's mind was too great. Guan indeed had a strategy to cope. This calamity, originating from the grudge and karma of the Long clan, was different from previous calamities. It was a disaster of the Long family, triggered by his reincarnation body, and he would naturally resolve it. However, he would not do so as Guan, but as Long Zhan. In this calamity, he would not let the innocent die. The more evil the battle court behaved, the more it would provoke his desire to kill. His pupils flickered with a peculiar purple-golden flame. "Have you already joined them?" Guan stared at the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect in the mirror and muttered to himself. He felt the aura of the heavenly Dao emanating from the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect. This aura was similar to that of the Celestial Spirit God and the Celestial Extreme God. No wonder Long Mi could escape the karma of the Long clan. It turned out that a stronger force was shielding him from karma. But this time was different. Long Qing was using the karma from bloodlines, and as long as Long Mi did not change his physical body, the karma attached to the bloodline would still exist. Candle Celestial Monarch, being in the late stage of innate golden immortal realm and joined by 16 other innate golden immortals, was strangely unable to defeat the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect. Guan was curious about what cultivation level Long Mi's true self had reached now. Additionally, Guan noticed that these innate golden immortals had a different kind of destiny aura from the battle court. They originated from the battle court, but they bore the destiny of other forces, more intense. This meant these innate golden immortals had other backgrounds. It seemed there were other calculations behind this battle. Guan began to look forward to the appearance of the immortal emperor. As for getting involved in more trouble, Guan was not too concerned. This battle would certainly allow him to reap a tremendous lifespan, and perhaps after some time, he would break through to a higher realm. On the vast earth, countless fierce beasts were slaughtering each other. The ground split open, blood flowed into rivers, and corpses were countless. The fierce ground battle continued, but the celestial vault was extraordinarily bright, with stacked clouds making the celestial vault appear even more expansive. A towering figure clad in blood armor stood proudly among the clouds. His hands hung naturally, his shoulder armor resembled a dragon, and his white hair fluttered in the wind, with a blood flower mark on his forehead. His face was handsome, but his gaze was so indifferent. He looked down at the slaughter below, his expression unchanged, but the reflection of Long Qing employing the celestial dragon technique flickered in his pupils. His figure was identical to the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect. Next to him stood a long spear, the body of the spear covered in blood scales, the spearhead like the claw of a true dragon, its tip refracting a cold light. A figure leapt up and landed beside him. This was a cyan-robed deist, standing on a red gourd, bearing an air of immortality and wearing a cynically amused smile. Celestial Destruction God, someone else is using your power again? How long will you protect them? The cyan-robed deist asked teasingly. Celestial Destruction God's expression remained indifferent as he calmly said, "It's not exactly using, that's their own capability." The cyan-robed deist raised his hand and drew a circle in front of him, revealing an illusion reflecting the battle outside the celestial spirit great world. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect was so eye-catching. At its feet, a strong light gathered around Long Qing, who was continuously consolidating the Dharma aspect. The continuous Dharma aspect assaulted the battle court light path, with Candle Celestial Monarch stepping over from above, continuously approaching the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. Those 16 innate golden immortals surrounded the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, endlessly displaying divine skills and spells, shaking the entire universe. The edges of the universe displayed twisting rainbows, the tremors were from the great Dao. So many innate golden immortals attacking a loose immortal, quite extravagant. Without your power, this guy would have died long ago. Does this still count as his capability? The cyan-robed deist asked, half smiling. Celestial Destruction God was silent for a moment before saying, "This is a divine skill called Celestial Dragon Technique created by my grandfather. It gathers all those with bloodline karma through the bloodline, allowing them to form Dharma aspects to fight on their behalf. This child has summoned so many Dharma aspects, his lifespan will be exhausted, this is his last battle." Last battle? I doubt it, you always say this, yet you always end up intervening. Without your intervention, the Long clan would have perished long ago, the cyan-robed deist shook his head. To this, Celestial Destruction God did not respond. The cyan-robed deist continued, "It won't be long before you can break through and reach a higher realm. Your immortal position could be promoted, and if you could be transferred back to the 3000 great worlds, you would be able to protect your descendants." The reflection of Candle Celestial Monarch gleamed in Celestial Destruction God's eyes, his gaze so cold, he watched Candle Celestial Monarch continuously destroying the Celestial Dragon Dharma aspects, approaching his own Dharma aspect. This time, fate might be hard to escape, with even stronger beings approaching, Celestial Destruction God solemnly said, pausing momentarily before adding, "No matter, with me here, the bloodline can continue. When I return, I will let these folks experience the most painful torment of the Great Dao." Chapter 582, Ancestral Dragon War, the sword that cleaved the universe. In the universe's void that constantly shimmered with bright light, the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect wielded the gun shadow in its hand, blocking divine skills attacks from all directions, manifesting an unstoppable aura. More and more battle court powerhouses joined the surrounding attack, spreading out in different directions, beginning to form their formations with a majestic momentum. Above the head of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, clouds of light tumbled, where dragon and phoenix phantoms intertwined, as if another dazzling heaven and earth were descending. As the number of battle court powerhouses involved in the battle soared, the aftermath grew rapidly stronger, with continuous black holes being annihilated, forcing celestial spirit cultivators to either flee back into black holes or retreat at full speed. The fleeing cultivators looked back, unable to conceal the horror on their faces. That person called Long Qing, who exactly is he? His cultivation level aura is clearly just a loose immortal. I've never heard of him, but the divine skills he's using are too terrifying, no wonder he has provoked so many powerful beings. So, in addition to chi absorption cultivation, cultivating divine skills can also lead to attainment. Since those guys are targeting that person called Long Qing, we indeed should not get involved. Today's battle has truly been an eye-opener for us. Within the great world, we swagger and dominate, but in outer heaven, there are far too many existences stronger than us. The celestial spirit cultivators discussed while fleeing, today's battle they would never forget the name Long Qing. On the other side, The Candle Celestial Monarch had already arrived in front of the circle surrounded by innate golden immortals. He retrieved a golden pestle from his sleeves, which connected with 9 golden chains and had a silver blue gem embedded at the bottom. As it shook, a strange power of the great Dao burst forth, causing all living beings in the universe to feel dizzy. Longqing maintained the gesture of deploying the celestial dragon technique, his body covered in blood, with bare white bones faintly visible on his elbow and shoulder. Staring at the golden pestle in the hands of the Candle Celestial Monarch, Longqing felt a strong sense of dread, and seeing that the other Dharma aspects could not shake the battle court light path, he felt desolate. I have already exerted my full strength, even summoning the most powerful ancestors, why am I still unable to overcome them? Longqing fell into confusion. Before the battle, he had been full of confidence, determined to face death. But when he actually faced the battle court, only then did he realize why his clan met such fate. Just thinking of Longteng, Longye, and other descendants, he felt unprecedented fear. He had not yet had the chance to sever the connections with his descendants. If he died, they would have to die too. Even the entire celestial spirit great world might be destroyed. Longqing's eyes filled with hatred, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Battle court. Longqing gritted his teeth and growled lowly, his blood energy surged, and the aura of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect suddenly increased. The Candle Celestial Monarch noticed his anomaly, immediately swinging the golden pestle in his hand, with a burst of golden light accompanied by a scorching heatwave enveloping Longqing and the Dharma aspects. In an instant, countless Dharma aspects were successively annihilated, leaving only Longqing's skeleton, and his soul body also appeared. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect moved 1 foot backward, in a posture fully resisting. Outside the formation, all the battle court cultivators watched this scene, their faces showing frantic excitement. Fang Xian was also like this, staring at the golden pestle, his eyes burning hot. It was the battle court's treasure, known as the war god golden pestle, a treasure that all cultivators of the battle court yearned for. The war god golden pestle made the entire universe bright, stars rapidly burned, Dao's spiritual chi was burned into a hot mist. This golden light seemed capable of burning everything away. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect shook its arm, the gun shadow in its hand burst forth with terrifying blood energy, transforming into thousands of blood dragons, dispersing the vast golden light, rushing first to attack the Candle Celestial Monarch. The Candle Celestial Monarch's eyes turned cold, he leaped up, raising the war god golden pestle high and smashed it down towards the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, his figure no less than the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, his high position giving him an incredibly terrifying aura. The figure of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect was reflected in the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world, and as the Candle Celestial Monarch leaped above the head of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, his silhouette was also seen by the beings of the celestial spirit great world. This scene caused all living beings to tremble in fear, no matter where they were. Witnessing this scene, their eyelids jumped wildly. Bang! The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect raised its spear for a stab, the light cloud above was directly dispersed, great magical power carrying a blood wind ascended, as if intending to pierce through the top of the universe. The Candle Celestial Monarch held the war god golden pestle to block the blood wind. But only for a moment, the Candle Celestial Monarch exploded with a sudden and violent storm of attacks, the war god golden pestle quickly swinging, and the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect similarly swung the gun shadow in its hand. Myriad illusions burst forth, as if 2 worlds were colliding, the earth and mountains shattered, ocean straits were destroyed, celestial beasts roared as they rushed towards each other, both vanishing into illusion. Various fantastical scenes unfolded, dazzling the observers. This was a collision of 2 Dao fruit worlds, a confrontation of the Dao. As the Dao generates all things, their every move contained myriad changes. The battle court cultivators watching were equally dumbfounded, unable to approach, they were barely holding on maintaining the formation outside. Below the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, Longqing, with only his soul attached to his skeleton, still retained his will. He could no longer see clearly what was around him, everything in his eyes was shaking, his vision increasingly blurry. He struggled to think of his children, but his will was pulled down by an unprecedented heaviness. Just as he was about to despair, he instinctively thought of a figure. Master! Above the sea of clouds, the celestial destruction god and the cyan-robed deist were still watching the battle in the illusion. The cyan-robed deist clicked his tongue in wonder, he's about to give in, your Dharma aspect is dispersing. Following his gaze, although the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect in the illusion was still maintaining its attack, the blood light on its body was dimming. Chapter 583 Ancestral Dragon War, The Sword That Cleaved the Universe _2. The celestial destruction god did not make a sound, but the coldness in his eyes grew more intense. Descendant, is this all you can achieve? The celestial destruction god pondered silently. Although he spoke of protecting the Long family if he was present, he understood in his heart that if Long Qing's lineage perished, the Long clan would cease to exist. After attaining the immortal class, he severed his ties with the mortal world. The reason he continued to protect his descendants was merely due to a fixation in his heart. He was unwilling to see the Long clan meet such a fate, but unfortunately, he could not personally aid the Long clan. At that moment, a brilliant light burst forth in the apparition, erupting from the feet of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, or rather, it was Long Qing who was radiating the light. Long Qing's soul body shone with an exceptionally bright white light. His flesh began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his will was also being restored. He was still thinking of his mentor when he suddenly felt a miraculous power burst from the depths of his soul body, different from the pain induced by the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. This power made him feel extremely comfortable, sweeping away his pain and fatigue. The candle celestial monarch seemed to sense it and quickly retreated. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect also stopped its actions. The 16 innate golden immortals presiding over the grand formation felt immense pressure, an invisible force pushing them back. They widened their eyes, their gaze fixed on Long Qing. Numerous cultivators from the battle court also looked towards Long Qing. Everyone watched as the intense light on Long Qing's body began to condense into a figure. This figure rapidly grew taller, the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect disintegrated, transforming into an endless stream of blood energy that surrounded this new Dharma aspect. The blood energy quickly faded from red. Fang Xian watched this figure rapidly rise, his heart pounding wildly. His intuition told him that the terrifying presence he feared most was about to reveal itself. Because the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect was reflected in the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world, all living beings could see the new Dharma aspect. This new Dharma aspect shone with white light all over, quickly growing to the same size as the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. Compared to the destructive aura of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, the aura of this Dharma aspect was even more vast and majestic, as if it hailed from the source of time, overlooking all transformations on the great Dao. Within the deist field of the beginningless, an Xian, celestial demon child, and others watched more clearly through the mirror on the artifact refining cauldron. They all turned their heads to look at Guan, their expressions peculiar. Xian couldn't hold back and was the first to ask, Master, isn't that Dharma aspect you? The Dharma aspect condensing from Long Qing was in the form of Long Zhan. Although the attire's outline was different from Guan's, the posture and facial features were extremely similar to Guan. And how could it be such a coincidence? Long Qing was also Guan's disciple. Wasn't it said that the celestial dragon Dharma aspect could only summon his ancestors? Shen Zhen murmured. Her voice was light, but in everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Could Guan be Long Qing's ancestor? The blood prison great saint's eyes lit up, and he instantly believed it. Following Guan for so many years, seeing countless orphans, he had never seen Guan take in anyone else, and he had long noticed how much Long Qing resembled Guan. Guan remained calm, still staring at the mirror, merely having sheathed the Cyan Hong sword into its scabbard. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, everyone could only refocus their gaze on the mirror. When the Dharma aspect on Longqing thoroughly solidified, the terrifying pressure enveloping the celestial spirit great world rapidly dissipated, and all living beings breathed a sigh of relief. On the edge of the Taixuan continent, the waves crashed against the shore. Liya stood on the edge of a cliff, looking up at the celestial vault, his pupils trembling. Junior brother Gu, Liya did not know the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, but he immediately recognized that the Dharma aspect resembled Guan. Junior brother Gu had saved the world once again. So junior brother Gu had never left. At this moment, Liya felt a strong fighting spirit arise. Junior brother Gu had not left, so he could not leave either. He resolved to stay in the celestial spirit great world, to protect all living beings. As for Zhang Buku, he had no leads to search for, so he decided it would be better to find them after attaining the Dao. Elsewhere, Bai Sheng looked up at the towering Dharma aspect, his expression peculiar. For some reason, he found this figure somewhat familiar. Su Jin, however, did not think too much about it. Guan had not left a profound impression in her memory. She had disliked Guan from the beginning and naturally would not hold him in her heart. On the other side of the human world, on a barren plain, a man wrapped in a large robe walked through the wind and sand. He looked up and saw the massive Dharma aspect on the celestial vault. A look of shock appeared on his weathered face, but it quickly gave way to a smile. Guan, you're indeed still here. Martial resolution murmured to himself, then bowed his head, continuing to move forward against the wind and sand. Having glimpsed Guan, his heart was completely at ease. The heavens would not collapse, and he could continue pursuing his destiny. The gaze of all living beings was focused on Guan's Dharma aspect. Aside from Guan's old acquaintances, the multitude of beings felt hope. At the first sight of this Dharma aspect, all beings felt a profound peace. This feeling was peculiar, yet it truly existed. Longqing slowly raised his head to look and then stood there dumbfounded. After 2 breaths' time, he suddenly turned around and soared into the air. When he arrived in front of the Dharma aspect, he was completely stunned. A name surfaced in his mind. Longzhan. He had heard of Longzhan's name, the true primordial ancestor of the Long clan, the ancient existence that truly established the battle court, while Emperor Longzhan merely inherited his legacy. He had actually summoned the primordial ancestor. But that wasn't the most crucial part. What shocked him was how much the primordial ancestor's face resembled his mentor's. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. It was his mentor. Suddenly, he realized, and all his doubts were dispelled. Why did his mentor choose to adopt him? Chapter 584, Ancestral Dragon War, The Sword That Cleaved the Universe _3. Master, why do you want to help him fight against the silent destruction god Emperor? He suddenly became excited, enveloped by a huge surprise, trembling all over. The Long clan actually has such an ancestor. The voice of Candle Celestial Monarch came through, filled with emotion. Just the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect alone was troublesome enough for him, and now the emergence of an even more daunting Dharma aspect gave him a chilling sense of an unbeatable adversary. He trusted his intuition. Master, it's time for you to make a move, the voice of Candle Celestial Monarch rose again, teasing in tone. All the cultivators of the battle court looked towards Candle Celestial Monarch, almost every one of them showing a bit of astonishment. In the hearts of the vast majority of battle court cultivators, Candle Celestial Monarch was the strongest, and they had not expected him to have brought along his master. The master of the Lord of the War Court, could it be that ancient myth? As Candle Celestial Monarch's words fell, a gigantic pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness of the void behind him, looming over the entire battlefield. The stature of Candle Celestial Monarch was colossal, taller than any mountain in the world, yet before these eyes, he was less significant than their pupils. Faced with these eyes, every creature felt panic. The celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world also revealed these eyes, causing all beings to tremble with fear, unable to comprehend what the heavens and the earth were facing. They could only focus on Guan's Dharma aspect. Perhaps this mysterious existence could protect them. Longqing turned around and was equally frightened by the silhouette behind Candle Celestial Monarch. What kind of eyes were those? He had lived for 20,000 years and, with the experiences of his previous life, had never seen such terrifying eyes, like the abyss of the universe, hiding the utmost horror and despair. He is not the person I am looking for, he is just an effect and cause Dharma aspect. A voice of cold indifference echoed through the universe, audible to all the myriad beings of the great thousand world. Each word trembled the hearts of all beings, as if the supreme heavenly Dao was declaring the laws of heaven. Candle Celestial Monarch was about to speak, but another voice interrupted his thoughts. The one you seek may well be me. All the cultivators of the battle court turned their heads in unison, including the innate golden immortals and even those celestial spirit cultivators watching from the distant void. The voice came from the Dharma aspect behind Longqing. Longqing turned and clenched his excited fists tightly. That was his master's voice. His master was his primordial ancestor, ancestral dragon war. This fact did not cause him to crumble, rather, he felt fortunate. The person he most revered was his ancestor, it felt like a dream. Guan's Dharma aspect lifted his right hand, a myriad of silver lights appeared in his palm, quickly converging into a sword. The moment he grasped the sword, Guan's voice rang out again. Break! Ping! Space shattered like a mirror, all beings were frozen in place, including the innate golden immortals, unable to move. They saw a dense expanse of spatial fragments before them, where a more majestic figure appeared behind Candle Celestial Monarch. It was a man in a white robe, with yellow, withered hair longer than his robe, his face shriveled, like skin stretched over bone, his eye sockets deep set. The entirety of his appearance was shockingly terrifying. It was the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor's face showed astonishment. Longqing, too, was startled by the sudden appearance of the Immortal Emperor. Then, his attention was caught by the sword light. Glancing inadvertently, he saw a silver blade, spanning longer than the heavens and the earth, slash before him, as if a mythological celestial river had appeared. That was the sword in Guan's Dharma aspect's hand. Longqing couldn't move, he could not even hear any sound. Not just him, all beings had lost their hearing, unable to act, merely witnessing the Dharma aspect raising his sword to strike at Candle Celestial Monarch and the Immortal Emperor. All the cultivators of the battle court were plunged into extreme terror because they realized that Candle Celestial Monarch and the being behind him also could not move, as if waiting to be beheaded by the enemy. With one slash from Guan, the sword light burst forth, too fast for even the vision of innate golden immortals to fully capture. The universe seemed split in two by it, a sight profoundly awe-inspiring. In an instant, Candle Celestial Monarch was reduced to ash, the Immortal Emperor slashed by the sword light, eyes widening in shock. Space busted once more, the shattered fragments quickly dispersing as though illusions striking the senses of all beings. Before they could react, a roar of outrage erupted. You! Upon uttering just one word, the Immortal Emperor's flesh erupted in 1,000 sword lights, followed by annihilation, becoming dust, gone from existence. The entire universe fell into silence for a moment, the sword light that had bisected the universe still hung in the air, as the cultivators who regained their senses looked towards both ends to discover they could not see the end of the sword light, as if the entire universe was indeed cut in half by it. Chapter 585, Reverse Cause and Effect, Annihilate Battle Court. Candle Celestial Monarch, Immortal Emperor extinguished. All the cultivators from the battle court were unable to accept this reality, and they all stared blankly at the sword light spanning the universe. They could not move, the scene before them sending chills down their spines, driving them to despair. Fang Xian stood in the void, his eyes wide open, the universe trembling in his eyes, his heartbeat was so intense. It's over. Fang Xian fell into an abyss of despair. Since entering this universe, he had speculated that the battle court might fail, but he never imagined that Candle Celestial Monarch and Immortal Emperor would be so powerless to defend themselves. Just who was that divine figure? How high was their cultivation level? Fang Xian glanced at the dragon battle Dharma aspect on Longqing's body, filled with shock. All beings in the universe looked toward the dragon battle Dharma aspect with disbelief in their eyes, and although the beings in the celestial spirit great world didn't know the specifics of the battle, the disappearance of those mysterious giant eyes gave rise to hopes in their hearts. Could it be a victory? Longqing had seen his master win many times before, but each victory still scared him. Just how profound was his master's Dao practice? It felt like no matter how strong the opponent, they were effortlessly defeated before his master. Karma retribution, no one can escape it. Today, the battle court sought to exterminate my Long clan, I will exterminate the battle court in return. With but a single swing of my sword, life and death are your own fate. You should all feel fortunate, for if you faced the battle court, you wouldn't even have a chance to live. The voice of Guan rang out once more, plunging all the battle court cultivators into the depths of despair. Without giving them time to think, the dragon battle Dharma aspect lifted its sword and slashed horizontally. A sword light swept across all directions, passing over the battle court light path, over the battle court cultivators surrounding Longqing. 16 innate golden immortals turned to ash first. The other cultivators met the same end. Longqing looked around to see the spectacle of enemies being extinguished everywhere, a sight tremendously grand. At the same time, inside the Daoist field of the beginningless, prompts kept popping up before Guan. You have successfully stolen 309,872,265 years of lifespan from Zhenren Chenyang, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. You have successfully stolen 870,928,711 years of lifespan from Xing Xing Dao, middle stage of innate golden immortal realm. You have successfully stolen 1,087,249,720 years of lifespan from Yaoyuan, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. Watching the prompts before his eyes, the corners of Guan's mouth curled up. The strength of the dragon battle Dharma aspect was not solely attributed to the profound mysteries of the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, but also to Guan's own power. After all, he intended to steal lifespan, so he poured his own power into the dragon battle Dharma aspect to make the strike through it. An Xin, Lv Xian and others turned their heads toward Guan. Seeing him with a slight smile, everyone could feel his triumphant spirit. People couldn't help but reveal looks of adoration and fervor. Blood Prison Great Saint even couldn't help but shout in excitement, breaking the silence of the courtyard. My heavens, one sword strike to annihilate the battle court. Master, what swordsmanship was that just now? Master, exactly who are you within the Long clan? That's just inconceivable. The person who appeared just now seemed so terrifying, yet they couldn't withstand a single strike from the master. Guan didn't respond, he was immersed in the joy brought about by the surge in his lifespan. The dragon battle Dharma aspect with a single strike exterminated 70% of the beings of the battle court, leaving the 30% who harbored no karmic enmity with the Long clan. These beings, terrified out of their wits, would also leave the battle court in the future. This was the way of cause and effect. Through karmic deduction, Guan knew which people could be spared. In doing so, he could also seem less bloodthirsty, thereby concealing his ability to take lifespan. But soon Guan noticed something was amiss. Many of the deceased battle court cultivators had not brought him lifespan, but those 16 innate golden immortals had brought him over 800 billion years of lifespan. This time, you cannot escape, the battle court must be eradicated. Guan thought silently, his eyes transforming, turning into the immortal emperor's eye. Everyone in the courtyard saw the change in Guan's eyes, and they all stopped their discussions, curiously watching him. Let all beings treat it as if it were just a dream. Guan's voice sounded, and the immortal emperor's eye burst forth with a peculiar purple light, illuminating the faces of everyone in the courtyard. All beings between heaven and earth were like this, their vision of the world shrouded in purple light. This purple light burst forth from the celestial spirit great world and swept across the entire cosmos. This was the first time Guan used his immortal emperor's eye divine power. The immortal emperor's eye would cultivate different divine powers in different people, and Guan's divine power was different from that of the eternal great emperor. His divine power could reverse the way of cause and effect, he could restore lost lives and vanished fortunes within a short time to their original state and use this divine power to make what should have existed cease to exist, erasing their cause and effect without leaving a trace within the Dao rules. Using this divine power would not change time or space. Guan used the immortal emperor's eye divine power to revive the celestial spirits who had previously died in battle. On the battle court side, only one person was resurrected from death, but before that person could react, they were extinguished anew. After this test, Guan confirmed that this divine power could not bring him repeated lifespans. Although he had some regrets, Guan was already very satisfied. Everyone in the courtyard only felt their divine souls turned upside down, their consciousness blurry, as if they were about to fall into a dream. It was not just them, all beings within the cosmic void felt the same. One by one, beings who had already died began to come back to life. After regaining vitality, they did not open their eyes but instead stayed in place with their eyes closed. The cosmic void fell into silence as the sword light cut by the dragon battle Dharma aspect gradually dissipated. Longqing's consciousness also sank into darkness. Already exhausted, he relaxed and immediately fell into a dream. He dreamt that he was back in the Third Medicine Valley. The weather was clear, the sun bright, and the disciples were coming and going with their labor. The sight brought a smile to his face. Indeed, a peaceful life suited him better. Longqing remembered the previous great battle, and his smile grew even brighter. Am I already dead? Longqing murmured to himself. Everything around him was so beautiful, too good to be true that he thought he was going to die, that this was a pre-death fantasy. Using the celestial dragon Dharma aspect meant sacrificing himself, and he had been prepared for this, so he was not panicked. Thinking of his master's strength excited him. His master turned out to be his primordial ancestor, which made him worry even less. Once he died, his master would surely take care of his descendants. He knew his master well. Despite speaking harshly, his master was softer-hearted than most people in the world. Dying is not so easy. A voice came from behind Longqing, startling him into quickly turning around to see Guan approaching. He was surprised and bowed in greeting immediately. When Guan reached him, he said with a wry smile, "Teacher. Primordial ancestor, I used the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, and after using it, I must die." Guan looked at him and said, although the celestial dragon Dharma aspect was created by Long Xin, this divine power originates from my own celestial dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect. I can let you live, but from now on you must never use the celestial dragon Dharma aspect again, or you will suffer from karma retribution, and even I won't be able to save you. These words were true, he saved Longqing by using the power of cause and effect. After hearing this, Longqing was overjoyed and knelt down to thank Guan. Guan didn't stop him. Looking down at him he said, "When I was Longzhan, I was killed by someone. Even after I obtained cultivation far surpassing my killer, I did not seek revenge, for I thought Longzhan deserved to die. From now on, with no battle court to threaten the Long clan, your descendants can start over, but make sure not to take the wrong path, or I will personally exterminate the Long clan." Longqing looked up and hurriedly promised, "I will not disappoint you." Guan spoke with deep seriousness, having ended the fate and grudges, the Long clan should also atone for their past mistakes. As for how, that's up to you. After speaking, Guan turned and left. Longqing stood up and asked, "Primordial ancestor, where are you going?" Without turning back, Guan replied, to utterly annihilate the battle court, so it ceases to exist. As his voice fell, Gu An's figure disappeared. Longqing stared in the direction of his departure, struggling to remain calm. I really should think about what goals I should work towards in the future. Longqing thought of the words Gu An said to him when Yeking forced his way into the Supreme Sect. After the excitement, a sense of guilt surged in his heart. Always having the elder clean up after him, when would he be able to repay his teacher? No, to repay his primordial ancestor. Chapter 586, Abyss Deosi, Annihilation of the Battle Court. Above the clouds, the celestial destruction god and the cyan-robed deist gazed at the illusion before them, remaining silent for a long time. The cyan-robed deist took a deep breath, turned his head toward the celestial destruction god, and asked, "Does your long family still have such remarkable figures?" The celestial destruction god's expression grew even more complex, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had never met Long Zhan, which meant the latter had died before he was born. He thought of the ancestors his father had mentioned. When he had first displayed his talent, his father had said it was a family trait, all stemming from the ancestor Long Zhan. However, since the ancestor Long Zhan had died shortly after surpassing the 9 heavens of the immortal path, he had never been considered strong in his eyes. Having seen him today, he felt that even if he faced him in person, he would not be his match, which was beyond his comprehension. Could it be that the ancestor Long Zhan had faked his death, and the fortune he now enjoyed was due to Long Zhan's protection from beyond? The more the celestial destruction god thought about it, the more confused he became. The cyan-robed deist clicked his tongue in wonder, speaking of which, the Dao rules there are so perfect, it must be the great thousand world. How could such a grand battle not alarm the celestial gods? Could it be that the celestial gods of that realm have met with disaster? If that is indeed the case, then it's likely they died at the hands of. Before he could finish his sentence, the celestial destruction god's cold gaze fell upon him. The cyan-robed deist chuckled and did not continue. He waved his hand to dissipate the illusion before them and then looked down at the ground below, lamenting, "The slaughter over there has ended, but the killing here is endless." The celestial destruction god also looked down, his expression returning to its previous indifference. In a bright palace, above was a sea of clouds and below the ground mist tumbled. The immortal emperor jolted awake, sitting on his throne, gasping for air with bloodshot eyes. Behind his throne floated a massive silvery white meteor, pitted and scarred, but surrounded by streams of grey mist that seemed to follow some mysterious pattern, utterly bizarre. The immortal emperor looked up, his eyes filled with shock and fury. "Who, exactly are you?" The immortal emperor had expected failure, but he had not anticipated the gap between that person and himself to be so vast. The thought that all 16 of his innate golden immortal disciples had died made his heart bleed. He stood up and turned to the meteor behind the throne, his eyes seething with indignation. "Didn't you say that person was just a heaven-balancing golden immortal? Why couldn't I even withstand one of his moves?" The immortal emperor demanded in a deep voice, his tone barely concealing his murderous intent. The mist around the meteor quickened its pace, and a cold voice emerged, "I miscalculated." "Miscalculated? My 16 disciples, having no destiny with the battle court, died utterly, and 7 among them had supreme potential for the Abyss Deosi. Compared to me, they were still so young, to die in that great thousand world. Do you understand what that means to me?" The immortal emperor spoke through gritted teeth, a grey mist more ominous than that surrounding the meteor emanating from his body, like blazing flames. "It's not like I forced you. You were drawn in by the treasures of the immortal palace, weren't you?" The icy voice sounded again. "You." Just as the immortal emperor was about to continue, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, freezing his expression. Before he could turn his head, the hand on his shoulder squeezed forcefully, turning him into ashes, as the figure of Guan appeared. "You have successfully seized 18,208,547 years of lifespan from the immortal emperor, late stage of heaven balancing golden immortal realm. Guan looked disdainfully at the notification that popped up before him. Not even as much as the lifespan of an innate golden immortal. The seized lifespan was about 1/10 of the victim's remaining lifespan, meaning the immortal emperor could have lived another 1 to 200 million years. Named immortal, it signified he had lived an exceedingly long age. Perhaps it was precisely because he sensed his time running out that the immortal emperor had not even as much lifetime left as the smallest part of the lifespans of those 7 innate golden immortals. Those 7 innate golden immortals had brought Guan more than 700 billion years of lifespan, meaning each of these 7 had at least 100 billion years of lifespan. According to Guan's observations, an innate golden immortal should have a lifespan ranging from 5 trillion years. Guan's thoughts flashed by in an instant as he looked unflinchingly at the silvery white meteor before him. Who exactly are you to find this place? Have you reached the taking golden immortal realm? The previously cold voice speaking to the immortal emperor resonated once more, this time with a tinge of nervousness. Guan slowly raised his right hand, forming a claw, and pulled a figure out from within the meteor, his throat smashing against Guan's palm. This was an elder wearing a grey robe, his face gaunt, his white hair tied back, more presentable than the immortal emperor, but the terror on his face made him appear disheveled and weak before Guan. Fellow deist, let's talk this out, the grey-cloaked elder gritted his teeth and said, I hail from the abyss deoc. If I were to die, they will surely notice. You, hiding in the great thousand world, wouldn't want to tangle with more trouble, would you? From the moment Guan entered the hall, he realized he couldn't move, which filled him with indescribable panic. He couldn't understand how Guan had found this place. Genren Ni Hai, late stage of Hung Tien Golden Immortal Realm Perfection 49,802,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 lifespan of a heaven-balancing golden immortal ranged from 5 trillion to 50 trillion years. Too bad, yet another one close to his life's end. It's true, who would risk everything unless they felt their limit approaching? Guan couldn't be bothered to communicate with Genren Nihai, his eyes suddenly changed. This time, it wasn't the immortal emperor's eye divine power, but the calamity absolute eye. He was going to search Genren Nihai's soul. In an instant, Genren Nihai's eyes lost their luster. The hall then fell into silence. Guan rudely probed Genren Nihai's memory, completely disregarding his soul, and during this process, calamity slowly began to latch onto Genren Nihai's body. Genren Nihai came from the Abyss Daosi and had a not insignificant friendship with the immortal emperor. 10,000 years ago, Genren Nihai was a guest at the battle court when he accidentally heard Candle Celestial Monarch complaining to the immortal emperor about the resurgence of remnants from the Long clan who had killed a being known as the Silent Destruction God Emperor. Learning that people from the Long clan were in the Celestial Spirit Great World, and that the shattered Celestial Spirit Great World was beginning to reshape itself, he thought of the treasure of the Immortal Palace. The Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, who established the Celestial Spirit Great World, stole the treasure of the Immortal Palace. By decree of the Celestial Court, they ordered the Celestial Spirit God to execute him, but the Celestial Spirit God did not obliterate the Celestial Spirit Great World. Thus, rumors suggested the treasure of the Immortal Palace might still be hidden within the Celestial Spirit Great World, and the Celestial Spirit God was waiting for this treasure. As for informing the Celestial Court, that would not be possible. The Celestial Court snubbed contact with the Great Thousand World, and even a powerful being like Genren Nihai had only ever encountered the Guardians, the Celestial Gods, of the Great Thousand World. Every Celestial God was arrogant, looking down on mortal spirits. Without obtaining the Celestial Deo immortal position, even if one's cultivation level was higher than a Celestial God, they would be disregarded, and ordinary people would not dare to provoke a Celestial God. The celestial gods had the supreme celestial court standing behind them, an existence beyond provocation. The so-called Immortal Palace was also a palace belonging to the celestial court. How the news of the Immortal Palace's treasure was leaked was something Genren Nihai had no idea about. He only knew the clues to the Immortal Palace's treasure. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had already perished, but the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace's treasure remained unknown. Guan surmised that the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had left the Immortal Palace's treasure to Anhao. Although Anhao had perished, he was a being born of the destiny fostered by heaven and earth, destined to be reborn one day. However, at that time, he might no longer be Anhao, but become someone else. Guan was quite interested in the Abyss Daosi, having encountered this place when he had chosen to break through his lifespan. In Genren Nihai's memory, the Abyss Daosi did not belong to the Great Thousand World but lay in a mysterious region beyond it, an ocean formed by the Dao rules, boundless and vast. It was said that since its birth, the Abyss Daosi had been expanding infinitely and had not stopped until now. Even Genren Nihai, who was born from the Abyss Daosi, did not know its full extent. As Guan was searching Genren Nihai's memory, a series of footsteps could be heard. The hall was vast, and at the far end, a strong light was visible. Candle Celestial Monarch stepped out from the brilliance, his figure flickering rapidly as he advanced toward Guan. Suddenly, he stopped walking, frowning as he looked at Guan's back figure. Guan's attire was different from the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect, so he didn't recognize him immediately. He didn't even associate Guan with the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect, considering how far this place was from the Celestial Spirit Great World. How could the one who killed him come back to life faster than him, when he had just been resurrected? Who are you? Candle Celestial Monarch frowned and asked. Although the Immortal Emperor was often in seclusion, he always received fellow deists, and the Immortal Emperor's disciples were numerous too. His divine sense couldn't come close to Guan and he couldn't see the scene in front of Guan. Guan slowly turned around, and it was then that Candle Celestial Monarch saw the person Guan was holding in his hand. Candle Celestial Monarch's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively drawing out the war god Golden Pestle. He remembered Genren Nihai, an ancient presence, whom the Immortal Emperor treated with notable respect, leaving a deep impression on him. You. Candle Celestial Monarch wanted to ask more, but Guan spat out a word, interrupting him. Die. Candle Celestial Monarch's eyes widened, and he instantly turned into a mist of blood. Longevity true words. This was Guan's Dao fruit divine power, using the power of cause and effect to determine Candle Celestial Monarch's death, possessing the subtlety of speaking and making it so. Following that, the Genren Nihai in Guan's hands also turned to ash, and his gaze shifted to the outside of the hall. Numerous palaces entered his view, countless marvelous sights, and mythical beasts were taken in by his eyes. The colossal entities that dominated many universes were about to become illusory in Guan's eyes. Everything that belongs to Longzhan should come to an end. Chapter 587, Descending into the Abyss Daosi. Battle Court, as a transcendent power above the Great Thousand World, had countless creatures under its command, many of whom were compelled to serve. Guan even saw numerous races enslaved, mining cultivation resources for Battle Court. He stood in the Grand Hall of the Immortal Emperor and drew the Xian Hong sword from his waist. Although the Xian Hong sword was just an ordinary treasure sword, it was his favorite because it was a gift from Yelan. He swung the sword forward casually, effortlessly, yet with that very strike, he severed the destiny of Battle Court. He began to eradicate those creatures of the Long clan who harbored resentment, using the power of karma. He simply needed to calculate who would target the Long clan afterwards. In addition to these, Guan also dealt with those Battle Court creatures who had committed excessive killings. The number of creatures under Battle Court was vast, and to kill them all would undoubtedly bring great trouble, especially if it provoked the Celestial Court. Although Guan's Dao practice was profound, he was yet unable to deduce the karma of Celestial Court. With the power of karma, the enemy was killed invisibly, as the destiny of battle court collapsed, palaces, cities, and towers standing in the starry sky began to crumble. Many creatures tried to flee, but their vision blurred, and their consciousness plunged into darkness. They died, their deo perished. The disaster came so suddenly that all the deceased had no time to react. Those cultivators who had just been revived through the destiny of battle court were still discussing the terrifying nature of the dragon battle dharma aspect when they perished in succession. Those cultivators who died later suffered the most, despair assaulting their spirits. They were helpless and could only wait. A loud uproar erupted from battle court, but soon, the noise disappeared. The universe gradually darkened, heralding the quiet death of a massive entity born from the Dao rules. Phew! Fang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, panting heavily, covered in sweat, his bloodshot eyes filled with fear. He sat up and turned his head, finding himself in a desolate mountain. The sparse spiritual energy here made him instantly realize this was a mortal realm. Am I not dead? Fang Xian was overjoyed. If he had died and was now revived, he should have been inside battle court. This meant his adversary had spared him a path to life. Even if he could revive inside battle court, Fang Xian did not want to die, as it would diminish his cultivation level and destiny. Thinking of the heavy losses in battle court, Fang Xian felt that its vital energy was severely damaged, and it might face attacks from other enemies later on. Battle court, no return. Fang Xian felt that the terrifying entity from the celestial spirit great world would continue to retaliate against battle court. He stood up, the sunlight falling on him, giving him a feeling of rebirth. The higher UPS of battle court are too foolish to provoke such beings. I need to seek a new way to survive, Fang Xian murmured to himself, still shivering from the thought of the previous battle. He dared not be an enemy of that terrifying entity any longer, hoping only to be as far from it as possible. He leaped toward a direction, soaring through the sky like a startled swan, disappearing in an instant. Deist field of the beginningless, in the courtyard, Guan stood before an artifact refining cauldron observing the Dao treasures inside. Celestial demon child stood by his side, curiously watching him. Half a month had passed since the destruction of battle court, all beings felt as if they had dreamt it all. After this calamity, the various sects of the celestial spirit great world felt pressure and no longer acted so carelessly. The whole world initiated a trend of seclusion. Master, is battle court truly extinct? Celestial demon child couldn't help asking. Guan casually responded, whether it's extinct or not, what does it have to do with you? Focus on your cultivation. The cultivators outside are now striving harder than ever. He thought about breaking through. After this battle, it was time for him to break through. He brought up his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 22,098/831,008,678,146. Physique, primordial reincarnation undying body. Cultivation level, taking golden immortal realm perfection. 8,300,000,000,000 years of lifespan. This battle had increased his lifespan by 6,700,000,000,000 years, surpassing 20,000 years of labor. Not only that, but he had also scoured many treasures from the battle court. He planned to distribute half into the celestial spirit great world as opportunities for all beings. To eliminate the grudges for the Long clan, he had wiped out all beings within the battle court that could potentially threaten the Long clan. The number was vast, stirring emotions within him. Though the beings of the battle court hadn't been annihilated, from now on, the battle court would be no more. Guan could feel many strong forces of cause and effect approaching the celestial spirit great world, mostly out of curiosity. The destruction of the battle court ultimately drew the attention of many powerful forces. I will work hard to cultivate, but I don't know how many years it will take to reach the Ziza immortal realm. The more I cultivate, the more I feel the gap between us. How many years have you lived exactly? The celestial demon child asked wistfully, a frequent topic of private discussion among them. Everyone felt that when they met Guan, he already possessed his current strength, as they had never seen him in disarray. Not to mention disarray, they had never even seen Guan look anxious. With such an invincible cultivation level, it was indeed difficult to be nervous. Guan turned to look at the celestial demon child and rubbed her head without saying anything. He merely answered in his heart. Actually, I'm not much older than you. The celestial demon child continued chattering. She seemed to have an endless stream of questions to ask. As long as it didn't involve his own cultivation level, Guan would answer patiently. His mind, however, was already drifting to breakthroughs. 8,300,000,000,000 years of lifespan, should that be enough for him to break through to a higher realm? He hesitated over whether to wait for the new function after 1,000,000,000,000 years, but thinking about those powers pressing close to the celestial spirit great world, he felt he couldn't wait. A breakthrough must come first. Guan's expression hardened, deciding to break through tonight. In the following time, disciples from the dojo paid him visits one after another, keeping the courtyard lively. As the sun set and the moon rose, Guan spoke to Shenzhen, who was guarding the artifact refining cauldron, and then walked out of the courtyard. Under the moonlight, the daoist field of the beginningless was adorned with numerous medicine gardens and some spectacular trees. Some were surrounded by faint glimmers, others twisted their vines, vibrant and full of life. Guan walked along, enjoying the scenery of the dojo. He was quite pleased with the ghost mother of ephemera. She not only helped increase production but also made the dojo more beautiful. Having a delightful environment was always a benefit. Reaching the edge of the dojo, Guan stopped by a lake and began initiating his lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, select from the following breakthrough locations. 1. Path of the Great Dao. 2. Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. 3. Abyss Dao Sea. 4. Ascending to Yellow Heaven. 5. Ling Mountain. 6. Endless Jade Pool. 7. Immortal Cave Heaven. 8. Sea of Suffering. 9. Taiwei Great World. Seeing the option for the Abyss Dao Sea, Guan suddenly became intrigued. It had only been a month, and perhaps the Abyss Dao Sea hadn't yet dealt with Genren Ni's death. If he attempted his breakthrough there and created a significant disturbance, the Abyss Dao Sea might put Genren Ni's death out of their minds. After all, the lifespan breakthrough would send him to a temporarily safe location, and with the protection of the lifespan barrier, he should be fine. According to Genren Ni's memories, the Abyss Dao Sea was boundlessly vast. The place he would arrive was likely far from any power. Having thought it through, Guan made his choice. Transporting to the Abyss Dao Sea requires 10 billion years of lifespan. Continue. Guan then felt a bout of dizziness, and his vision blurred. He patiently waited, excited about the prospect of surpassing the taking golden immortal realm and reaching an unprecedented realm. Having lived for over 20,000 years, there were few things that could excite him these days, but growing stronger always made him happy. Chapter 588, Breakthrough to the Late Stage of Heaven Opening Deluo Immortal Realm. Guan opened his eyes, and what entered his vision was a dim cosmos, with Dao mist swirling in all directions, filling him with exhilaration. He immediately activated the lifespan barrier and then observed the Abyss Dao Sea once more. Under his feet was also a spirit mist, yet it gave him a sense of solid ground. This universe was dark, bereft of the light of stars, instead it had rivers of light flowing in different directions, bringing a faint glow to the cosmos. No wonder it bore the name Abyss. The longer one stayed here, the more they could sense an aura of deathly stillness. It was as if terrifying entities could burst out from the depths of darkness in any direction at any moment, tearing a person to shreds. Guan's heart eye saw a distant place where there was a floating city, massive as half of the celestial spirit great world, with 36 black towers standing outside, each entwined with a black dragon, ominously thrilling. Abyss Emperor City. Genren Ni was affiliated with this city. Within the Abyss Dao Sea, this city counted as an overlord-level force. There existed taking golden immortals within, and even Genren Ni, of those he had seen, could count 5 taking golden immortals on one hand. Though he was affiliated with this city, Genren Ni's understanding of it was far from thorough. Inside Abyss Emperor City, the hierarchy was strict, with the single realm's difference being akin to that between immortals and mortals. It is said that a deist emperor opened the Abyss Emperor City, a figure whose destiny was recognized by the Dao rules. Within their own realm, a deist emperor often possessed the ability to face 100 enemies alone, which drew quite a number of deist emperors to the Abyss Emperor City. When Genren Ni first entered the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, he faced the oppression of a deist emperor. On that day, this being, who could have roamed invincibly across the great thousand world, knelt like a dog in front of his oppressor, enduring humiliation. It was not that Genren Ni was weak, but rather that his opponent had the power to eliminate him. At the brink of collapse, he chose to beg, a memory deeply buried within his heart, not even known by the immortal emperor. It was precisely because of this memory that Genren Ni chose to leave the Abyss Emperor City. Immortal Emperor befriended him, wanting to join the Abyss Emperor City through him. He did indeed help, but even with his assistance, it was difficult for Immortal Emperor to gain a foothold in Abyss Emperor City. To cultivate his own faction over the long years, the Immortal Emperor nurtured 16 innate golden immortals, all of exceptional caliber from various realms, 7 of whom were qualified to become deist emperors. Guan gazed at the Abyss Emperor City from afar, recalling Genren Ni's memories of it. After watching for a while, he shifted his gaze in other directions. He could feel other powerful destinies. Abyss Emperor City was not the most powerful force in the Abyss Daosi. If he had been born in the Abyss Daosi, he wondered how many years he would have to struggle before he could break free. Guan had previously followed causality to the battle court and then used the Daolis celestial net step to arrive at the battle court in a few steps. But the Abyss Daosi was different. The Dao rules here were stronger, and Guan could not use the Daolis celestial net step to step out in one go, he could only come and go freely within the sea. Suddenly, Guan spotted a colossal creature amidst the boundless spirit mist, a tremendous kun surrounded by tens of thousands of worlds, continuously radiating spiritual energy into these worlds. Some of these worlds even contained the aura of the deist Zhang Zizai Immortal. Because the distance was too far, Guan could not use lifespan detection but could sense it through his heart eye. This kun was at the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm perfection in cultivation level. And in those worlds, all beings were unaware of its existence. Even powerful beings like the deist Zhang Zizai Immortal could not jump to outer heaven. Guan felt deeply moved. One is shackled from birth, no matter the realm one reaches, there are always worlds constraining a person. He sat down on the spot and opened his attribute panel, directly investing 10 billion years of lifespan into the 2 characters for cultivation level. A prompt immediately popped up. You have practiced chi absorption cultivation for 500 million years, you use the deist dominator skill with great achievement to forcefully challenge the Deluo Dao fruit, beginning the crossing the tribulation, but you did not survive the Luo immortal tribulation where all laws exist, resulting in a failed crossing the tribulation. You have practiced chi absorption cultivation for 1 billion years, you use the deist dominator skill with great achievement to forcefully challenge the Deluo Dao fruit, beginning the crossing the tribulation, but you did not survive the Luo immortal tribulation where all laws exist, resulting in a failed crossing the tribulation. Deluo Dao fruit. Luo immortal tribulation where all laws exist. Crossing the tribulation every 500 million years. Guan's spirits surged. Could the mythological Deluo immortal really exist? Soon, all the prompts settled down, ending in failure. Guan was not discouraged, he continued to invest lifespan. Another 10 billion followed after the first 100 billion. Seconds later, Guan still met with failure after having consumed 1 trillion years of lifespan. Since he was only breaking through in cultivation level this time, he just needed to leave 200 billion years of lifespan for the lifespan barrier. Keep going, Keep going. Today, he must achieve the Deluo Deo fruit. Guan was filled with fighting spirit, ceaselessly investing lifespan. Failure. 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 Up until the 48th billion year mark, a change finally occurred. You have practiced chi absorption cultivation for 7 billion years, with the great achievement of the deist dominator skill, you forcibly assailed the Deluo Deo fruit and began crossing the tribulation. You have weathered the all laws are contained in the Luo immortal tribulation. Crossing the tribulation was successful. Your golden immortal Deo fruit transformed into the Deluo Deo fruit, and your cultivation level has broken through to the early stage of the heaven-opening Deluo immortal realm. You have practiced chi absorption cultivation for 8 billion years, your cultivation level has enhanced. Guan showed a smile, genuinely worried that his breakthrough might fail. Although he did not utilize his lifespan for evolution and improvement prior to this breakthrough, the endless marvels of the immortal Emperor's eye might have played no small part during the tribulation. He continued to invest lifespan, hoping to bring his cultivation level to the perfection of the heaven-opening Deluo immortal realm. However, when he had advanced to the late stage of the heaven-opening Deluo immortal realm, his lifespan had plummeted to 200 billion years, scaring him from going further. He feared being drained dry by the lifespan barrier. The Deo spiritual chi had already started pouring into his body, his physical being instantly engulfed in the radiance of the Deo light. Outside the lifespan barrier, the Deo spiritual mist began to surge dramatically, creating ripples in the sea of boundless spiritual energy mist from a macro perspective. Upon closer inspection, these ripples were tumultuous and majestic. Phenomena emerged unpredictably. Soon, various places within the Abyss Deo Sea burst with the upheaval of spiritual energy and the manifestations of Deo rules. Before Guan could accept the inheritance memories of a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, he already sensed numerous powerful divine senses sweeping across. Heaven balancing golden immortal, taking golden immortal, taking golden immortal, heaven balancing golden immortal. Quietly, Guan gauged the cultivation levels of these divine senses. The Abyss Deo Sea was indeed terrifying, far beyond what the battle court could match. Yet the battle court was already an enormous power that the celestial spirit great world could not contend with. It wasn't long before a continuous stream of inheritance memories emerged in Guan's mind, and before he could sink into them, he had only one thought. Do not provoke the Abyss Deo Sea lightly. When Guan closed his eyes, the Deo light around him dimmed suddenly, and looking up, a mysterious and colossal black bird flew over. Its body was immensely huge, each feather as gargantuan as mountains. It took a good while for the darkness to leave Guan. Inside the lifespan barrier, Guan was unaware of this, he had fully immersed himself in the inheritance memories. Only after about half an hour did he finally open his eyes. He had become a heaven-opening Deluo immortal. Having attained this status, Guan looked at the Abyss Deo Sea and suddenly felt as if it wasn't entirely unapproachable. His cultivation level continued to grow. He looked at the lifespan figures the barrier was consuming, the numbers were jumping alarmingly, yet they posed no threat to his life and death. The Deluo Deo fruit was far more complex than the golden immortal Deo fruit, covered in ancient paths of Deo patterns, with the taking Scion heaven above it beginning to truly evolve into a celestial body. The heavens possessed a power to regulate the 3,000 rules of heaven and earth, reminiscent of destiny, of cause and effect, but if he had to give it a name, Guan felt it was akin to the heavenly Deo. Guan noticed countless figures flying overhead, swaying and endless, even more exaggerated and majestic than the previous battle court's armies. He continuously employed lifespan detection, sensing the aura of those passing by. Hardly any creatures from the Zize immortal realm. The Abyss Deo Sea also had mortal spirits, but they were either trapped within the little worlds or hidden inside dojos, not daring to emerge and observe the phenomenon sweeping across the entire Abyss Deo Sea. A Deluo approaches, why not show yourself? A hoary voice suddenly echoed through the void. Guan could tell the other was also a heaven-opening Deluo immortal. The foundation of the Abyss Deo Sea was profoundly deep. He made no sound, continuing to enjoy the pleasure of his rapidly increasing cultivation level. The voice did not sound again, but judging by the increasingly robust figures flying by, the other party was growing angry. Time continued to elapse. The middle stage of the heaven-opening Deluo immortal realm. The late stage of the heaven-opening Deluo immortal realm. Although many figures passed by, no creature breached his lifespan barrier. After all, his lifespan barrier was as insignificant as dust to this void. Guan noted he had only 300 billion years of lifespan remaining and felt somewhat helpless. Lifespan was still insufficient. Nonetheless, he had become a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, at least making a gigantic leap in Great Realm. He could find another chance to break through to Perfection Realm later. This breakthrough had taken nearly 800 billion years in total. Guan slowly stood up. He looked again at the Abyss Daosi, now able to perceive more. Indeed, the Abyss Daosi was limitless and full of natural wonders. But the once mighty Abyss Emperor City now seemed to have lost its powerful aura in his eyes. Chapter 589, An Unprecedented Golden Age. Guan hadn't immediately left after his breakthrough. Instead, he stood within the lifespan barrier and began to observe the Abyss Daosi. After reaching the level of a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, the Abyss Daosi appeared much clearer in Guan's eyes. The number of worlds and beings within the Abyss Daosi far exceeded those in the universe where the celestial spirit Great World was located, and by more than tenfold. Stronger Dao rules, more opportunities for creation, this was enough to nurture even more terrifying entities. As a mere heaven-opening Deluo immortal, Guan had already located 3 others, one residing in the Abyss Emperor City, and the others hidden in the shadows. In places with independent consciousness, conflicts easily arose, and these 3 heaven-opening Deluo immortals were clearly not united. Their destinies hindered each other, dividing the central region of the Abyss Daosi into 3 parts. Besides observing the forces within the Abyss Daosi, Guan was also curious about the creations in this place. There were many peculiar races living there, some invisible to the naked eye, existing within the Dao itself, and others were beings formed by thousands of meteors converging together, constantly changing shapes. Bizarre and marvelous, a plethora of new and strange phenomena assaulted Guan's hard eye. Seeing new things also allowed Guan to deepen his understanding of the Dao. As a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, the essence of his mana was completely different from that of a golden immortal, contrasted as starkly as cloud and mud. Although there was more creation and profound mystery from being a taking golden immortal to a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, what Guan felt most was sheer power. Pure power. Physical body, soul, senses, mana, etc., no aspect was lacking, powerful in every way. A taking golden immortal couldn't possibly annihilate a heaven-opening Deluo immortal. Yes, it was simply impossible, the disparity in life essence was too enormous. After this breakthrough, Guan felt he could relax for a while, and enjoy the power of being a heaven-opening Deluo immortal. Of course, this so-called relaxation was still predicated on having finished gathering medicinal herbs. Even having reached the state of a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, Guan did not want to stop his path to becoming stronger. Heaven-opening Deluo immortal was still not enough. Guan stood within the lifespan barrier, gazing for a long time, before finally choosing to teleport back. Above, many powerful figures flashed by, none noticing Guan's departure. Upon returning to the Daoist field of the beginningless, it was still before dawn, and Guan roamed within the forest, using his heaven-opening Deluo immortal senses to feel the universe. After the breakthrough, he had only 200 billion years left on his lifespan, which might seem almost eternal to mortals, but it felt perilous to him. He would need at least 2 trillion years of lifespan before he dared to challenge a higher realm. He even felt that 2 trillion years might not be enough. As long as the Abyss Daosi and the Celestial Court did not come seeking him, Guan had plenty of time to endure, and he hoped not to encounter any situation that required his intervention over the next 10 million years. When the sun rose, Guan began to inspect his various medicine gardens. His disciples all felt he had changed somehow, though they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. In the end, the disciples could only assume that after Guan had helped his descendants break free of fate, he had shed some pressures, hence the perceived changes. It wasn't until midday that Guan left the dojo. He stepped in front of Zhang Qiang, giving her a fright. After a mild complaint, Zhang Qiang joyfully hosted Guan, pulling him into her own medicine garden. This garden was planted with spirit trees similar to peach trees, filled with pink blossoms and exceptionally beautiful. After they sat down, Zhang Qiang poured wine for Guan and asked, "Was that figure in the sky before you? Although the clothes were different, I recognized you immediately." Guan smiled and said, "It was me, and it was not me. That was just my past life. The descendants of my past life gathered the bloodline dharma aspect and summoned my former self." Over the years, though Zhang Qiang hadn't cultivated in the deist field of the beginningless, she was always cared for by Guan. Sometimes, she would inexplicably gain enlightenment. She wasn't foolish, she didn't think it was because her talent was outstanding, she knew it was Guan looking after her. Guan never said, and she never asked. Compared to breakthroughs in cultivation level, what made her happiest was that Guan still thought of her past life? With such high cultivation, how far back does your past life date? Zhang Qiang asked curiously. Guan answered ambiguously, trying his best to satisfy all her curiosity. Looking upon Zhang Qiang, who was clad in white and resembled a celestial maiden, Guan could not help but think back to their first encounter more than 20,000 years ago, where Zhang Qiang had been in such a sorry state, almost like a zombie. Over the years, her demeanor had become increasingly remarkable, save for one flaw. She still disliked wearing shoes, going barefoot instead. Seemingly noticing Guan's gaze, Zhang Qiang didn't blush but huffed, "I only dress so casually within my own dojo. Outside, I am the founding elder of the Gathering Flower Sect, and I must maintain a certain demeanor." Guan smiled and asked, "How has the Gathering Flower Sect been developing recently?" He was well aware of the situation, but he still asked Zhang Qiang. Compared to Zhang Qiang, he practically knew everything, yet when interacting with people, conversation was essential. Zhang Qiang also cherished the opportunity to interact with Guan and began speaking about the development of the Gathering Flower Sect. As the Supreme Sect grew stronger, the sects on the continent either submitted or relocated. The Gathering Flower Sect chose the latter, and the Supreme Sect didn't make things difficult for them, even providing some resources. The Gathering Flower Sect was now situated on an archipelago and had developed trade islands similar to Immortal Seeking Island. There were no powerful sects nearby, the only threats being the occasional appearance of great demons in the sea, causing losses to the sect. Zhang Qiang had become a laid-back shopkeeper, frequently in seclusion, and seldom bothered by issues. The development is stable, but it's just too stable, which seems to lack prospects, Zhang Qiang remarked. Her unwillingness to leave the Gathering Flower Sect stemmed from the fact that it was a creation of her own, having built too many connections here, making it difficult for her to leave. Guan reassured her with a smile, "Don't worry, numerous great opportunities will soon emerge in the world, and the Gathering Flower Sect will encounter them too. The key is to seize these opportunities." The opportunities he referred to were legacies from the battle court, half of which Guan had dispersed across the soil and seabeds of the human world. Though it was only half, it was enough to turn the entire celestial spirit great world upside down and push it to unprecedented heights. Some of the battle court treasures, including magic artifacts, cultivation techniques, and rich heavenly materials and earthly treasures, were nearby in the ocean. Guan had a preference for these, believing if the Gathering Flower Sect managed them well, they could become a top-tier major sect of the world in the future. "Really?" Zhang Qiang asked with surprise. Guan smiled and replied, "Why would I deceive you? In a few thousand years, I will gift you a treasure that will grant you enough power to protect your own sect." The higher his realm, the more nonchalantly Guan behaved. He no longer pondered consequences too much and did whatever he wished, especially when it came to taking care of those close to him. Hearing this, Zhang Qiang became even happier. She stood up, moved closer to Guan, and reached for his chest with a giggle. "What day is today that you're treating me so kindly, or could it be that you've finally been moved by mortal feelings and missed me?" Guan pushed her away and huffed, "Nonsense, I'm a reader of the classics." "What are the classics? Are they something low-class like the Supreme Secret Transmission?" Hearing Zhang Qiang mention the Supreme Secret Transmission made Guan somewhat tense. "What Supreme Secret Transmission? I don't know about it." "Hehe, I've heard its author, Shen Zhen, has a great relationship with you. What exactly do you do when you are alone, and what do you talk about? Can you share it with me?" Zhang Qiang said coldly, her eyes full of mischief. She wasn't upset about Guan's quirks, instead, she felt that such quirks made Guan seem more real. Supporting Dao Sword Venerable was too strong and too high a level for her to comprehend. Compared to the powerful Guan, she preferred the careful and calculating Guan of the past. The two began to bicker, with Guan continuously making excuses, which only spurred Zhang Qiang on. Until night fell, Guan chose to stay in Zhang Qiang's dojo and preach to her. Deep in the cosmos among the stars, where stars dazzled and clouds of light surged in breathtaking beauty, palaces floated upon a massive cloud of light that resembled a spiral stairway, with countless buildings on its surface. These palaces appeared like specks of sand, yet each structure was incredibly vast. On a cliff, Ji Xiao was meditating in white clothes and a black robe. She wore a silver-beaded phoenix crown on her head, and a red Dao pattern on her forehead made her appear even more mystical. Suddenly, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor appeared behind her, bowing respectfully with excitement. "Emperor Chen has foreseen that the celestial spirit Great World is about to encounter an unprecedented fortune. He hopes to move the yin-yang immortal domain within the celestial spirit Great World, and the other two emperors have already agreed. Your Highness, it's time for us to return." Hearing this, Ji Xiao slowly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance in her gaze. The Dao spiritual chi and light clouds where she looked paused as if time and space had frozen. Her pupils reflected the majestic scenery of the celestial spirit Great World, her look carrying an indescribable meaning. Chapter 590, A New Reincarnation. Seeing Ji Xiao not answering, simply gazing ahead lost in thought, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor could roughly guess what she was thinking. He said softly, "The one who previously eradicated the external forces should be him. Since he is still around, perhaps we can better integrate into the celestial spirit Great World. Why be so stubborn?" He knew about the pride inherent in the reincarnation Dao Emperor, he used to support her. But now, Guan was simply too strong. So strong that the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor felt it was a pity not to cling to his coattails. No matter how one looked at it, encountering Guan was the greatest opportunity for both the reincarnation Dao Emperor and the entire yin-yang immortal domain. Ji Xiao still did not respond, and seeing this, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor could only sigh and turn to leave. He had just turned around when Ji Xiao's voice drifted over, "Tell them, I agree too." Hearing this, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor turned his head back in surprise, bowed to Ji Xiao once more, and then immediately vanished on the spot. Ji Xiao looked into the distance, murmuring softly to herself, "When will I ever catch up to you?" No one answered her, but she didn't need an answer. Her thoughts scattered, drifting back many years. Back then, Guan was still young, but his eyes were different from those of the other children in the residence. Time flowed gently. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Battle Court treasures officially began a golden era in the human world, with the first Battle Court Supreme Treasure unearthed, sparking a struggle among many powerful beings. Fortunately, more treasures appeared soon after, making the contention less brutal. Every sect in the human world started pursuing these treasures. The number of Battle Court relics exceeded the number of human world cultivators. After all, the Great Thousand World had just been reshaped, and the human race was not yet widespread across the entire world. The Taixuan Sect too joined in this trend, with an Xin often bringing news back to the dojo, stirring up excitement amongst the others. Unfortunately, Guan did not allow them to go out. Guan's attitude serened them down, indicating that the treasures outside did not catch his eye. After reaching the heaven-opening Dalo Immortal, Guan's Dao intent strengthened, allowing the dojo's disciples to perceive even more. The Blood Prison Great Saint had already broken through to the wandering immortal realm first. His talent was not lacking before Nirvana, he was also at the limit of 9,999 years of lifespan. In the dojo, only the celestial demon child could match him in talent. In this millennium, the yin-yang immortal domain descended upon the celestial spirit great world. Guan saw the Dao court negotiate with it, eventually coming to some agreement, and allocated a portion of the edge of the great world for the yin-yang immortal domain to settle. After returning to the celestial spirit great world, Ji Xiaohu didn't visit the supreme sect, nor did she establish any relationship with the Ji family. Guan could hear Ji Xiaohu's heart, she often thought of him, but she had a strong competitive spirit in her bones. She wanted to stand on equal footing with Guan. To this end, Guan could only respect her. He couldn't have everything in the world develop according to his wishes, and Ji Xiao's way of thinking made him look forward to it. He had protected many people, it was rare for someone not to rely on him, and it made him curious. Miss Third, keep it up. No matter how hard you try, you will never catch up to me. Guan thought proudly, his gaze drifting to the distant sky, where there was a barrier. Inside the barrier, Lv Xian and Chen Chuan were sparring again. Though there were millennium-long combat rituals, these two always sparred privately. Their relationship was excellent, Guan did not interfere. In a previous life, Xiao Chuan was just a low-level member of the Supreme Sect. Lv Xian was the first genius of the sect he had looked up to and envied. Now, they had become the best of brothers truly, fate made fools of people. No, it should be said that destiny is wonderfully inexplicable. Guan watched for a while, then turned his gaze in another direction. Xiao Chuan and Lu Jijia had already reincarnated into the celestial spirit great world, and Yelan was soon to follow. Yelan bore the Dao destruction destiny seal, and Guan could feel her progressing along the path of reincarnation, drawing closer and closer to the celestial spirit great world. Reincarnation is complex, and being reborn could lead one to any other great world, but the world of one's birth had a certain pull on the being, ensuring that they would always return to their own great thousand world. From afar, Guan saw Yelan's soul and the 17 lifetimes before her. Due to practicing the innate reincarnation skill, Yelan would awaken memories of her past lives each time. She would continue to practice the innate reincarnation skill, accumulating cultivation level, which made her talent higher in every life. Perhaps it was because of the memories of past lives, but she always died alone, never married. Yet, every time she was on her deathbed, she was happy, thinking that in the next life she would meet Guan. Dying with longing, reborn with confusion, that was her reincarnation. Watching Yelan's past life experiences moved Guan. This silly girl. Regardless, Yelan had finally come back. Guan had already deduced where she would be reincarnated. He stood up, gave a few instructions to an Xin, and then disappeared from the spot. He arrived at a vast continent, a land even larger than the Taixuan continent, with imperial dynasties and innumerable sects established. It is worth mentioning that this place fell under the jurisdiction of the Dao court. Guan appeared in a mountainous forest and started walking in a certain direction. Along the way, he had already calculated the destiny of Yelan in this life. After 17 lifetimes of accumulation, the innate reincarnation skill would grant Yelan an exceptional talent, which destined her life to be extraordinary and would also bring her into cause and effect with the Dao court. Guan was not afraid of trouble. He decided Yelan should have a smooth and comfortable life this time, without undergoing any hardships. Thinking of the Dao court, Guan also remembered Lu Han, a former reincarnation body, who also had grievances with the Dao court in his lifetime. Of course, these two Dao courts were not the same entity. In the vast multitude of the great thousand worlds, there were many forces bearing the name of Dao court. No matter which branch of the Dao court it was, the fact that they bore the Dao in their name was enough to prove their ambition. After walking some distance, Guan saw a mountain villa. The cultivators in this villa were only at the foundation establishment realm. Since they had no hope of advancing in immortal cultivation, they retreated from the secular world to live an ordinary life. Guan's demeanor suddenly became subdued. His magical treasures vanished, and he changed into simple black clothing, with the Cyan Hong sword and white spirit sword hanging at his waist. Although his appearance did not change, he instantly transformed from immortal to mortal, like a martial hero from the martial world. He approached the gate of the mountain villa and knocked on the door. It took a dozen or so breaths before someone came to open it. The door was opened by a young servant, who cautiously assessed Guan and asked, "Can I help you?" Guan smiled and said, "My name is Guan, a wanderer of the world, and I would like to request lodging for a few days. Can you pass the message along? I won't stay for free." The young servant wanted to refuse, but after hearing Guan's offer, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait here." Clang! The door was closed again. The mighty heaven-opening Deluo immortal stood closed out by mortals. Guan found it amusing. He didn't feel insulted at all. After all, this villa would be Yelan's home in the future. After a while, the door opened again, and Guan was welcomed in. Sunlight poured down, shining on the courtyard wall beside it. In the cracks of the wall, green sprouts began to emerge, growing faster and faster. By the time the entire courtyard wall was covered with weeds and vines, 18 years had passed. The door opened, and a girl in yellow clothes stepped out quickly, followed by Guan. The girl in yellow looked 16 or 17, with delicate features and a lively figure. Her long hair was tied into 2 braids draped over her shoulders. After stepping down from the steps, she turned around to look at Guan. "Brother Gu, where shall we go play today? I heard there's a demon haunting nearby, let's go catch it," the girl in yellow asked expectantly, her face brimming with the radiant smile of youth, like the bright morning sun. Guan looked at her and cast lifespan detection. Xiaolan, Qi Cultivation Realm 3rd Layer 17/160/9999. Her maximum lifespan had finally risen to 9,999 years. Xiaolan was born with a lifespan limit of 7,000 years. Over the years, Guan used his own Dao intent to aid her enlightenment in her dreams, up until this day. Everything was so coincidental. Today, Xiaolan was to encounter a turning point in her life. Guan wore a smile, which made Xiaolan blush. She glared at Guan and asked, "Brother Gu, why aren't you speaking? Are you thinking?" She hadn't finished her words when she suddenly sensed something and turned around sharply. Looking down the mountain path, she saw a woman in white clothes coming from the forest. Her cold and beautiful face, along with the long zither on her back, made her seem like a fairy walking through the woods, stunning Xiaolan, who had always stayed within 100 miles of the area. The woman in white's gaze fell on Xiaolan. Her eyes were calm, but such calm only lasted for 2 breaths. Then, her pupils dilated suddenly, and in almost an instantaneous movement, she appeared in front of Xiaolan and grabbed her right wrist. "What are you doing?" Xiaolan cried out in shock, trying to shake off the woman's hand, but it was futile. The woman in white stared at her intently, muttering to herself, "Such a constitution is rare in the world." Guan did not intervene, amused by the scene. This woman possessed the cultivation level of a wandering immortal realm. She would be Xiaolan's first teacher, leading her onto the path of immortal cultivation. Guan suddenly felt very gratified. Vast seas had turned into mulberry fields, the world had changed, and the human world was indeed a different scenery. Fortunately, the sun, moon, and stars still existed, and she was also right in front of his eyes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 591, Obsession. Xiao Lan felt like she was dreaming today, as if she had encountered an immortal who praised her exceptional talent and wanted to take her as a disciple. After witnessing the immortal's display of techniques, her father, whom she considered the mightiest, actually knelt down and kowtowed. Everything was so dreamlike. Even until dusk, Xiao Lan still hadn't recovered from the shock. "What's the matter? Don't want to pursue immortal cultivation?" A familiar voice came, interrupting Xiao Lan's trance. She turned her head and saw Guan walking into the garden. Seeing Guan, Xiao Lan's anxiety dissipated somewhat, and she answered, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm a little scared. After all, I have never been outside before, and my master says she wants to take me to Dao court, which seems to be very powerful." She began to share her true inner feelings, and Guan came over to listen to her talk earnestly. In the end, Xiao Lan said helplessly, "If only someone could go with me, that would be great. Unfortunately, my brothers and sisters are not recognized by the master." Guan blinked and said, "I can accompany you. Your master has already taken me as a named disciple. Although there's still a difference in status compared to you, it won't be difficult to accompany you in the future." At that, Xiao Lan's eyes widened in excitement, and she grabbed Guan's arms, asking, "Really? Have I ever lied to you?" "Manor Master Gu has already entrusted me to take good care of you," Guan said with a smile, and as he spoke, he raised his hand to ruffle Xiao Lan's hair. Having spent 18 years at Xiao Manor, Guan had long been integrated into life there, and everyone held him in high regard. With his insight, Guan had also established a deep friendship with Manor Master Xiao, and since he had watched Xiao Lan grow up, the Manor Master was very comfortable trusting him. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Lan's name Lan was chosen by Guan himself, which attested to the great trust he had earned in Xiao Manor. "That's wonderful. We'll explore the realm of immortal cultivation together." Xiao Lan was ecstatic, swinging Guan's arm excitedly. Ever since childhood, she had loved playing with Guan, because he would fulfill her every wish. She shook off the earlier trepidation and confusion, becoming extremely excited about what lay ahead in her life. 2 days later, the white-robed woman known as Sage Su took Guan and Xiao Lan and left. Everyone in Xiao Manor stood at the gates to see them off. Xiao Lan's mother cried uncontrollably, while Manor Master Xiao's eyes were filled with hope. His spiritual root qualification was limited, but Xiao Lan's encounter gave him hope that perhaps he could gain the chance for longevity through his daughter. Partings are always sorrowful, but fortunately, Xiao Lan had Guan's company. Over 100 miles away from Xiao Manor, she became lively again. Without concern for Sage Su's immortal status, she chased after her and incessantly asked about Dao court, chattering the whole way. Guan followed behind the two, enjoying the scenery along the way. He replaced himself with a clone, while his true self went to gather medicinal herbs. Sage Su was very gentle and indulgent towards Xiao Lan. As for Guan, though she was not as enthusiastic, she gave him no cold shoulder, and the atmosphere during the journey was rather pleasant. Night fell. The three stopped in a forest to rest. Sage Su had no plans to return to Dao court straight away. She was traveling the human world, experiencing life, with plans to return to Dao court after the journey's end. During this period, she would teach Xiao Lan the techniques for cultivation. Xiao Lan was very excited and couldn't settle down, even after half a day had passed. "Master, tell us about Dao court, and also the realm of immortal cultivation. I've heard from Father that cultivators have their own hierarchies. While mortals may not see them, the realm of immortal cultivation is vast and magnificent, with waves of grandeur and heroes emerging one after another," Xiao Lan asked Sage Su, leaning on Guan. Sage Su was somewhat displeased with their close interaction, but she did not let it show and instead started to introduce Dao court. In Sage Su's description, Dao Court was the most powerful sect under the heavens, with countless branches. She mentioned one famed name after another, all prominent figures within Dao Court. My disciple, your talent is no less than theirs. As long as you are willing to work hard, your teacher will help you surpass them and become the top prodigy of Dao Court, Sage Su declared to Xiao Lan with a burning gaze. Xiao Lan became even more elated. She sat up, tapping Guan on the shoulder with a triumphant smile. Brother Gu, I will be the top prodigy in the world someday, and you just wait for me to protect you. Guan laughed and said, good, I'm already looking forward to it. Sage Su slightly furrowed her brow. In her eyes, Guan was not worthy of Xiao Lan, and, moreover, the path that Xiao Lan must walk did not require romantic entanglements. To become a top prodigy in Dao Court, one must devote all their energy to cultivation. She didn't stop her, though, knowing that once Xiao Lan experienced the power and splendor of Dao Court, she would eventually lose interest in Guan. Her gaze toward Guan became one of pity. To be abandoned was not a good feeling, and after all, this child was still her disciple. She would ensure he had a good end in the future. Listening to Sage Su's inner thoughts, Guan almost laughed out loud, but he was an excellent actor and restrained himself. Xiao Lan, unaware of their thoughts, was still indulging in her dreams of a cultivator's life. That year, Xiao Lan began her qi refinement. Sage Su not only taught her cultivation techniques but also provided her with elixirs, which greatly accelerated her cultivation speed. The following year, Guan gifted Xiao Lan the White Spirit Sword, which delighted her immensely. She had grown up and had a budding understanding of affection. She realized her feelings for Guan resembled that of a married couple in the human world. Whenever this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks reddened, and she couldn't help stealing glances at Guan. Neither of them pointed out this unspoken understanding, savoring the hazy romantic feelings. Although Sage Su did not expressly prevent it, she often took Guan and Xiao Lan to observe mortals suffering for love, hoping to make Xiao Lan realize that love was not reliable. However, Xiao Lan remained unaffected and felt even more fortunate that her brother Gu was not like those men. In the blink of an eye, 50 years went by swiftly. Xiao Lan had reached the cultivation level of the divinity transformation realm, and her talent symbolized by the lifespan limit of 9,999 years was fully evident. According to Sage Su, if Xiao Lan had cultivated within Dao Court, her progress would have been faster. Gu An's apparent cultivation level had reached the core formation realm, which was extraordinary in the Taixuan continent but barely noteworthy in Sage Su's eyes. Over those 50 years, they visited 12 dynasties, experienced the customs of various places, and encountered other cultivators, demons, and ghosts. Xiao Lan had matured, letting go of the ties in her braids, and gradually developed the demeanor of a daughter of heaven. No matter how much higher her realm was than Gu An's, her feelings for him had not faded but rather deepened. It used to be Guan taking care of her, but now, the roles had reversed. Whenever Guan remained silent, she would ask him what was wrong, fearing he was under mental stress. This bemused and sometimes frustrated Guan, while also increasing Sage Su's dissatisfaction. She couldn't fathom why Xiao Lan was so fond of Guan. Before, Xiao Lan had never left the manor and had not met men more outstanding than Guan, so Sage Su could understand her feelings. But now, having seen more of the world and yet being even more fond of Guan, Sage Su found it utterly baffling. The worst part was, Sage Su realized it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to intervene. Her intuition told her that if she tried to force them apart, Xiao Lan would turn against her. On a sweltering summer day, the three walked along a large river, where waves slapped the banks and white gulls soared, creating a majestic and melancholic atmosphere. "Brother Gu, are you hot? Do you need me to cast a spell for you? Brother Gu, are you tired? Do you need to rest? Brother Gu, look over there. Isn't that demon bird cute? Do you like it? Do you want me to catch it for you?" Listening to these incessant questions, not only Sage Su grew weary, but even Guan felt it was a bit much. I'm at least at the core formation realm level, why are you treating me like some delicate scholar? Guan said, rather helplessly. Clad in white, with makeup enhancing her fairy-like appearance, Xiaolan stood beside him prettily. Hearing his words, she blinked and said softly with a giggle, well, I just can't help it. For some reason, she was always thinking about Guan, sometimes to the extent that she wouldn't even listen to her master's words. As long as she looked at Guan, she felt elated and considered herself the luckiest person in the world. While they spoke, she couldn't resist hugging Guan's arm, as though afraid he might leave. Guan was torn between helplessness and being touched by her actions. He hadn't cast any spell on Xiaolan, this was an emotion that transcended reincarnation. Yalan's love for him had become an obsession through the cycles of reincarnation. Chapter 592, The World's Number 1. Sage Su really didn't want to look at the young lady Xiaolan's posture, her eyes fixed on the great river ahead, her brows slightly furrowed. She sensed a faint trace of demon qi, enigmatic even to her realm of existence. The opponent's cultivation level was likely higher than hers. Xiaolan had clung to Guan for quite some time before she finally, reluctantly, came to Sage Su's side, asking with curiosity, Master, since just now, you have been furrowing your brows. What are you looking at? Sage Su turned her head to look at her, thinking, have you finally remembered your teacher? There seems to be a great demon hidden in the river ahead, and I'm hesitating whether to change our course, Sage Su replied softly. Xiaolan's eyes immediately lit up and she said, what kind of great demon? Compared to the endless flood dragon we encountered before, which one is stronger? This demon is probably stronger than your teacher. Sage Su shook her head, unafraid to show weakness in front of her disciple. Hearing this, Xiaolan subconsciously looked at Guan, then turned back to Sage Su and frowned, then we should change routes. Sage Su felt both relieved and helpless. Relieved because Xiaolan wasn't so reckless, but helpless because the girl considered everything with Guan as the primary factor. Guan's gaze drifted to the distant great demon. Downstream in the great river was a vast lake that resembled a boundless ocean, where a demon and a great cultivator were engaged in combat, vying for the battle court's legacy treasures. That great cultivator was adept in the qi concealment technique, not revealing the slightest trace of his aura, making the battle not earth-shatteringly noticeable. The great demon was likewise afraid of the treasure's qi leaking out, endeavoring to contain its demon qi, but still leaking quite a bit. Watching their combat, Guan also got some ideas. What kind of Dao treasure should he refine for Xiaolan? When autumn came, the third medicine valley gradually took on a withered yellow hue. Under an ancient tree, Long Teng sat in meditation, his robe fluttered slightly, with Jin Qi swirling around him like various strands of dragon Qi. Long Qing approached him with someone in tow, none other than the emperor of the Taixuan dynasty, Li Suandao. Dressed in a golden robe and topped with a dragon crown, Li Suandao's imperial presence was unmistakable, drawing frequent glances from Medicine Valley disciples along the way. Ever since his nirvana, Li Suandao had truly displayed his dominance. Reigning for 20,000 years, he had become the god in the hearts of Taixuan imperial dynasty's people. He and Longqing were the two most powerful individuals in the Taixuan continent. Many feared that a rift between them would lead to chaos, yet their relationship had always been amiable. This cordiality allowed the Supreme Sect and Taixuan imperial dynasty to interact harmoniously, resolving any conflicts by discussion. Li Suandao's eyes shone the moment he saw Long Teng. He had always harbored a bold hunch. The enigmatic outer heaven power had previously sought Longqing, and the emergence of the dragon battle Dharma aspect had strengthened his conviction. He thought Long Teng bore a resemblance to Guan the first time he saw him. His features had a sharper edge than Guan's, but their facial structures were highly similar. Upon reaching Long Teng, Longqing spoke, "Tenger, this is His Majesty of the Taixuan imperial dynasty, an old friend of my master." Pay your respects quickly." Hearing this, Long Teng immediately stood up to salute Li Suandao. Li Suandao smiled, saying, "Seeing you reminds me of the first time I met Yang Jian." Yang Jian. Long Teng had, of course, heard the name. He was a legend of the Supreme Sect, a senior brother to his father, who had made great contributions to the Taixuan imperial dynasty. He was currently the strongest in the dynasty. Before the ancestor made his presence known, he had admired Yang Jian the most. In the Taixuan continent, anyone over the age of 6 knew Yang Jian's tales, which had spread journey to the west far and wide, turning it into an enduring classic. It had been canonized by the dynasty, despite some content being subversive. "Follow me from now on. I will not treat you poorly. I'll enable you to become another Yang Jian, or even surpass him," said Li Suandao, filled with boundless aspiration. After hearing this, Long Teng did not respond right away but looked towards Long Qing. Long Qing nodded, saying, "I do not wish the Long family to be too closely tied to the Supreme Sect. Following His Majesty to establish some achievements is quite good. Once you get established, the Long family will move out." Long Teng had long been aware of the Long clan's destiny, so he had no doubts. He gave Li Suandao a fistful salute in acceptance, which pleased Li Suandao even more. Pulling him to sit down, they reminisced about the old times. Upon hearing Li Suandao mention his ancestor Guan, Long Teng became interested. Now, what he was most curious about and aspired to know was what kind of person ancestor Guan really was. Li Suandao started from his first encounter with Guan, and learning that the ancestor had once posed as a menial disciple made Long Teng even more intrigued. When Long Teng found out that historical texts like the Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West, and writings by the Supreme Immortal Venerable were all authored by his ancestor, his eyes widened. No wonder these texts were must-reads for disciples and even studied as history. Now he believed it. Perhaps it was truly trials his ancestor lived through. Long Qing watched Long Teng's expressions and smiled. Even though he planned to sever the Long clan's ties with the Supreme Sect, he didn't wish his descendants to drift apart from the primordial ancestor. Without the primordial ancestor, there would be no Long family. This was something that must not be forgotten. An hour swiftly passed. Li Suandao props himself up on his knees, laughs, and says, "I intend for you to train at the Dao court for some time. Upon your return, I will declare you great general. What follows will be an era unlike any before, as we intend to sweep across all imperial dynasties and establish a unified imperial dynasty, creating merits for the common people. I need you for this. It will be a long and arduous task. You will face countless battles." Hearing this, Long Teng's eyes immediately burn with passion, even his breathing becomes rapid. "Is the Dao court really that impressive?" Long Teng asks curiously. "In today's world, it is considered a top-tier Dao court. Of course, if your ancestor were still with the Supreme Sect, the Dao court wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. I've arranged everything, and upon your arrival, you just need to cultivate. I'll have someone accompany you to handle everything." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Long Teng responds excitedly, his favor toward Li Suandao growing significantly. For Long Qing, this is the first time he truly senses Li Suandao's charismatic personality. No wonder Brother Yang Jian has willingly served him for so many years. Serving the imperial power is well and good, it meant that, however strong the Long family became, there would always be someone above them. That's what Long Qing thought as he looked at Li Suandao and Long Teng. He started to look forward to Long Teng's performance in the years to come. 80 years had passed since Xiao Lan left Xiao Manor. Sage Sui finally prepared to return to the Dao court, and before leaving, Xiao Lan wanted to visit Xiao Manor one last time. Sage Sui agreed. This time, Sage Sui didn't travel on foot, she directly cast a spell, taking Xiao Lan and Guan with her, and within half an hour, they were back at Xiao Manor. The trio stayed for 2 days before departing. Before leaving, Xiao Lan left behind plenty of cultivation resources for Xiao Manor to soar. Many of these resources came from Sage Su herself. Sage Su understood Xiao Lan's intentions very well. It was normal for the entire household to ascend to heaven when one person achieved immortal cultivation. She also wanted Xiao Lan to cultivate without any concerns. The three of them took to the clouds and headed for the Dao court. As they neared the Dao court, Sage Su turned to look at Xiao Lan, wanting to say something, but seeing Xiao Lan holding tightly to Gu An's arm, she swallowed her words. Never mind. It wasn't like the girl was neglecting her cultivation. Once her feelings for Gu An faded, everything would return to normal. Gu An was also full of interest in the Dao court, as many old acquaintances had joined its ranks. In the previous crisis from outer heaven, the Dao court had demonstrated the responsibility and ambition befitting the world's #1 sect. Their reputation soared after that battle, and more sects believed the Dao court to be worthy of leading them, trustworthy to hold the position of alliance hierarch. The Dao court was not stingy either. They did not require other sects to submit but simply to form an alliance. For each ally, they provided opportunities to cultivate Daoist techniques. As disciples from other sects returned from training, the Dao court's reputation continued to grow. Xiao Lan, too, eagerly anticipated the Dao court. She said she wanted Gu An to stay in her cave mansion. According to Sage Su, with her talent, she was entitled to a high level of treatment, and her cave mansion was rich with spiritual energy. Facing her anticipation, Gu An agreed, causing Sage Su to shake her head but say no more. Before long, the magnificent sight of the Dao court appeared before them. The Dao court occupied an entire continent, and above that continent, a layer of cloud seas had formed. On these cloud seas were built dojos and cities, with the higher the cultivation level, the higher the residence. Even before setting foot on the continent, one could feel its magnificent destiny, something neither the former Immortal dynasty nor Holy Court could compare with. Gu An detected the presence of the Saint Minister and other high-ranking officials of the Holy Court. The Dao court's swift growth had much to do with the contributions of former members of the Holy Court and Immortal dynasty. Precisely speaking, the Dao court was an amalgamation of the former overlords of the Great Thousand World before its reconstruction, with a complex interweaving of factions. This was why the Dao court did not annex other sects but chose to form alliances. Their essence, too, was an alliance of sects. Chapter 593 Variables. Under the guidance of Sage Su, Gu An and Xiao Lan were successfully initiated into the Dao court, becoming true disciples of the Dao court, while Xiao Lan became Sage Su's direct disciple, with treatment and status far surpassing Gu An. Xiao Lan's first cave mansion featured an interior space so vast it resembled the Third Medicine Valley, which made Gu An reflect upon the deep foundations of the Dao court. It should be known that although Xiao Lan had extraordinary talent, her cultivation level wasn't high, yet the cave mansion she received was still better than those of over 1 million other disciples with superior cultivation. After moving into the cave mansion, Xiao Lan could no longer hide her petty concerns, but Gu An sternly criticized her, telling her to focus on cultivation, as longevity was the true path. This made her feel ashamed and abandon those trivial thoughts in favor of earnest cultivation. Gu An didn't stay for nothing. He began helping Xiao Lan plant medicinal herbs and manage the cave mansion, allowing her to concentrate on her cultivation. By the time he had filled the entire cave mansion with medicinal herbs and organized everything neatly, Sage Su was very pleased with his performance when she came to visit. Sage Su suddenly thought that there were still many redeeming qualities about Gu An, and perhaps he was having a positive influence on Xiao Lan, who was now able to dedicate herself entirely to cultivation. "You're doing well, keep helping her, and she will be your greatest opportunity on the path of immortal cultivation," Sage Su said before she left, and Gu An suddenly felt as if he were back in his old line of work. He shook his head and chuckled, not minding it, for helping Xiao Lan was something he did willingly, and it also allowed him to conveniently snatch lifespan. Xiao Lan, who practiced the innate reincarnation skill, could easily awaken memories of her previous life if subjected to a shock. And in this life, she had experienced smooth sailing without any signs of regaining those memories. Guan wasn't in a hurry for her to recover her memories because the longer she lived in this life, the deeper her understanding of the great Dao would become. Of course, Guan wouldn't always stay in the cave mansion with her. Occasionally, he would switch with his clone while his true self was busy with other matters. Cultivation was a lengthy affair. The higher the realm, the more time was needed for secluded meditation. In the blink of an eye, another millennium passed, and Guan's yearly income of lifespan had increased to 40 million years within this year. Over 1,000 years, Xiaolan had reached the Nirvana realm and was making rapid strides toward the loose immortal realm. During this period, she had returned to Xiao Manor twice, helping Xiao Manor transform into a cultivation family. Unfortunately, Manor Master Xiao's maximum lifespan was too short, and he had passed away some years ago. One day, Sage Su sent a message to Xiaolan, which led her to find Guan and leave the cave mansion with him. There are over 10,000 branches within the Dao court, and the competition is fierce. It's said that there will be an enlightenment conference soon, and disciples from other sects will also be attending. Master wants us to go to Dao City to broaden our horizons, Xiaolan said with a smile as she flew on a cloud beside Guan. Having attained the Nirvana realm, she still exuded a lively temperament. Although she was now 1,000 years old, she had spent most of that time in secluded cultivation, which made her feel as if she'd only lived 1 year, with few memories retained. We should indeed take a good look, Guan smiled. His gaze had already reached Dao City. Coincidentally, his descendant Longteng was also in that city, currently engaging in a combat practice with someone. Within his realm, Longteng had won 97 consecutive battles against talents from various sects, making his name resonate throughout the city. Martial resolution was there, too. Guan had always kept an eye on this brother who would understand the Dao whenever he felt disheartened. A long time ago, martial resolution had ventured out alone, enduring many hardships, which helped him achieve enlightenment time after time. For this very reason, he had not returned to the Supreme Sect. Martial resolution and Longteng didn't know each other, and Longteng never claimed to be from the Supreme Sect. At the moment, martial resolution was among the crowd watching the match, admiring Longteng's talent. Dao City was vast, and Guan wasn't worried about bumping into martial resolution. Unless he wanted to see martial resolution, there was no chance they would meet. Right now, Guan only wanted to accompany Xiaolan and help her grow. Along the way, Xiaolan chatted non-stop, talking about Dao City before moving on to discuss her cultivation achievements. She even wanted to teach Guan her spells. Although they shared the same master, the inheritances they received were different. They chatted and laughed, flying for the duration of 1 stick of incense before finally arriving at Dao City. With that, Guan was ready to relax and enjoy a leisurely stroll with Xiaolan. Xiaolan also treasured these rare moments of leisure, clinging to Guan's arm the entire time and unwilling to let go, giving the impression that they were Dao companions. In the Daoist field of the beginningless, within Guan's courtyard, Celestial Demon Child approached Shenzhen, who was watching her control the taking true fire under the artifact refining cauldron. After observing for a while, she asked, "Miss Shen, do you feel like the master's heart is always elsewhere?" Shenzhen replied, "Definitely outside, probably caught by some woman's heart." When facing the disciples in the dojo, Guan didn't need to leave a clone to pretend, so everyone could feel his frequent outings. As soon as Celestial Demon Child heard this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked, "If so, aren't you worried?" "What's there to worry about? We've followed him for an endless time. Be content. Besides, do we really want to restrain him? Even if we had the power, which we don't, why would we?" Shenzhen said nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on the taking true fire. Celestial Demon Child pouted and said, "I naturally wouldn't dare control the master. I'm just curious." Shen Zhen smiled and said, "It's probably some past acquaintance reincarnated, otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much time with them." Past acquaintance? Celestial demon child became interested and asked which past acquaintance it was. Shen Zhen glanced at her and said teasingly, "There are probably only two people whose companionship he would cherish, one is the Ji family's third young miss, and the other is his junior sister. I bet it's his junior sister, 9 out of 10. She began to recount the story of Guan and Yelan, while Celestial Demon Child listened attentively. The story of Guan and Yelan was simple, but Celestial Demon Child felt a sense of warmth listening to it. She had heard many heart-wrenchingly beautiful love stories, but after hearing this one, she suddenly thought that the person the master liked most in his heart might indeed be Miss Yat. The master was so formidable, invincible in the world, yet he chose to live hidden in the mountains. This was enough to prove his temperament. Suddenly, "Are you talking about me behind my back?" Gu An's voice interrupted the conversation between the two women, startling them as they turned to see Guan standing right behind them. Celestial Demon Child's face flushed with embarrassment, while Shen Zhen remained composed. Guan walked between them to the artifact refining cauldron and extended his divine sense into it. Inside was the Dao treasure he was refining for Xiaolan, almost complete. After reaching the heaven-opening Deluo immortal realm, Gu An's speed and strength in crafting Dao treasures had increased. He planned to give Xiaolan a great gift to make her path as a heaven's pride child even easier. Celestial Demon Child moved closer to Guan and curiously asked, "Master, has Miss Ye really reincarnated?" Shen Zhen guessed correctly. Guan replied, then briefly recounted the reincarnations of Yelan over the years. Hearing that Yelan had endured more than a dozen reincarnations without forgetting Guan, even Shen Zhen was touched. Celestial Demon Child's eyes reddened with emotion as she expressed a desire to meet Xiaolan. "Focus on your cultivation, don't let her surpass you," Guan teased without giving a direct answer. Celestial Demon Child boasted with a proud smile, "I'm a wandering immortal, it won't be easy for her to catch up to me." Shen Zhen, on the other hand, asked out of curiosity, "Is her talent in this life very high?" "Very high." Gu An's answer instilled a sense of urgency in Celestial Demon Child. She did not linger any longer and quickly returned to her training. Shen Zhen also did not disturb Gu An's refining any further. Xiaolan could not bring any pressure to her, she preferred seeking enlightenment rather than blindly pursuing cultivation levels. The true meaning of the Great Dao brought her joy. Refining Dao treasures was simple for Guan now, he didn't need to concentrate intently. He was paying attention to someone else, someone far away in another great world. Zhang Buku. He had been sent by the Buddha Immortal to the Taixuan great world to search for the divine exotic realm master. The two had already reunited but had encountered difficulties within the Taixuan great world. This predicament would cause both to be severely injured, but they would eventually escape with their lives, so Guan decided not to intervene. Knowing the future, he still watched because a variable had appeared in the fight. This person was not in Zhang Buku's fate before, but now, this person would frequently appear in Zhang Buku's life and even build a very close relationship with him. Chapter 594, The Illusory Celestial Court. The vast sea churned, and storm clouds obscured the heavens, as bolts of lightning continuously flashed across the sky, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere between the heavens and the sea. Zhang Buku, dressed in a dark red battle armor, levitated mid-air, clutching a long spear. Behind him stood the divine exotic realm master back to back with him. They both stared into the distance where formidable figures blocked every direction, these powerhouses maintaining their distance while conjuring a formation. Beside Zhang Buku was another figure, positioned 5 zhang away. This individual's garments were tattered, his face smeared with grime, and his hair a complete mess, much like a beggar. His frame was frail, yet his face wore a mocking smile amid the encircling enemies, in stark contrast to the tense expressions of Zhang Buku and the divine exotic realm master. "Hey, Zhang Buku, see for yourself," wouldn't you rather give the treasure to me? At least you wouldn't have to die. Any regrets? The frail man teased as he looked at Zhang Buku. Zhang Buku didn't respond, but the divine exotic realm master coldly retorted, Su Yu, don't you have to die as well? The thin man named Su Yu spread his hands indifferently, my death doesn't matter. I'm merely experiencing the reincarnation tribulation. If I die, there's still the next life. You, however, are the real deal. If you die, you truly die. Hearing this, the eyes of the divine exotic realm master filled with frost. All three of you dared to harm my son, no one will escape today. A roar, akin to thunder, reverberated beneath the storm clouds, and the vast fury caused the distant clouds to disperse. A statue, larger than mountains and possessing 8 arms, closed in. Each arm wielded a divine weapon while a white-robed man with flowing silver hair, ferocious face and eyes filled with killing intent stood atop the statue's head. Zhang Buku looked at the 8-armed statue and said, even as a reincarnation body, you probably don't want to die. Let's fight together, and once we break out, I'll give you a fair chance to compete for the divine treasure. Upon hearing this, Su Yu grinned, revealing rows of blackened teeth, and chuckled, you sure understand the stakes. Let's break out together then, and don't fall behind, I won't look back. With that, he turned and walked in the opposite direction toward the 8-armed statue, flying off, and ahead of him were many cultivators blocking the horizon. This battle drew the attention of many great powers from afar, with Guan observing from the furthest distance within the celestial spirit great world. While crafting a Dao treasure, Guan watched the battle, focusing mainly on Su Yu. Su Yu didn't lie to Zhang Buku, he truly was a reincarnation body. His original self wasn't simple, Guan could sense that their cultivation levels were almost equal, and he possessed the celestial Dao destiny. This meant, this person was likely a celestial god from the celestial court. Had Guan not broken through to become a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, he might not have been able to see through the cause and effect of Su Yu's original self. The encounter between Su Yu and Zhang Buku was no coincidence, since Zhang Buku was an inheritor of Buddha Immortal, who also had ties with the celestial court. Fortunately, judging from Zhang Buku's fate, Su Yu had no intention of harming him, but rather to support him. Although curious, Guan had no intent to probe further. Su Yu was unaware of his existence. Why should he provoke needless trouble? Even for the topmost great powers of the Great Thousand World, the celestial court remained an enigma, ethereal and elusive. Yet in the 3,000 great worlds, many celestial gods roamed. Some knew their identities but chose to feign ignorance. The karma of celestial gods was immense. Even with only the celestial spirit god guarding the celestial spirit great world, many forces dare not forcibly enter. It seemed there existed a certain place where, with the right authorities' permission and a fierce guardians of the Great Thousand World. Guan watched for a while longer before turning his attention away. His present life was calm, he did not wish to entangle too soon with the celestial court. Unless absolutely necessary, Guan would not provoke the celestial court and aimed to survive within the celestial spirit great world. Guan couldn't help but think of the celestial spirit god. In this life, Bai Sheng, with Sujin's help, had already embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Guan hoped he would possess a heart of compassion, that way, the celestial spirit great world could have a celestial god. A celestial god not only shields the cosmos but also stabilizes the celestial court. Guan entertained the thought of persuading the celestial spirit god because, in pursuit of the immortal palace's treasures, the celestial spirit god had violated the principles of the celestial gods, indicating a lack of complete loyalty to the celestial court. Although the celestial spirit god had once aimed to destroy the celestial spirit great world, that had been a mission assigned by the celestial court, which he had delayed for many years. Across the ages, whenever a threat to the celestial spirit great world emerged, the celestial spirit god didn't wait for explanations, he just executed them. This approach, at least, spared many beings from numerous calamities. Celestial Spirit God, I truly look forward to your future. I hope you won't disappoint me. If it doesn't work out, I might have to slay a god. Guan thought to himself, and a smile appeared on his face. Before that, he would continue to enjoy a peaceful life. When Xiaolan naturally awakened her past life memories, he would let her choose whether to stay in the deist field of the beginningless or continue to traverse the world. Nowadays, the celestial spirit great world seemed small in Guan's eyes, where he was omnipotent and could dominate everything. The Enlightenment Convention lasted a full 5 years, each dojo had its own enlightenment platform, and those who excelled in enlightenment were announced throughout the cities, becoming renowned across the world. Xiaolan did not disappoint, her comprehension of the Great Dao touched the steel, marking her prominence, and Guan could see Sage Sua and her fellow cultivators ecstatic at her side. Sage Sua was usually composed and even somewhat aloof, but faced with Xiaolan's remarkable achievements, she couldn't maintain her composure. Fortunately, Xiaolan did not witness that scene. The Dao court was vast, with tens of thousands of branches, and the Enlightenment Convention was similar to the imperial examination in the human world, an opportunity for disciples to change their fate. Even those disciples with mediocre spiritual root qualification harbored hope, as the Dao court valued comprehension of the Great Dao more. Only after the end of the Enlightenment Convention did Xiaolan awaken. Guan accompanied her off the platform, and they were soon met by Sage Sua and other mentors. Come, let me take you to meet the great powers of our sect. Your comprehension has been recognized by the higher UPS, my disciple. You are truly going to become a prodigy of the Dao court. Sage Sua grasped Xiaolan's hand, excitedly said. Xiaolan hesitated and looked towards Guan, who winked at her and said, Go on, it's not a goodbye. When you return, we'll have a good chat. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face bloomed into a smile, and she nodded immediately. Sage Sua pulled Xiaolan and flew away quickly. Other great cultivators began to attend to their own disciples, and seeing that they had nothing to discuss with him, Guan turned and left. Guan, right? You better be prepared. Xiaolan will soon soar to great heights and become an existence that both you and even we will look up to, said a middle-aged deist, watching Guan's departing figure, and suddenly spoke. Guan did not stop walking. His departing silhouette made the other great cultivators shake their heads, thinking he was being stubborn. Little did they know how fragile emotions are in the face of time and talent. The journey of immortal cultivation is about mastering the Dao heart and dominating instincts. When cultivators overcome their emotions and desires, they naturally make the most beneficial and rational decisions for themselves. Guan did not mind the discussions of the wandering immortals, his thoughts were on Long Teng. Long Teng was about to face trouble, and he was ready to lend a hand. Regardless, he was Long Zhan, and Long Teng could be considered his kin. Furthermore, Long Teng's presence in the Dao court was arranged by Li Suan Dao. If something went wrong, and the Li family and the Long family turned against each other, it wouldn't be a pretty sight. Guan did not want to test personal relationships. He was not walking quickly, as if strolling, since combat was not allowed within Dao City. Long Teng had performed well over the years, and Guan was quite satisfied with him. If there was any flaw to point out, it was that he was too righteous, not selfish enough. Such a character was rare in the Long family, and Guan intended not only to save him but also to give him a push. Meanwhile, along another street, Long Teng and a man in blue walked shoulder to shoulder. You are really impressive. The steel in front of you lit up, causing an uproar from the crowd below, and many were inquiring about your origins. The man in blue was sent by Li Suan Dao to accompany Long Teng in his cultivation. After experiencing the prosperity of the Dao court, he thought the Taixuan continent was quite primitive, so he acted very prudently. Over the years, seeing Long Teng suppress various geniuses, even those of Dao court were no match for him, which delighted him immensely. Especially his performance at the Enlightenment Convention. Long Teng's comprehension achieved the highest score, with only a handful of people comparable to him. Compared to the man in blue's excitement, Long Teng was quite calm. He was still pondering the insights he gained from enlightenment. He felt he needed to find a path genuinely suitable for himself, as his current Daoist techniques were too mixed, leaving him somewhat confused. The two made their way towards the city gate, and even though Long Teng was not responsive, the man in blue kept talking non-stop, envisioning Long Teng's future in 10,000 years, believing Long Teng would surpass Yang Jian to become the premier warrior of the Taixuan imperial dynasty. By the time they reached the city gate, Long Teng was still contemplating enlightenment. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. "Do you need something?" the man in blue asked with a frown. Long Teng's train of thought was interrupted, and he instinctively frowned, looking up about to speak. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he froze, his body even trembling slightly. Chapter 595, The Support of Dao Court. Long Teng looked at Guan before him, feeling a sense of unreality. He still remembered the day when the ancestor had raised his hand to suppress the heaven-supporting ancestor on the heaven-repairing platform, an image that was vivid in his mind to this day. Even though he had seen many strong figures with great powers, he could never forget the ancestor. Moreover, the Dharma aspect summoned by Longqing that day made him feel a strong resemblance to the ancestor. Even though his father hadn't said much, he had always harbored such a guess in his heart. Guan looked at the excited Long Teng and smiled as he asked, "Not in a hurry to go back? Shall we find a place to sit?" Once Long Teng left the city, he would quickly be surrounded by troubles. Long Teng hurriedly responded, "No, no rush at all." He was at a loss, not knowing how to face the ancestor. The man in the blue robe was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Long Teng lose his composure like this, and he dared not underestimate Guan, simply bowing silently. Then, the three of them walked toward Dao City. There were plenty of places inside the city where they could sit and chat. Eventually, they found an inn, and the three sat down by a window on the fourth floor. After Long Teng ordered some wine and dishes, he looked expectantly toward Guan. The ancestor had appeared at the Dao court. It couldn't be just to find him, could it? Even if it wasn't, now that the ancestor had shown himself, he must have something to ask of him. Source: updated on G. He was self-aware and knew he could not help the ancestor much, but he felt that perhaps his comprehension had attracted the ancestor's attention. Guan began to make small talk with Long Teng, asking about his experiences over the years, to which Long Teng faithfully responded one by one. Long Teng's attitude made the man in the blue robe even more curious about Guan, and when he found an opportunity, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what is your relationship with Long Teng?" Guan smiled and said, "He is my descendant." Upon hearing this, the man in the blue robe suddenly realized, wondering to himself, wasn't the sect leader of the Supreme Sect the most powerful in the Long family? The sect leader was Long Teng's father. Could there be an even more powerful ancestor? Long Teng widened his eyes, extremely excited. Indeed, the ancestor was his ancestor. The fact that the ancestor would acknowledge their relationship excited Long Teng tremendously, giving him a feeling as if he were dreaming. Guan turned to the man in the blue robe and smiled, "Let's keep our meeting today a secret, and don't mention it to His Majesty either." "You know His Majesty?" the man in the blue robe asked in surprise. Guan picked up his cup and said, "I've known him for over 20,000 years. My name is Guan, you might not have heard of me." "Guan, what? You're Guan?" The man in the blue robe suddenly stood up, becoming even more excited than Long Teng, and just after asking, he regretted it and instinctively looked around. He saw that other cultivators in the inn did not care about their conversation, which made him sigh with relief. He sat down again, and respectfully raised his hand to Guan, his hands trembling. Guan smiled and said, "No need for such courtesy. I pay no mind to the worldly rituals of the human world. Sword Venerable, rest assured, I will not speak of it." The excited man in the blue robe said, his name was Li Yu, a descendant of the royal family. Although he was not from Li Suandeo's direct line, he was highly regarded by Li Suandeo, so he was aware of the past between Li Suandeo and supporting Dao Sword Venerable. Long Teng also reassured him, his eyes never daring to leave Guan, afraid that Guan might suddenly disappear. Guan finished his cup in one gulp and continued, "Since meeting is fate, I shall enlighten you both a little." Before Long Teng and Li Yu could speak, Guan set down his cup, and a powerful Dao intent instantly enveloped the two, plunging them into a trance. Guan's gaze moved toward the window, looking out over Dao City, where the sky was vast and the city splendidly majestic. It had to be said, the Dao court was indeed extraordinary, having built such a foundation in 20,000 years that was stronger than the ancient holy court. For a very long time to come, the Dao court would play a crucial role. Only when Li Yu rose to become the strongest in the celestial spirit great world would the Dao court become a thing of the past. But that was a very distant future. Time swiftly passed. After an indeterminate amount of time, as if waking from a dream, Long Teng awoke to see Li Yu still sitting beside him in a daze, and the inn server was standing at the table, looking at them nervously. Coming back to his senses, Long Teng hurriedly said, "We're fine, you can go down." The innkeeper, although dubious, hurriedly caught the bag of spirit stones that Long Teng tossed out and bowed as he took his leave. Long Teng looked out the window, his divine sense probing but unable to find Guan. However, a segment of inherited memory popped into his mind. Celestial Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. Long Teng's eyes flickered with excitement, filled with gratitude towards Guan. Unlike his father's Celestial Dragon Dharma Aspect, the Celestial Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect summoned his reincarnation body, and what's more, without any cost, this gave him a clear direction for his future cultivation. The path of reincarnation. To wage wars across hundreds, thousands of lifetimes, and to condense the strongest Dharma aspect. Thinking of the dragon battle Dharma aspect that his father had summoned, Long Teng's heart burned with eagerness. At this moment, Li Yu also regained consciousness. After a brief moment of astonishment, he excitedly looked at Long Teng and said, "Long Teng, I've received the inheritance of the sword venerable, named the Seven Gods Golden Body. Have you heard of this technique?" Long Teng shook his head. "Since it was granted by our ancestor, it must be a remarkable inheritance. What I received was another kind of divine skill. Yes, this Seven Gods Golden Body is indeed domineering. I feel that if I perfect it, I could be qualified to contend with the heaven's proud sons." Li Yu said, holding back his joy as he grabbed some wine to calm his emotions. Long Teng did not respond further and instead turned his gaze back to the window. He suddenly grew curious, why had the ancestor appeared within the Dao court? Could it be the ancestor was behind the Dao court? The rapid rise of the Dao court had always been a puzzling matter for all beings in the celestial spirit great world. If it was the ancestor, that would make sense. Li Yu continued discussing the power of the Seven Gods Golden Body, talking incessantly as usual, even without Long Teng responding. Elsewhere, Guan had already met Xiao Lan and they were heading back to the cave mansion together. On the way back, Xiao Lan spoke of the Ting Master's appreciation for her. She would soon be relocating her cave mansion, and she said she would take Guan with her wherever she went, never to be parted from him. The Dao court allowed the heaven's proud sons to bring people into the main veins, as long as the numbers were few. Guan had no objections to Xiao Lan's arrangements. He listened intently to her expressing her excitement. Months passed swiftly by. One day, Guan and Xiao Lan, led by a disciple of the main vein, arrived at the new cave mansion. After the disciple of the main vein left, Xiao Lan looked at the little world before her, thrilled. This little world was quite vast, spanning 100,000 miles, brimming with spiritual energy, all belonging to Xiao Lan alone. "Lan Er!" Guan suddenly called out. After hearing him, Xiao Lan turned around reflexively, only for a sword to fly towards her, which she caught instinctively. She looked down and realized it was the white spirit sword that Guan always carried with him. This sword is a congratulatory gift from me, congratulating you on becoming a true disciple of the Dao court, Guan said with a smile, looking at Xiaolan. Xiaolan, holding the white spirit sword joyfully, curiously asked, I've always wanted to ask you, what is the origin of the Cyan Hong sword and white spirit sword, and why do you always carry them? Guan replied, these two swords were given to me by the most important person in my life. She has passed away, and my giving them to you now signifies that you are the most important person to me at present. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan felt as sweet as honey in her heart, and she immediately rushed towards Guan, embracing him. Guan shook his head helplessly. How could this girl be more clingy than in her previous life? Always wanting to hug him, touch him. This sword contains extraordinary power, don't tell anyone about it, Guan said softly, caressing Xiaolan's head. The white spirit sword was no longer ordinary, Guan had infused a newly forged Dao treasure into it, merging the two. The white spirit sword was now a Dao treasure, containing power enough to overturn the 9 heavens of the immortal Dao. The true meaning of the great Dao within it could aid Xiaolan in her cultivation. Nestled in Guan's arms, Xiaolan nodded. She never doubted Guan, burying her face in his chest. She felt truly blessed her immortal path was smooth, and the person she loved most was always by her side. She resolved to cultivate diligently, to protect everything she had. All right, let's start managing this little world, Guan said, patting Xiaolan's back lightly with a laugh. Reluctant to let go, Xiaolan released her grip on him and took Guan's hand, walking forward as she shared her ideas about how she wanted this little world to look. Chapter 596, Breakthrough to Heaven Opening Deluo Immortal Realm Perfection. The road to immortal cultivation was long and fraught with obstacles, the ancients said, an immortal dreams for 3,000 years, this saying was validated in today's celestial spirit great world. After stepping into the nirvana realm, the time scale of cultivators began to lengthen, 100 years as a day, 1,000 years as a dream, for those on the path of immortal Dao, the higher their talent, the faster time passed. After becoming a disciple of the main vein of the Dao court, Xiaolan entered a prolonged period of seclusion. At first, she worried about Guan, fearing that he would pass away during her seclusion. Fortunately, although Guan encountered many setbacks, he always managed to break through. Once Guan successfully achieved nirvana, she completely set her mind at ease and focused on her cultivation. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, and although the human world underwent tremendous changes like the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields, there were not many changes in the immortal cultivation realm. That year, Xiaolan encountered a breakthrough opportunity. Under the protection of the great cultivators of the main vein, she successfully stepped into the wandering immortal realm, while Guan watched from a distance. He marveled at the uniqueness of the new era. Living for 10,000 years to reach wandering immortal realm was rare in the previous era, but in this new one, such geniuses were not few. Blood Prison Great Saint and an Xin even reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm one after another. Dao treasures greatly aided their cultivation, added with the abundant spiritual energy of the Daoist field of the beginningless, containing the true meaning of the great Dao, their cultivation speed was ever increasing. Especially an Xin, who seemed to be transforming into an Hao. Though Guan felt that he contributed significantly to his disciples' progress, thinking of the past, he still had many reflections. I should also break through a minor realm. Guan watched Xiaolan consolidating her cultivation level at the horizon and made up his mind. Source: updated on G. He originally wanted to rely on his enlightenment to break through, however, for a heaven-opening Deluo immortal, breaking through a minor realm required much more time than he could imagine. Having thought that, Guan directly switched identities, his original body leaping out of the little world. Among the cultivators protecting Xiaolan, the strongest had reached the Dao Void Profound Immortal Realm. This person did not detect any abnormalities and remained focused on Xiaolan. Guan's original body arrived at a forest in the human world, where he directly performed a lifespan breakthrough. 9 options appeared before him again, most of the locations were ones he recognized. Guan's gaze fell on Desperate Celestial Tomb. The sins within the Desperate Celestial Tomb had a mysterious cause and effect with him. He originally thought he could learn about it through lifespan reincarnation, but he did not. Let's take another look. Now that his realm was higher, maybe he could understand. Guan immediately chose to teleport to the Desperate Celestial Tomb, consuming 100 billion years of lifespan in the process. After a while, Guan opened his eyes and immediately activated the lifespan barrier. What entered his sight was the desolate scene of the Desperate Celestial Tomb, with colossal and ruined structures stretching all the way to the ends of heaven and earth. The grand palace where the Sin resided was far from him, but he could easily see the situation of that palace. The immense door, still slightly ajar, stretched as dark as if leading to the gates of hell. Guan didn't keep staring at that palace, he pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 34,362/487,609,219,005. Physique, primordial reincarnation undying body. Cultivation level, late stage of heaven opening to low immortal realm. He directly invested lifespan into his cultivation level, in increments of 100 billion years each time. Prompt after prompt appeared, with 480 billion years of lifespan at his disposal. Guan barely heeded the failure notifications. Eventually, after spending 110 billion years of lifespan, he successfully reached the perfection of heaven opening to low immortal realm. Next would be observing the consumption of the lifespan barrier. Vast spiritual energy surged from the ground. Almost instantly, Guan was enveloped by golden illumination of the great Dao. The Dao spiritual energy of the entire Desperate Celestial Tomb showed anomalies, and even the Dao rules trembled. Now that he was a heaven opening to low immortal, the disturbances he caused far exceeded those of before, and more ancient buildings began to tremble. The ground heaved with sand, moving as if it had sentience, appearing like a yellow cloth rising. Since it was a breakthrough in a minor realm, Guan didn't need to be completely focused on the breakthrough. He divided his attention towards the grand palace where the Sin resided. Time ticked by. In half an hour, Guan would succeed in his breakthrough, yet halfway through, the Sin still did not appear. Could something have gone wrong? Guan thought silently. Even when he succeeded in his breakthrough, the Sin never emerged from that grand palace. The lifespan barrier consumed nearly 500 billion years of lifespan, which stung quite a bit for Guan. The higher the realm, the greater the lifespan barrier's consumption, and for safety, he activated the lifespan barrier every time he broke through. The reason for this was quite simple. Guan enjoyed observing others, and he spied on existences of lower realms without being detected, so naturally, there must be existences stronger than him who also enjoyed spying on those weaker than themselves. The purpose of the lifespan barrier was to prevent him from being observed while gaining strength. This was crucial. Guan could reach this point today. Those enemies he had defeated found it incredible, and the lifespan barrier played a critical role in this. Guan felt disappointed that he hadn't seen Zy. Although the Desperate Celestial Tomb was constantly showing signs of disturbance, there seemed to be no signs of living beings, not even ghosts or evil spirits. Once Guan's cultivation level had stabilized, he stood up. Before leaving, he covered the entire Desperate Celestial Tomb with his divine sense. Since it was a tomb, something must have been buried here. The grand palace where Zy resided wasn't the most mysterious. At the center of the world, Guan spotted a deep hole over 1,000 miles in diameter, bottomless and swirling with a special Dao spiritual chi. This was the first time Guan, who had begun to understand different Dao, had encountered such Dao spiritual chi. It was eerie, ominous, and sent shivers down one's spine. Even Guan, who had reached the perfection of the heaven opening to low immortal realm, had an intuition not to come into contact with this Dao. He was about to teleport back when he suddenly sensed movement. Something in the deep hole was rushing towards the surface. As it ascended, the invisible and intangible Dao spiritual chi surged like erupting core fire, unstoppable. The ground began to tremble violently. Guan wasn't panicking, he stood within the lifespan barrier, hidden from detection, but he still prepared to teleport away immediately if needed. With a bang, sand flew upwards from the ground violently, the clouds at the horizon dispersed, and an object burst out of the deep hole, aiming to break through the sky. However, when it reached a certain height, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Narrowing his eyes, Guan saw that it was a forefinger, dark red throughout, with a tip sharp as a knife, 1,000 feet long, emanating a terrifying aura. The might displayed by this forefinger was not inferior to the early stage of the taking golden immortal realm, but the Dao spiritual chi surrounding it was even more dreadful. After being halted, the forefinger fell down, eventually crashing into a ruined temple and raising a cloud of dust tens of thousands of feet high. Guan used the lifespan detection on this finger, but found nothing, indicating that it wasn't a living being. He turned his head in another direction. A faint aura emitted from the grand palace where ZY resided. Soon, a figure peeked through the door crack. ZY. He still appeared to be just over 10 years old, unchanged from the last time Guan had seen him. ZY, Nirvana Realm 0/9999/9999. His age was still 0, his lifespan and maximum lifespan unchanged. Guan grew more curious, what exactly was this state? Under his gaze, ZY took a deep breath, as if bracing himself, and then ran towards the direction where the 1,000-foot forefinger had fallen. The little guy was fast, covering 100 miles in one step, as if blinking across space. Before long, he reached near the 1,000-foot forefinger, slowed his steps, and cautiously approached. When he stood before the 1,000-foot forefinger, it was as if facing a giant mountain. He reached out to touch the 1,000-foot forefinger. Guan frowned and subconsciously looked down at his own right forefinger. He actually felt his forefinger being touched. With his high cultivation level, he couldn't be mistaken. Could this 1,000-foot forefinger be his own? As ZY touched the 1,000-foot forefinger, his eyes welled up, and he murmured something in a language not of the celestial spirit great world. As his tears fell on the 1,000-foot forefinger, the bizarre Dao spiritual chi on the finger surged towards him, seemingly wishing to transform him into another kind of creature. Guan's eyebrows furrowed. He felt a strong sense of cause and effect. That was not his finger. It belonged to an old acquaintance, not from his past life but from his reincarnation body. It was Fairy Yao Xian, who he had met in his previous lifespan reincarnation. Fairy Yao Xian, in her attempt to save his reincarnation body, the Emperor of Eternal Life, had fallen into the Dao, condemned to eternal oblivion, her cause and effect hard to trace. If it weren't for the Emperor of Eternal Life using the power of the great cause and effect steel, it would have been impossible to capture even a sliver of Fairy Yao Xian's cause and effect. Through Shenzhen, the Emperor of Eternal Life sent Fairy Yao Xian's cause and effect to Guan, the real persona, which established a causal relationship between Fairy Yao Xian and Guan. This process, too complex to be captured by the naked eye, was nonetheless real. As the relationship between Guan and Shenzhen deepened, his sense of cause and effect connected to Fairy Yao Xian also strengthened. He became increasingly certain that the 1,000-foot forefinger was indeed Fairy Yao Xian's. If so, what was the relationship between ZY and Fairy Yao Xian? Could it be? Chapter 597, The Origin of the White Spirit Sword. Guan recalled the life of the Emperor of Eternal Life, and indeed, he had a relationship with Fairy Yao Xian. With their cultivation levels, whether they conceived a child depended on their will. He felt that the child was likely the Emperor of Eternal Life's, and that was why he felt some sort of cause and effect relationship with the child. As his cultivation level broke through, this feeling grew even stronger. He continued to watch the child, whose hands were pressed against the 1,000-jong index finger, weeping softly. The child didn't seem to feel some force entering his body, he was only indulging in venting his emotions. Guan was curious in his heart whether a lifespan breakthrough could teleport someone out. Just as this thought arose, he received an answer. No. This answer inexplicably appeared in his mind, probably a response from the lifespan breakthrough. With the answer, he dared not act rashly. The desperate celestial tomb was not simple, this place was like a sealed land, unable to be exited directly. As time passed, the child stopped crying. He leaned against the finger wall, slowly closed his eyes, and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Guan began to deduce the child's destiny, but just as before, he couldn't calculate anything. He again looked toward the 1000-jong index finger and continued to deduce. At source, updated on 0, G. Guan suddenly made a sound of surprise, and his expression turned grave. This 1000-jong index finger would later break out of the desperate celestial tomb and descend onto the great thousand world. It would bring a great catastrophe to all heavens and myriad realms. Guan saw countless beings fall into evil, and he saw a dark force swallowing up pieces of the great thousand world. He stopped deducing, his brow deeply furrowed. This index finger belonged to Fairy Yaoxian. Relying on it, Guan might be able to find Fairy Yaoxian in the future. But it would bring irreparable disaster to countless beings, meaning Guan could not take it out. After much thought, Guan decided to leave the 1000-jong index finger and the child be for the time being. To prevent himself from wavering, Guan chose to teleport back. This teleportation used another 10 billion years of his lifespan. Now, however, he had reached the perfection of the heaven-opening Deluo immortal realm, and just crossing a minor realm had greatly advanced his strength. When he returned to the celestial spirit great world and opened his eyes, the environment around him hadn't changed, but he felt that the celestial spirit great world had weakened. It was so fragile that a single thought from him could shatter this part of the great thousand world. He walked in a direction, ready to enjoy nature and wait for Xiao Lan to fully stabilize her cultivation level before returning. The path of cultivation was like a river, with countless cultivators sailing on it. Some people sailed faster, some overtook others, and some capsized, plunging to the riverbed. Guan looked down at the myriad beings of the celestial spirit great world, contemplating the various states of life, a process that helped him understand the essence of the world. The birth of heaven and earth was not difficult for him, but the operation of the rules of heaven and earth contained a deeper level of Dao intent. The heavens and earths were innumerable, yet their operational rules were mostly similar. In the midst of it, perhaps there was an even more transcendent power supporting everything. Guan thought of the mysterious great Dao aura on the 1000-jong index finger. What kind of great Dao was it, and why was it so peculiar? After breaking through to the wandering immortal realm, Xiao Lan was extremely excited and dragged Guan to visit Sage Sui and their fellow disciples. Sage Sui and the other traveling immortal instructors had long known that this day would come, but they didn't expect it so soon. When Xiao Lan was in the Qi cultivation realm, Sage Sui was already in the wandering immortal realm. Yet when Xiao Lan reached the wandering immortal realm, Sage Sui was still in the wandering immortal realm. Even if the mentor-disciple relationship was as good as it got, Sage Sui still felt a bit mixed inside, yet she hid her emotions very well. Standing on the side as a bystander, Guan watched these people congratulating Xiao Lan, thinking with a sigh how life was unfair, and he found it quite amusing. Afterward, Xiao Lan wished to return to Xiao Manor for a visit, and Sage Sui had no objections. With the cultivation level Xiao Lan now possessed, she was capable of standing on her own. After Sage Sui gave her several reminders, she watched Xiao Lan and her companion leave. A middle-aged female cultivator remarked with emotion, even though she has become a loose immortal, she still treats that kid Guan like a treasure. I really don't know what kind of enchanting potion Guan fed her. Before Xiao Lan entered the loose immortal stage, they all worried that Guan would be a drag on her. Now, they only marveled at Xiao Lan's deep affection for Guan. Such emotions were rare indeed. If they could keep this up, it would indeed be a beautiful tale. On the way back, it was still Xiao Lan riding the clouds, her mood somewhat uneasy. The excitement brought on by her breakthrough was replaced by the nervous emotion of returning home. Thousands of years had passed, and her parents had long since departed this life. She already knew this, and she feared that Xiao Manor might no longer exist, that the descendants of the Xiao family might have forgotten her. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. It's said that prodigies have their own destiny. This force, invisible and intangible, can protect those around them, Guan consoled. Xiao Lan looked at Guan and asked curiously, Brother Gu, don't you have any regrets? From childhood, Guan had always been there for her. She had never seen him sad or disheartened, not even angry. He always remained gentle, cheerful, not a hint of negative emotion could be seen on him. Thinking about it now, Guan seemed unrealistically perfect. The curiosity in Xiao Lan's eyes grew even thicker, as if she wanted to see right through Guan. Of course, I have regrets. Everything you've experienced, I have already been through. Once you've been through a lot and learned to let go, you won't feel as upset, Guan replied. This puzzled Xiao Lan even more, and she asked, You're only 20 years older than me, how can you speak as if you were thousands of years older than me? Guan laughed and said, In dreams, I've experienced more than you. Really? Lan Er, have you ever thought about your goal in immortal cultivation? I actually have. Let's hear it. I want to be the master of the Dao court. Xiao Lan said with a proud smile, and seeing her smile, Guan felt a bit dazed. Yelan always loved to chase after power. It seemed some things remained unchanged by the cycles of reincarnation. Chasing power wasn't a bad thing, people should always have goals in life. I hope to see you succeed in my lifetime, Guan sincerely said, making Xiao Lan feel the pressure. Yes, her future was bright, but the same couldn't be said for Guan. Xiao Lan feared that Guan would be saddened, so she started to change the subject. The prodigies of the primordial era were far stronger than those of the previous era, and the path to fame was naturally tougher. Xiao Lan's reputation had already spread within the Dao court, but in the eyes of the world, she was still unknown. She prepared to venture out for trials, to compete for treasures, to punish the wicked and eliminate evil, just like the immortals in the stories. However, she was somewhat worried about Guan. Guan said she could go with peace of mind and that he would wait for her in the cave mansion, which relieved her considerably. Trials for treasures inevitably meant battle. She couldn't guarantee Guan's safety, but she also feared he might overthink it, leaving her hesitant. By the way, Brother Gu, what is the origin of this white spirit sword? Xiao Lan asked out of curiosity. She had already discovered there was something unique about the white spirit sword. The person who gave me this sword said it was from an immortal. I didn't believe it until I followed you on the path of cultivation, its origins are for you to discover. I'm not capable of that, Guan answered. Chapter 598, With Sentiment and Without Sentiment. Thousands of years had passed, and Xiao Manor indeed had changed beyond recognition, now known as Xiao City, the strongest cultivation family in the region. Despite their eminent status, the descendants of the Xiao family always remembered Xiao Lan, and her portrait still stood in the ancestral hall for posterity to worship. Xiao Lan looked at the excited descendants of the Xiao family and thought of her brothers and sisters. The newly initiated wandering immortal couldn't help but become teary-eyed. Her cultivation level was high, and she had lived longer than the members of the Xiao family, but in reality, she had faced too few hardships and spent the majority of her life in seclusion, so she still had the temperament of a young girl. Guan watched Xiao Lan being surrounded by her descendants, his face filled with a smile. The Yelan of his past life had once dreamed of such a scene. Unfortunately, she had no living family, let alone descendants. Xiao Lan stayed in Xiao City for a whole month, and all the citizens knew that the old ancestor of the Xiao family had returned. Even cultivators from other cities and sects came to visit. During that month, although Guan could see Xiao Lan every day, they did not spend as much time together as in the past. not because Xiao Lan deliberately neglected him but because the Xiao family members were too enthusiastic. When they left Xiao City, Xiao Lan stood on cloud mists, raised her arms, and laughed loudly. From now on, I have a new goal, not only to be the master of the Dao court but also to help the Xiao family become an eternally thriving cultivation family. Her whole being was full of fighting spirit, and an aura unique to great talents appeared on her. As for Xiao Lan's lofty ambition, Guan thought it was good, as it was a common human sentiment, just like how he would take care of the Supreme Sect. Guan also knew his own problems, always saying he would not interfere, yet he couldn't help but take action. Long Teng was the best example. No matter how high the cultivation level of a deist, they would always look after those close to them. Source: updated on G. Guan suddenly thought of a question. Is it better for immortal gods to be affectionate or indifferent? Are heavenly Dao and great Dao affectionate? Guan fell into deep thought, while Xiao Lan, unaware of what he was thinking, continued to express her lofty ambitions, as if shouting them could make heaven and earth witness her determination. In the Taixuan imperial dynasty, inside the great hall of the palace, thousands of civil and military officials stood on both sides, watching a man dressed in gorgeous silver armor approach. This man was Long Teng, wearing thick silver armor, like a silver dragon wrapped around his body, his helmet adorned with two phoenix wings, and a white cape fluttering as if it had a life of its own. At the front of the steps, Li Xuandao, dressed in emperor's robes, looked at Long Teng, his face full of prideful smiles. Yang Jian also stood in the hall, dressed in official robes, not like a military leader, and he sized up Long Teng, nodding slightly. Li Yu, who had accompanied Long Teng to the Dao court previously, was also present, his expression excited, even waving to Long Teng. Long Teng remained calm, walked up to the steps, knelt down, and raised his hand to salute Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao smiled and said, "Rise, your battle achievements have satisfied me." Seeing Long Teng stand up, an elderly official took out a scroll and began to read. Admiral Long Teng, who swept through the drowning sea demon domain, beheaded the dark demon emperor, shook the seven seas, enhanced the holy might of Taixuan, is hereby bestowed the title of Admiral of Celestial Praise, ranked first grade, to enjoy Taixuan's destiny forever, and his divine statue to be listed in the Divine General's mansion. His voice was full of vigor, echoing in the great hall, stirring discussions among the officials. Many were incredulous, they knew the emperor would reward Long Teng generously, but no one expected such treatment for Long Teng. First grade, nearly second to none. The position of admiral, previously only achieved by Yang Jian. Li Xuandao was very pleased with the official's amazement. He aimed to elevate Long Teng to the pinnacle, letting everyone in the world know Long Teng's name. Regardless of jealousy or disdain, Long Teng was destined to soar. Li Xuandao raised his right hand, and a golden order shaped like a sword descended from the heavens, landing in front of Long Teng. From now on, you may use this order to command any troops, viewing this order as seeing me personally, and may execute first and report afterwards. Li Xuandao's voice echoed like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the great hall, and even Yang Jian was taken by surprise. Li Yu was stunned, having not expected the emperor to go to such lengths. However, upon considering the relationship between Long Teng and Guan, he found it reasonable. Although the Taixuan imperial dynasty was strong, it was far from contending for supremacy over the world, and only with the support of supporting Dao Sword Venerable could there be hope. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Long Teng received the order unflinchingly, his words resounding firmly. As he accepted the order, the courtiers all felt that a great change was about to come to the Taixuan imperial dynasty, as not only had the emperor favored Long Teng over the years but had also promoted other members of the Long family. With Long Teng being appointed as Admiral of Celestial Praise, the Long family had truly risen to the top echelon of the Taixuan imperial dynasty, compelling even those with a deeper family heritage to take the Long family seriously. Hiss! A fierce wind swept into the great hall, causing everyone's complexion to drastically change. Long Teng turned around, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him and pushed forward with a palm. It was Yang Jian. As Yang Jian swung his palm, a tremendous mana erupted, seeming to strike an invisible existence, dispersing into a mist of energy. Slaughter my demon soldiers and still wish to boast? Ridiculous! A cold sneer sounded, and Yang Jian's complexion abruptly changed as a powerful demonic power dispersed his mana, forcing him to retreat. As he retreated, he did not bump into Long Teng, instead, he fixed his gaze, but Long Teng's figure had already disappeared. Li Xuandao on the dragon throne was also compelled to gather his mana but was still shocked into standing up. Ministers to either side were knocked to the ground, their cries of agony resounding. Emperor Taixuan, consider this a warning today, your admiral of celestial praise must die, and I will let my subordinates feast on his flesh. That cold sneer echoed again, the demonic wind in the hall ceased, and Yang Jian also disappeared from the hall, pursuing the source. Li Xuandao stood in front of the dragon throne, his brow furrowed, but he did not panic, his eyes mixed with a hint of unusual color. Long Teng was bound by an unshakable demonic power, losing his ability to resist, he could not even open his eyes, feeling the world spinning and his divine soul inverting. This sensation lasted a long time until he was finally thrown to the ground. As the demonic power dissipated, he opened his eyes and found himself lying in a dim underground plaza, which was vast, and in front, there was an altar over 1,000 zhang in diameter with a majestic stone statue standing behind it, a supremely fierce demon whose mere statue emitted an immense oppressive force. Long Teng turned to look and saw a red cord binding his battle armor, sealing his mana, preventing him from standing up. A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him, a hawk-headed demon wearing a loose daoist robe and as tall as a small mountain. With his back to Long Teng, the demon faced the statue and said, "Master, I really can't bear it. I can endure the excesses of the Taixuan imperial dynasty, but this guy slaughtered my demon soldiers, I must tear him apart personally." His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. A hoarse voice followed, "What is this person's name? Is he related to that existence?" The hawk-headed demon snorted coldly, "His name is Long Teng, how could he possibly be related to that existence? Master, you are too cautious. Supporting Dao Sword Venerable has long left the celestial spirit great world. If he were really here, it wouldn't be the Dao court but the Supreme Sect or the Taixuan imperial dynasty that would unify the world." Chapter 599 God of the Great Thousand World. The voice of the eagle-headed demon echoed within the underground plaza, but the aged voice he called Master did not immediately respond. Long Teng heard him mention supporting Dao Sword Venerable, but his expression remained unchanged, and he did not disclose his relationship with the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. The underground plaza fell into silence. The eagle-headed demon turned to look at Long Teng lying on the ground. His right hand lifted, his palm transformed into an eagle's claw, elongated and sharp, with tips even flickering with a cold light. He looked down at Long Teng with a cold smile on his face, unable to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Long Teng looked up at him, his face still calm, showing no fear. Seeing Long Teng's composure, the eagle-headed demon's anger flared, his face became ferocious as he raised his claw towards Long Teng. "Wait!" The ancient voice suddenly rang out, the fierce demon stone statue exuding tendrils of demon chi, quickly coalescing into a transformed demon. This was an old man, dressed in a black robe made of animal skin, flying in the air like a ghost. His white hair casually draped, covering most of his face, his gaze fixed on Long Teng with furrowed brows. "He is called Long Teng, what is his relationship with Long Qing, the sect leader of the Supreme Sect?" the old man asked. He was unable to foresee the cause and effect involving Long Teng, which made him uneasy and filled with a strong sense of dread. He felt a disaster was imminent. The eagle-headed demon turned to look at his master, frowning, "Even if he is related to the sect leader of the Supreme Sect, so what? When the outer heaven power attacked before, the supporting Dao sword venerable did not appear, and over these years, descendants of the Long family have been harmed without all their adversaries being destroyed. He knew the identity of the sect leader of the Supreme Sect, a disciple of the supporting Dao sword venerable. But the disciples of supporting Dao sword venerable were not limited to one, Yang Jian included. When Yang Jian assisted the Taixuan imperial dynasty in its conquests, he too had been captured by great powers, surviving countless life and death ordeals, never witnessing supporting Dao sword venerable in action. There were still enemies of Yang Jian roaming free, which was why the eagle-headed demon felt his master was too cautious. He even thought that his master was terrified by the supporting Dao sword venerable, lacking the spirit of a free immortal. The black-robed demon flickered, appearing before Long Teng, the eagle-headed demon turning as well. What is your relationship with the Supreme Sect's Long family? The black-robed demon sternly asked Long Teng. Long Teng snorted, kill or shred, I will heed your decision. He could tell this demon was deeply wary of the supporting Dao sword venerable, and he did not want to disgrace his ancestors. His attitude made the black-robed demon even more nervous, completely a stance full of confidence. The eagle-headed demon frowned, Master, let me kill him. The black-robed demon turned to look at him, his eyes fierce, deep voice declaring, if you dared, you would have killed him already, why bring him before me? Isn't it because you are also uncertain and want your master to take the pressure off you? The eagle-headed demon's eyes widened, wanting to retort, but facing his master's gaze, he held back. Indeed, as his master said, although he was angry, deep down he did not scorn as he claimed verbally. If he truly feared no retribution from the supporting Dao sword venerable's legendary influence, he wouldn't have just watched Long Teng slaughter demon soldiers. The more he thought about it afterward, the angrier he got, so he couldn't help but go to the Taixuan imperial dynasty when he heard Long Teng was being enthroned, and he blew up in rage, thus capturing Long Teng. He was a divine thought true immortal, before whom Long Teng had no power to resist. Moreover, you've underestimated the Taixuan imperial dynasty. Someone has already caught up, the black-robed demon coldly remarked, his tone icy. The eagle-headed demon's face turned gloomy. The black-robed demon looked back at Long Teng, and for some reason, seeing Long Teng's calm face made him increasingly anxious. He also started to get angry. Idiot! How could you cause such a huge disaster? In today's world, a great era of strife with treasures emerging endlessly, he too needed demons to help him, which is why he supported this disciple. Now, he regretted it. The black-robed demon took a deep breath and said, send him back. He must not be harmed at all. What? The eagle-headed demon's face changed drastically, its eyes filled with disbelief and anger as it looked at its master. The black-robed old demon suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, causing the eagle-headed demon to stagger back. Either send it back, or our master-disciple relationship is over, I shall leave now. The black-robed old demon stated irrefutably. Upon hearing this, the eagle-headed demon panicked. Long Teng watched the feud between the master and disciple, finding it noisy. Two useless creatures. Long Teng wasn't panicking after being captured, not because he had something to rely on, but because he wanted to die, to plunge into reincarnation. He no longer paid attention to the two demons, instead closing his eyes and contemplating the celestial dragon reincarnation technique. Guan just glanced at Long Teng's plight without paying much heed. Such occurrences weren't rare in the celestial spirit great world where many of his old acquaintances had encountered similar situations. Once it was understood that they were connected to Guan, their enemies often hesitated and even started infighting. Guan was reading in the courtyard, still absorbed in the Asian hero travelogue. The profound celestial intent, now a wandering immortal, traveled more and more, writing a book for every location he visited. Some stories were fabricated, while others were true. Guan greatly admired that the profound celestial intent never forgot his roots. No matter how high his realm, he still wrote stories from the past without any pretense. The profound celestial intent didn't write Cyan Hero Travelogue to please Guan, they hadn't seen each other for many years, and his writing was more for himself. Guan's copy of Cyan Hero Travelogue was purchased from the immortal cultivation realm. He never offered any suggestions to the profound celestial intent. An Xian appeared out of thin air beside him and said, "Master, the Taixuan Sect is planning to fight for an innate spiritual tree. Yi Qing Shan asked me to lend a hand, he said we could plant the tree near our dojo." Guan replied casually, "If you want to get involved, then do it." He wasn't very strict with an Xian. Over the years, she had helped the Taixuan Sect numerous times and was already well known. Of course, the reason Guan tacitly approved of an Xian's involvement was that the Taixuan Sect followed a righteous path. Unlike other sects that merely struggled for benefits, the Taixuan Sect prioritized life, and if any creatures were threatened, they would intervene, prioritizing the preservation of life in any task. Acting chivalrously was a principle for disciples of the Taixuan Sect. Nowadays, many joined the Taixuan Sect to become cultivating immortal heroes, not merely for longevity. "I'll go then. I've recently discussed with the Ghost Mother about improving the woodlands outside our dojo to try and cultivate more medicinal herbs. Ideally, I want the outside world to become a holy land of the human world," an Xian said softly with a laugh. She was now in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, holding the Dao treasure, the six paths mirror, capable of contending against all beings in the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Guan nodded slightly, his attention still on the book. An Xian glanced at the book cover and thought to herself, "The same book again, how can he never tire of it?" She bowed to Guan, then exchanged a few words with Shen Zhen in front of the artifact refining cauldron, before she left. As evening approached, Guan put down the Cyan Hero Travelogue, stood up and began to stretch his limbs. He looked at Shen Zhen and asked, "Fancy going out for a bit?" Shen Zhen turned and looked at him, puzzled, "Then who will watch the artifact refining cauldron?" "Actually, it doesn't need constant monitoring, even without anyone, the Dao treasure can successfully form," Guan answered. Shen Zhen's eyes widened, she almost cursed. Biting back her anger, she asked, "So, where do you want to take me?" Guan replied, "To meet the gods of the great thousand world." "Gods?" Shen Zhen's anger faded, replaced by curiosity. Chapter 600, The Mischievous Fate. Under the night sky, by the mountainside where the firelight flickered, Bai Sheng, the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god, sat cross-legged before the fire, cultivating energy to heal his wounds. He didn't notice someone watching him from the mountaintop nearby. "Is he the celestial god from the great thousand world?" Shen Zhen looked down at Bai Sheng, asking with a face full of curiosity. To her, Bai Sheng appeared quite ordinary, hardly resembling a celestial god. Although Bai Sheng had undergone nirvana, he remained an insignificant figure in the world and was now facing the greatest ordeal of his life. The most important person to him had been captured by a peerless demon and was to become the demon consort. The news had spread across the demon lands, and demon kings from all quarters were preparing to offer their congratulations. If he wished to rescue his beloved, he would be up against the entire demon race of the demon lands. His pressure was immense, and without any other option, he had to cultivate alone in the desolate mountains and wilderness. Guan, feeling Bai Sheng's inner turmoil, replied, "He is a reincarnated celestial god. Don't be fooled by his weakness, his soul is the strongest existence in the world." Shen Zhen wanted to ask how he compared to you, but she felt the question was unnecessary. "He seems very troubled," Shen Zhen said softly, staring at Bai Sheng. Guan glanced at her and inwardly nodded in approval. Her cultivation level might not be strong, but her perception power was growing as she gained enlightenment. In terms of perceiving the great Dao, Shen Zhen was certainly the strongest among the dojo's disciples, following a highly unconventional path in her cultivation. Guan briefly narrated the story of Bai Sheng and Sujin and the predicament he was currently facing. Sujin had been captured by a demon of the divine thought true immortal realm, the most powerful being in the land. Had it not been for Sujin's pleas, Bai Sheng would have already been killed by that demon. During the years of cultivating together, this man and demon had already become soulmates, and Sujin had saved Bai Sheng countless times. He couldn't imagine how he would live without Sujin in the future. Especially thinking about the suffering Sujin might endure, his heart was in agony. After hearing this, Shen Zhen showed an interested expression. She was no ordinary woman and wasn't moved to tears by the tale of Bai Sheng and Sujin. She was pondering another question. Why could Sujin bridge the gap of reincarnation and find the reincarnated celestial god? She had a vague suspicion that Guan was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Let's go down and meet him. Guan dropped this remark and started walking down the mountain, with Shen Zhen following closely. Walking behind Guan, she asked, "Are you going to help him?" The idea of such a powerful celestial god enduring the suffering of reincarnation made Shen Zhen think of the world-shattering battle before the remaking of heaven and earth. Knowing Guan as she did, it was clear he wasn't trying to mock the celestial god, rather, he wanted the celestial god to understand the suffering of mortal spirits and thus become a celestial immortal that all sentient beings aspired to. Since ancient times, countless legends about immortal gods had existed, yet rarely did genuine immortal gods descend to save the world. For cultivators, immortal gods represented more of an aspirational goal. Cultivators long for the immortal gods, not for the responsibilities they carry, but for the capability of immortality. Walking ahead, Guan said with a soft chuckle, "Helping him is also helping those demons." After all, Bai Sheng was no ordinary man. Once he awakened the will of the celestial spirit god, it would take only a thought to turn those demons to dust. Of course, if Guan aided those demons in suppressing the celestial spirit god, they wouldn't meet such an end, but why would Guan want to help them? To forcefully wed another's beloved was inherently immoral. Shen Zhen quickened her pace to walk alongside him, and together they approached Bai Sheng. With the help of Guan's mana, Bai Sheng didn't sense Shen Zhen's presence, nor hear their footsteps. It wasn't until the two of them were right in front of Bai Sheng that Guan coughed falsely, startling Bai Sheng into opening his eyes suddenly. Seeing the sudden appearance of two people in front of him, Bai Sheng was frightened and immediately jumped up, quickly creating distance and watching Guan and Shen Zhen warily. He subconsciously thought that the two were demons in disguise, capable of approaching him without his notice, which surely meant their cultivation level was higher than his. Could they be subordinates sent by the demon emperor? Bai Sheng drew his sword, ready to fight. Guan looked at him and laughed, asking, "Don't you remember me?" Hearing this, Bai Sheng hesitantly asked, "You are?" He had only known Guan for less than a year, and now after so many springs and autumns had passed, he had long forgotten Guan, only occasionally recalling when he first witnessed the power of immortal cultivation. He would think of an old friend who died in that city. "I'm Guan, brother Bai, have you forgotten? I accompanied you to the imperial examination and even taught you swordsmanship," Guan said with a wry smile. After hearing this, Bai Sheng concentrated and quickly widened his eyes. He didn't immediately trust Guan, instead pinching himself, thinking he might be under the influence of a demon's illusion technique. Shen Zhen covered her mouth to conceal her laughter at his actions. Guan patiently explained, "We are not transformed demons. If we were as you suspect, we wouldn't bother deceiving you, we would just kill you." Bai Sheng thought it made sense, but he was completely unprepared for the fact that someone from his memory, long thought dead, was still alive and standing in front of him. He overlooked one detail, that Guan somehow knew what he was thinking. "Brother Gu, where did you go back then?" Bai Sheng asked awkwardly, the passage of time having erased his recollection of the feeling of their companionship. Guan sat in front of the fire and gestured for Bai Sheng to come back. Shen Zhen sat next to Guan with poise, appearing like an immortal goddess from heaven, her knees pointing towards Guan, clearly positioning him as the principal figure. Bai Sheng took a deep breath, returned to the fire. he was at his wit's end, and if he could not save Sujin, life would be meaningless. His eyes became resolute, and he resumed his seat from before. Talking about me is pointless. Do you want to save Sujin? Asked Guan, picking up a stick and poking at the fire as he spoke. Bai Sheng's eyes lit up, asking, do you have a way? As long as you can help me save her, I'm willing to pay any price. Guan looked at him, his gaze sharpening. What if it meant your death? I'm willing. Bai Sheng answered without hesitation. Guan continued, if you die, she might marry someone else. How would that be any different from now? That demon doesn't want to kill her. Bai Sheng's complexion changed slightly, but he still said through gritted teeth, it's different. I want her to be able to pursue the happiness she desires, not be coerced. As long as you can save her, I'm ready to die at any time. This scene reminded Guan of when the boss had saved number 5 all those years ago. Back then, as now, Sujin had given hope to the boss, but at the cost of his life. Destiny really had a way of playing tricks on people. Guan looked down at the fire, as if contemplating whether or not to save Sujin. Bai Sheng pressed, that demon emperor is a divine thought true immortal from the 8th heaven of immortal Dao. Do you know of a being stronger than him? He noticed his question made the woman beside Guan laugh again, the corners of her mouth lifting uncontrollably as though she were mocking him. Guan leisurely said, don't rush. Let me tell you a story. Bai Sheng's heart was burning with urgency, hardly in the mood for stories, but before he could refuse, Guan began to speak. In outer heaven, far in the depths of the universe, there is a gate known as the World Gate, below which resides a deity called the Celestial Spirit God. Outer heaven. God. Bai Sheng was suddenly captivated and listened intently to Guan's continuing tale. Shen Zhen was also listening intently, even beginning to imagine such a scene. A towering gate standing in the cosmos, beneath it, a deity. Images began forming in her mind, she even saw other scenes. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen. Chapter 600 to 593, The Mischievous Fate.